Section 3. The Art and Science of Science Fiction. James Gunn, Science Fiction and the Mainstream. Science fiction is a relatively recent invention. So is the mainstream. We can uncover predecessors and cite precedents, but they only obscure the fact that the first successful science fiction writer, in the sense that science fiction made him immensely popular and a sizable fortune, was Jules Verne, whose first science fiction novel, Journey to the Center of the Earth, was published in 1864, not much more than a century ago. The word mainstream, on the other hand, is not listed in any metaphorical sense in that ultimate authority on word origins, the Oxford English Dictionary. Merriam-Webster's International does not list it until its 1961 edition, Random House in 1968, and none of them mention its literary meaning. Clearly, the use of the term goes back half a century, if not twice that far, but it should also be clear that the state of mind described by mainstream is contemporary. In fact, science fiction and the mainstream may have been created by the same conditions. The tendency toward specialization, which produced, among many other aspects of our society, the all-fiction magazines, beginning with Argosy in 1896, and the category magazines, beginning in 1906 with the Railroad Man's Magazine, continuing with The Ocean in 1907, Detective Story Monthly in 1915, Western Story Magazine in 1919, and culminating, for science fiction readers anyway, with Amazing Stories in 1926. In the 19th century, all kinds of fiction might be given different names. Jules Verne's novels were called Voyage Extraordinaire, and H.G. Wells' science fiction novels were called scientific romances. But almost all, if we omit such publications as penny dreadfuls and dime novels, were part of general fiction. Most 19th century writers, including Verne and Wells and Kipling and Twain, as well as Poe and Hawthorne and Balzac and Haggard and Doyle, among many, wrote a variety of fiction dealing with contemporary life, history, adventure, and so forth, and did not feel that they were writing something markedly different when they wrote science fiction. The readers of Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes stories were likely to read his historical novels and The Lost World as well, John Brunner has pointed out. And those who read H. Rider Haggard's King Solomon's Mines and his Egyptian historical novels probably also read She and Aisha. The 19th century was the period when the impact of science and technology on the Western world became obvious to everyone. Steam and its impact upon transportation led the list, but it was followed quickly by electricity, submarines, balloons and other aircraft, telegraphy and the telephone, explosives, canals, weapons, medical advances such as anesthesia, and Pasteur's work with bacteria, mesmerism, improved metal processes, the chemical industry, plastics, commercial oil wells, recording, photography, the internal combustion engine in the automobile, motion pictures, the incandescent lamp, and X-rays. More important, perhaps, than any of these was a theory, Darwin's theory of the origin of the species, which presented a different concept of man, not as a special creation, but as a natural and evolving creature. And Darwin's speculations about natural selection and the survival of the fittest soon were translated into social, economic, and even political action. And fiction. Naturalism took much of its inspiration from Darwin, and H.G. Wells found inspiration for his first scientific romances from Darwin through Wells' inspirational biology teacher, Darwin's foremost champion, Thomas H. Huxley. With Wells, science fiction began to take form and direction. It became more a medium of ideas than a variety of adventure. And the ideas that Wells incorporated in his stories and novels created whole new thematic lineages down to the present, from time travel through alien invasion, forced evolution, invisibility, over-specialization, urban development, and so on and on. And still there was no mainstream. When relatively few people can read and relatively few books are published, nice distinctions between kinds of fiction are unnecessary. General literacy was another product, in the English-speaking countries at least, of the last third of the 19th century. Until then, the reading of fiction, at least, was almost exclusively restricted to a small upper class. The great majority of the people were illiterate, or, at best, literate enough only to read their Bibles. Compulsory primary schooling was a product of the post-Civil War era, when enthusiasm for the power of education swept all parts and levels of the nation. By the mid-1890s, 31 state legislatures had made elementary school attendance compulsory. With more young people completing elementary school, attendance in high school shot upward. In 1870, only 16,000 boys and girls were graduated from high school. In the next 30 years, the number of high schools jumped from about 500 to 6,000, and the number of high school graduates to nearly 95,000 a year. Americans were being educated for upward social and economic mobility, and as citizens and workers in an increasingly technical and urbanized society, as a side benefit, they were being taught to read fiction. In England, a similar process was launched by the Education Act of 1871, which organized the British and national schools into a state system and supplemented them with board schools and a system of degrees by examination, which created the correspondence colleges. By the last decade of the century, H.G. Wells noted in his autobiography, "The habit of reading was spreading to new classes with distinctive needs and curiosities. New books were being demanded, and fresh authors were in request." This was the period also when the mass magazines originated, beginning with George Newnes, N-E-W-N-E-S, Tit-Bits in 1881, and The Strand 10 years later, imitated in the United States in 1893, beginning with McClure's Magazine. The development of mass magazines was made possible by the inventions of the rotary printing press in 1846, the linotype and wood pulp paper in 1884, and the half-tone engraving in 1886. The processes which were creating a greatly expanded reading public with new and untutored reading tastes, and the popular magazines to publish the material that public wished to read, not only were creating popular fiction, including science fiction, to fill these magazines, but also the critical necessity to distinguish between mere popular entertainment and serious fiction. Of course, even the short story and the novel themselves are relatively young. The only new pleasures invented since Greek times have been smoking and the reading of novels, a French critic once commented. Although man always has invented narratives to amuse his fellows or to transmit cultural information, and we can trace the development of story through Greek and Roman episodes and incidents, medieval fables, epics, and romances, and English and Italian tales, the novel as we know it did not develop into a formal kind of storytelling until the 18th century. And the short story, which became a peculiarly American specialty, was not consciously formulated into an art form until the 19th century, with writers like Hawthorne and Poe, Mérimée and Balzac, and E.T.A. Hoffmann. The reading of fiction was closely associated with the emergence of the middle class as the dominant element in European and American society. The impulses that finally produced science fiction, when the conditions were right, go back to times as early as the development of narrative itself. The desires to entertain and to be entertained, to instruct, to explain, to illuminate, to invent, to imagine things that are not. Homer's Iliad gave the Greeks a common heritage, but his Odyssey naturalized their Mediterranean universe. Not until the facts of change created by man through his growing control over nature and the possibility of controlling change became apparent to perceptive men and then to most men, however, did science fiction become possible. That is, somewhat after the Industrial Revolution, generally dated about 1750. Considering the cultural inertia of the 18th century, that it took another 100 years to produce the first true science fiction writer is not surprising. Some 60 years after the publication of Journey to the Center of the Earth, Hugo Gernsback founded Amazing Stories, and the first science fiction magazine was born. Between Verne and Amazing Stories, science fiction had existed in individual books and in the pulp fiction magazines, Argosy, All Story, Popular, People's Cavalier, Blue Book, Black Cat, New Story, and others, where science fiction stories, mostly adventure in remote places, were found adjacent to adventure stories, Western stories, sea stories, war stories, romantic stories, and other kinds of popular fiction. In 1914, Edgar Rice Burroughs' Tarzan of the Apes, when it appeared in book form, still could be reviewed, even by such newspapers as the New York Times. 30 years later, Burroughs' books were excluded from most public libraries, along with those of the other famous storytellers of the first 2 decades, Garrett P. Serviss, Serviss, George Allen England, and A. Merritt. In fact, during the 30s and 40s, virtually no hardcover science fiction was being published. Only after the end of World War II, first with the fan presses, and then with publishers such as Simon & Schuster, Doubleday, Frederick Fell, Random House, and Pellegrini and Cudahy, did science fiction return to book form. Even then, it received no critical attention. A bit later, when most science fiction novels appeared as paperback originals, they shared the critical fate of all paperbacks: oblivion. One faculty member told me in 1950, "Science fiction is at best sub-literary." What had happened to the genre since H.G. Wells' novels were welcomed by such literary figures as Henry James, who was filled with, quote, "wonder and admiration," end of quote, by Wells' early work, and spoke of reading The First Men in the Moon, quote, "a petite doses, as one sips, I suppose, old Tokay," end of quote, and of allowing 12 stories in a dream, quote, "to melt lollipop-wise upon my imaginative tongue," end of quote. And Joseph Conrad, who wrote to Wells how much he liked his work, particularly The Invisible Man, quote, "impressed is the word, O realist of the fantastic," end of quote, and added, quote, "it is masterly, it is ironic, it is very relentless, and it is very true," end of quote. Both James and Conrad kept after Wells to improve his description, his characterization, his subtlety, but they were not put off by his material. One thing that happened to science fiction was a change in criticism and the appearance of the mainstream as a concept. More important than both, however, was the creation of the science fiction magazine. Today, the observer of the science fiction scene can recognize that magazine science fiction was a ghetto, but in the early days of the magazines, readers and writers had no such concern. The discovery of Amazing Stories was a joyful recognition that now readers could enjoy their favorite kind of reading without having to winnow it out of the general magazines or search it out in obscure corners of the public library. Fans, and Gernsback, discovered many of them, now could read, collect, and even communicate with one another, first in the letters columns of the magazines, then in clubs and fan magazines. Science fiction became a refuge and a mission. Science fiction writers were the missionaries. They worked in strange lands, they were underpaid, and they preached salvation and a better world. Gernsback believed that readers would be introduced to science and technology through science fiction, and some of them would be inspired to become scientists and through science create a better world. One of the early fan feuds centered around the contents of a fan magazine. Should it be devoted to science fiction or science? At first, Amazing Stories ran only reprints, mostly from Verne, Wells, and Poe, but gradually new writers were discovered and introduced. The first generation was composed primarily of pulp writers who had to write very fast and in a variety of categories, adventure, sea, detective, war, in order to make a living. They helped give science fiction its sub-literary reputation. By necessity, their stories were constructed to narrative formulas, and they were hastily written by people who did not know much about writing and cared somewhat less. There were no H.G. Wellses among them. Among that first generation of science fiction writers, however, were men like E.E. Smith, Jack Williamson, and Edmund Hamilton, who did not know a great deal about writing, but were eaten up with wonder and the desire to create it themselves. They were fascinated by Amazing Stories and the creations of Verne and Wells and Merritt, and they were inspired by the cosmic visions of scientists like Einstein and Hubble and Rutherford and Planck and de Broglie, Brogle, and Heisenberg and Jeans and Shapley, who were peering into the atom and staring out at an expanding universe. The second generation were writers more like Smith and Williamson and Hamilton. They had grown up reading science fiction magazines, not only Amazing Stories, but its competitors, Wonder Stories and Astounding Stories, and they had learned something about ideas and science and speculation and a little bit more about writing, mostly learned from other science fiction writers. Many of them read little except science fiction, and perhaps some science and philosophy and history, but they could tell a story, and they could build on the ideas of other science fiction writers. They were men like Isaac Asimov, Robert Heinlein, Theodore Sturgeon, and A.E. Van Vogt, who all came along in 1939, not long after John W. Campbell took over as editor of Astounding Stories, shortly to become Astounding Science Fiction, in December 1937. Now science fiction was truly a ghetto, and it began breeding its own traditions, its own myths, its own history, and its own storytellers. The third generation, some, like Ray Bradbury, were in the second, came largely out of fandom. They wanted to be better Asimovs, Heinleins, Sturgeons, and Van Vogts. They were largely ignored by the world outside, but greatly admired within the ghetto itself. That seemed enough. The fourth generation. But I will get to that a bit later. Meanwhile, science fiction had begun developing a philosophy and a concept of the future based upon that philosophy, a sort of consensus future history. This vision of man's destiny saw him conquering space, spreading his colonies through the solar system and the nearer stars, and finally the galaxy itself, sometimes meeting alien races, but most often not. Experiencing a breakdown in communications or government, which left isolated human communities to develop along divergent paths, until a new galaxy-wide government arose to bring mankind back together, wiser and kinder and stronger than before. From the vantage point of that future, Earth was viewed as an ancestral home, sometimes remembered, sometimes recalled only in myth or legend, or a backwater of human progress, a planet ravaged by radioactives, as Isaac Asimov speculated in Pebble in the Sky, or a burial ground for Earth's far-flung trillions, as Clifford Simak speculated in Cemetery World. Donald Wollheim, in his personal history of science fiction, The Universe Makers, traces the beginnings of that consensus future history to Asimov's Foundation stories, which began with Foundation in 1942, although there were predecessors like Edmund Hamilton and Doc Smith, and Robert Heinlein contributed significantly with his future history of the next 2 centuries. In the Ghetto, however, as the stories and ideas passed, so to speak, from hand to hand, they were refined and added to like an oral epic until general agreement was reached. No one was bound to it, but through most stories ran the same general assumptions about what was likely to happen. That future was so significantly like our present that we can say we are today living in a science fiction world. Behind the assumptions of that future history lay a concept of man which was at the same time arrogant and humble. It was a concept that grew out of the dominant literary and scientific movements of the 19th and early 20th centuries, realism and naturalism on the literary side, Darwinism, sociology, Marxism, and Freudianism on the scientific. Realism, which helped shape critical standards of what fiction ought to be, sprang up about the middle of the 19th century, mostly in reaction to Romanticism. Realism, the truthful treatment of material, William Dean Howells calls it, was the ultimate in middle-class art, focusing its concerns on the immediate, the present, the specific action, and the clear consequence. It was democratic, emphasized character and ethics, that is, issues of conduct, and believed that art should imitate life, that is, be mimetic in the language of criticism. And since life had neither plot nor symmetry, realistic fiction should also eliminate them. Naturalism, which followed but did not succeed realism, shared with realism its concern for fidelity to detail and reaction to the assumptions of Romanticism. But it shared with Romanticism a belief that the action was important not so much for itself as for what it revealed about the nature of a greater reality. Naturalism was the application to fiction of the principles of scientific determinism. It drew much of its inspiration from Darwin, but also was influenced by Newton's mechanistic determinism, by Marx's view of history as a battleground of great economic and social forces, by Freud's concept of inner and subconscious determinism, and by Kant's COMTE view of social and environmental determinism. Under the influence of naturalism, science fiction adopted a view of man as an animal selected by environmental pressures for intelligence, aggressiveness, possessiveness, and survival. From the scientific optimism of the times, science fiction saw man also as an animal whose passions, aspirations, and understanding had given him a tragic nobility. He might not be divine, but in his hubris and his understanding, he partook of divinity. He had eaten of the tree of life and of the tree of knowledge, of good and evil. He was a creature who could dream of greatness and understand that it was only a dream. Man is the only animal that laughs and weeps, Hazlitt, Hazlitt, wrote, for he is the only animal that is struck with the difference between what things are and what they ought to be. Man exists, science fiction said, and he must continue to exist, for the process that evolved him selected survival characteristics of dominance, intelligence, adaptability, and endurance. Arthur C. Clarke illustrated that philosophical position with an early story called Rescue Party. A spaceship manned by members of a race who, quote, had been lords of the universe since the dawn of history, end of quote, discovers that Earth's sun is to become a nova in 7 hours, and that Earth, examined only 400,000 years ago and found to have no intelligent life, has developed a civilization. After searching an abandoned Earth, the ship finally discovers in the lonely void far beyond Pluto a vast, precise array of chemically powered spaceships. Alvaron, the old wise captain of the alien ship, gestures, with a tentacle, toward the Milky Way, quote, "from the central planets to the lonely suns of the rim," end of quote, and comments, "You know, I feel rather afraid of these people. Suppose they don't like our little federation. Something tells me they'll be a very determined people. We'd better be polite to them. After all, we only outnumber them about 1,000 million to 1. Gunn laughed at his captain's little joke. 20 years afterwards, the remark didn't seem so funny. Robert Heinlein, in his juvenile novel Have Spacesuit, Will Travel, set up a situation in which a teenager faces the responsibility of representing man's right to survive before a council of 3 galaxies, which has accused humanity of being a danger to all other intelligent creatures. The boy finally can endure the unfairness no longer. Quote, "It's no defense. You don't want a defense. All right, take away our star. You will if you can, and I guess you can. Go ahead. We'll make a star. Then, someday, we'll come back and hunt you down, all of you." End of quote. Nobody bawled me out. I suddenly felt like a kid who has made a horrible mistake at a party and doesn't know how to cover it up. But I meant it. Oh, I didn't think we could do it. Not yet. But we'd die trying. Die trying is the proudest human thing. Pride in humanity has been one of science fiction's most significant attitudes, alternating, of course, with feelings of shame, dismay, and disgust. Misanthropy has been a persistent ingredient in the mix. I do not wish to suggest that science fiction writers have been single-minded, but that certain attitudes represent the main current. But pride not so much in the qualities a creature must have to survive, though survival is basic and without it everything else is frivolous, but pride in the qualities a creature that must survive can develop and sustain in spite of unrelenting adversity. Man, says the science fiction main current, must be tough and aggressive, but his glory is that he can temper his toughness and aggressiveness with an appreciation for beauty, with artistic creativity, with self-sacrifice, with a capacity for love. And that paradox is what it means to be truly human. Naturalism held no such pride in man nor hopes for him. What it seemed to demand was understanding of man's predicament, and through understanding, an amelioration of the harsh judgments and treatments inflicted upon him. Science fiction moderated its naturalism, its Darwinism, not merely with optimism, but with rationalism. Leo Roston concluded a recent book with a story about destiny. Destiny came down to an island centuries ago and summoned 3 of the inhabitants before him. "What would you do," asked Destiny, "if I told you that tomorrow this island will be completely inundated by an immense tidal wave?" The first man, who was a cynic, said, "Why, I would eat, drink, carouse, and make love all night long." The second man, who was a mystic, said, "I would go to the sacred groves with my loved ones and make sacrifices to the gods and pray without ceasing." And the third man, who loved reason, thought for a while, confused and troubled, and said, "Why, I would assemble our wisest men and begin at once to study how to live under water." The man who loved reason had the rational approach of a science fiction writer. The spirit he represents finds alien the dismal view of man displayed by the mainstream when its writers venture into the genre, like Aldous Huxley with Brave New World, or Neville Shute, Shute, with On the Beach. It is not so much that their view of man is tragic, nor even that they perceive him as an emotional rather than a rational being, but that they underestimate him. If threatened by destruction, science fiction says, man will not surrender peacefully. He will struggle to the end, studying how to live underwater, on a frozen or a flaming earth, in outer space, on the most hostile worlds. It seems to me that this is the truer picture of man's character. That concept is not unique to science fiction, of course. I decline to accept the end of man, William Faulkner said in his 1950 Nobel laureate speech, and I believe that man will not merely endure, he will prevail. And Dylan Thomas wrote, do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. But rationalism, the belief that the mind is the ultimate judge of reality and can be relied upon to provide an answer to any problem, even rationalism modified by experimentalism, does not completely describe science fiction's philosophic position. Independently, it arrived at a position which approximated existentialism, described by Jean-Paul Sartre in these terms. Atheistic existentialism, of which I am a representative, declares with greater consistency that if God does not exist, there is at least one being whose existence comes before its essence, a being which exists before it can be defined by any conception of it. That being is man, or, as Heidegger had it, the human reality. What do we mean by saying that existence precedes essence? We mean that man first of all exists, encounters himself, surges up in the world, and defines himself afterwards. Man is nothing else but that which he makes of himself. If, however, it is true that existence is prior to essence, man is responsible for what he is. Thus, the first effect of existentialism is that it puts every man in possession of himself as he is, and places the entire responsibility for his existence squarely upon his own shoulders. And when we say that man is responsible for himself, we do not mean that he is responsible only for his own individuality, but that he is responsible for all men. When we say that man chooses himself, we do mean that every one of us must choose himself, but by that we also mean that in choosing for himself, he chooses for all men. Even before Sartre, though not before Kierkegaard, whose influence upon science fiction is doubtful, science fiction said that man was responsible and that each individual was a representative of humanity. Even if he is a conditioned animal, through his passions and his understanding, he has free will. He can choose between actions and between fates. Even in a hostile universe deserted by God and meaning, he still must struggle to remain human, to do the human thing. The human thing varies. It may be to survive, to keep evolving, to keep improving, to explore the ultimate potential of the human form, the human mind, the human spirit, or of intelligence itself. In this sense, the arrogance of the science fiction man is a kind of humility before the blind creative processes which produce him, and a determination to assume the responsibilities of choice. Carried to its ultimate form, this philosophy results in not only individual but racial sacrifice. If some alien race or intelligence, natural or artificial, proves itself superior, better fitted to think, to understand, to create, to survive, man has a responsibility to step aside and, perhaps wearily, perhaps gratefully, lay down the earthman's burden. Science fiction writers almost always considered this solution, even if they did not always choose it. Mainstream writers venturing into the genre never consider intellectual superiority or promise. In a story called Resurrection, also The Monster, A.E. Van Vogt illustrated science fiction's pride in humanity and its still unrealized potential. An alien spaceship descends upon an Earth where life has been wiped out by an unexpected cosmic storm. The aliens recreate men from fragments of bone and destroy them as soon as they suggest a possibility of danger. Each resurrected man has greater powers until the fourth understands the situation at the moment of his rebirth, vanishes instantly, and revives the rest of mankind to fulfill man's interrupted destiny. Other stories demonstrate science-fictional man's concern for the survival of his successor, if not himself. Nietzsche, Nietzsche, called man a rope stretched between the animal and the superhuman. Arthur Clarke calls man the organic phase between the inorganic. It's hard to see, he has said, how on a lifeless planet an IBM computer could evolve without passing through the organic phase first. The intelligent machine may be man's successor. Clifford Simak, in a collection of related stories called City, imagined that man's successors would be dogs and robots. In John Campbell's story, Twilight, it was too late for dogs. Quote, as man strode toward maturity, he destroyed all forms of life that menaced him. End of quote. And eventually, because of their interdependence, all other forms of life. Now man was dying because he had lost his curiosity. But the machines still operated perfectly. A visitor to that distant future, quote, brought another machine to life and set it to a task which, in time to come, it will perform. I ordered it to make a machine which would have what man has lost, a curious machine. End of quote. On a more immediate level, science fiction tests mankind and the future against the principles of scientific positivism, a philosophy which rejects metaphysics and maintains that knowledge is based only on sense experience and scientific experiment and observation. The basic attitude of serious, main current science fiction speculation about the future and man's role in it is pragmatism. It is not what you believe to be true that will determine your or humanity's success, John Campbell's analog insisted, but what works. A substantial body of science fiction is dedicated to overturning prejudice and prior judgments, romanticism and sentimentality, and some writers have created careers out of asking themselves what mankind and its folk wisdom hold dear, and then demonstrating fictionally that the opposite makes more sense. The ultimate expression of this pragmatism is embodied in Tom Godwin's, Godwin, The Cold Equations. A girl, hoping to see her brother, who is a member of an advance group on a frontier planet, stows away aboard a one-man emergency delivery ship sent out by an interstellar liner with vital serum for another exploration party on that planet. The amount of fuel necessary to reach the planet has been carefully calculated because the frontier demands the strictest economy. Interstellar regulations state that a stowaway must be jettisoned immediately upon discovery. Otherwise, the ship will crash and kill 8 people instead of 1. The cold equations say that the girl must leave the ship, that she must die. She does. The cold equations looks at humanity from the viewpoint of the universe. The universe is indifferent to the feelings of individuals. It doesn't care whether they live or die, whether mankind itself survives. Its cosmic processes involve the titanic birth and death of suns, of galaxies, and of a universe itself slowly running down toward the universal heat death called entropy. And even for these things it does not care. Those who infer purpose or concern in the universe may find comfort, but they also assume risk, and what they hazard is not merely their own lives and the lives of others, but the waste of those lives, those human efforts, those human purposes, through sentiment or ignorance. Viewpoint is a key to the writing of fiction. More than 50 years ago, Percy Lubbock, in his classic study called The Craft of Fiction, wrote, "The whole intricate question of method in the craft of fiction I take to be governed by the question of the point of view, the question of the relation in which the narrator stands to the story." The kinds of viewpoints that science fiction adopts, however, are more than questions of narration, in a larger sense. Irrespective of the point of view from which the story is narrated, the viewpoints of science fiction, whether implied or explicit, have made science fiction what it is. They create the tone and perspective which have distinguished science fiction from other kinds of fiction, and more than anything else, subject or scene, created the effects it has achieved. These viewpoints detach the reader from his anthropomorphism, from his blind involvement with the human race. For the first time, perhaps, he is able to see man, and hopefully himself, from afar, and judge objectively his potential and his accomplishments, his history and his prospects. The most distant, coldest, most objective view is the indifference of the universe. Another, a bit closer and a bit more subjective, is the view of man from space. One reason for getting into space is to attain this perspective, and one of the values of the space program was the photography of Earth from space and the comments of the astronauts. From this group of extroverted pragmatists came such remarks as Neil Armstrong's, "I remember on the trip home on Apollo 11, it suddenly struck me that that tiny pea, pretty and blue, was the Earth. I put up my thumb and shut one eye, and my thumb blotted out the planet Earth. I didn't feel like a giant. I felt very, very small." To Bill Anders, the sight of Earth from space evoked, quote, "feelings about humanity and human needs that I never had before." End of quote. Rusty Schweikert said, "I completely lost my identity as an American astronaut. I felt a part of everyone and everything sweeping past me below." Or Tom Stafford, "You don't look down at the world as an American, but as a human being." Michael Collins, "I knew I was alone in a way that no earthling had ever been before." Or Ed Mitchell, "You develop an instant global consciousness, a people orientation, an intense dissatisfaction with the state of the world, and a compulsion to do something about it." Any of those statements could have come from Reverend Macmillan in my 1955 short story, The Cave of Night, in which the first man to venture into space gets stranded there and radios back. Quote, "Up here you wonder why we're so different when the land is the same. You think, we're all children of the same mother planet. Who says we're different? I have seen the earth as no man has ever seen it, turning below me like a fantastic ball, the seas like blue glass in the sun, or lashed into gray storm peaks, and the land green with life, the cities of the world in the night, sparkling, and the people." End of quote. What the astronauts felt is what science fiction, at its best, can achieve. What other kind of fiction has this capability? The view from space brings humility. In those photographs from space, where were man's monuments? Where were the signs of his civilization? Is there life on Earth? I.S. Shklovsky, Shklovskii, and Carl Sagan, Sagan, ask in their book Intelligent Life in the Universe, and go on to remark, after searching Tyros and Nimbus satellite photographs of the eastern seaboard of the United States and the southern tip of India and the island of Ceylon, quote, "The regions depicted in these photographs are among the most heavily populated and densely vegetated areas of the earth. Yet even close inspection shows no signs of life at all. New York appears deserted. India and Ceylon appear barren. When the resolution is no better than a few kilometers, there is no sign of life on Earth. The farther into space one travels, the less significant become the passions and agonies of man, and the only matter of importance in the long morning of man's struggle to survive is his survival so that his sons could be seated among the stars, just as the only importance of the long, terrible efforts of gilled creatures to live upon the land was that they became the ancestors of all air-breathers, including man, and the only importance to the life of a man is what he passes on to his children, or the children of his race, in the form of a physical, genetic, or intellectual legacy. In 1969, Ray Bradbury said, "Space travels say you can live forever. Now we are able to transport our seed to other worlds. We can be sure that this miraculous gift of life goes on forever." Another detached viewpoint of science fiction is the future. Much of science fiction has looked back at man from this vantage place. From there, the important function of the present is to make possible the future, or at least not to make it impossible. Ted Sturgeon made use of this viewpoint in his 1947 story, Thunder and Roses, in which the United States has been attacked with atomic bombs from both the East and the West. It is doomed. Although a few survivors still are searching for the secret trigger that would send off the atomic weapons of the United States in a retaliation which would destroy all life on Earth. One woman, a popular singer, tries to get across the message that, quote, "we must die without striking back," end of quote. Quote, "Let us die with the knowledge that we have done the one noble thing left to us. The spark of humanity can still live and grow on this planet. It will be blown and drenched, shaken and all but extinguished, but it will live if that song is a true one. It will live if we are human enough to discount the fact that the spark is in the custody of our temporary enemy. Some, a few, of his children will live to merge with the humanity that will gradually emerge from the jungles and the wilderness. Perhaps there will be 10,000 years of beastliness. Perhaps man will be able to rebuild while he still has his ruins." He looked down through the darkness at his hands. No planet, no universe is greater to a man than his own ego, his own observing self. These hands were the hands of all history, and like the hands of all men, they could by their small acts make human history or end it. Whether this power of hands was that of a billion hands, or whether it came to a focus in these two, this was suddenly unimportant to the eternities which now enfolded him. "You'll have your chance," he said into the far future, "and by heaven you'd better make good." End of quote. Here is science fiction pointing out the ultimate horror of Holocaust. The horror is not that so many will die so horribly and so painfully. All men are doomed to die, and few deaths are easy. But that it destroys the future of mankind, all the unachieved potential, all the untested possibilities, all the art and love and courage and glory that might be. It is not just that some idiot kind of total warfare might destroy the present. The present is being destroyed minute by minute as it is pushed inexorably into the future, but that it might destroy eternity. From this viewpoint, from the viewpoint of our distant descendants, no matter what their alien forms, ways, beliefs, the ultimate crime is not murder, but stupidity, as pollution, global war, civil strife, and other contemporary carelessnesses that threaten racial survival are stupid. In a metaphorical sense, science fiction might be considered letters from the future, from our children, urging us to be careful of their world. A final detached viewpoint is that of the alien, sometimes the alien to our society, such as the visitor from the future, as in Frederick Brown's Dark Interlude, or the visitor from a distant planet, as in Robert Sheckley's Love Incorporated, or the Earthman in an alien society, as in Sheckley's The Language of Love, or Robert Zelazny's Zelazny, A Rose for Ecclesiastes, or the man from the present in a future society, as in Edward Bellamy's Looking Backward, Wells' When the Sleeper Wakes, or Frederick Pohl's The Age of the Pussyfoot, sometimes the extraterrestrial beings who visit Earth for conquest or exploration or judgment, as in Murray Leinster's Nobody Saw the Ship, Ross Rocklin's Rocklynne, Jackdaw, Jack Williamson's The Trial of Tara, or Gordon Dickson's Dolphin's Way, or the alien conquerors of Arthur Clarke's Childhood's End, or the ultimate alien, the Creator, of Eric Frank Russell's Hobbyist. From the alien viewpoint, we can see more clearly the relativity of our most cherished beliefs, the ridiculousness of our traditions, our mores, and our concerns, and the temporality of our societies, and we can learn to share the broader vision that encompasses all living creatures, all thinking beings, as in Clifford Simak's Time Quarry and other stories, which by extension renders trivial the minor differences between races or individuals. These viewpoints, there are others, and innumerable variations upon them, help determine how a reader is going to react to science fiction. Some readers welcome perspective on themselves or on humanity. Some find it painful or silly, or are unable to make the imaginative leap necessary to dissociate themselves from their unshakably earthbound preconceptions. They are unable to get outside their own skins and their own viewpoints. This may be one reason fewer women have read and written science fiction than men. Genetically or through conditioning, women seem to be more emotionally committed to their own viewpoints. Edmund Crispin, Crispin, pointed out in a 1962 London Times literary supplement, all these things being thus, it would be surprising if science fiction were to be popular. Nobody can take altogether kindly to the thesis that neither he personally, nor anyone else whatever, runs much risk of unduly bedazzling the eye of eternity. The bestseller lists are scarcely, if one comes to think of it, the place to look for fiction which instructs us, no matter how cheerfully, in how completely trivial we all are. In medieval times, man was commonly visualized as being dwarfed against a backdrop of stupendous spiritual or supernatural agencies, yet not dwarfed ultimately, since the Christian religion consistently averred him to be a special creation. From the Renaissance onwards, that backdrop shrank, or was more and more ignored, with a corresponding gain in stature to the actor in front of it. What science fiction has done, and what makes it egregious, is to dwarf man all over again, this time without compensation, against a new great backdrop, that of environment. Leopold Bloom has Dublin, and Strether has Edwardian England, and Madame Bovary has provincial France, but the relative non-entities in science fiction have the entire cosmos, with everything that is, or conceivably might be, in it. The mainstream and the literary criticism that created it emphasize instead the overriding importance of the individual. Crispin writes of science fiction as, quote, origin of species fiction, end of quote, in which a man is important only in his relationship to humanity. To focus on any individual, quote, is as if a bacteriologist were to become fixated not just on a particular group of bacteria, but on one isolated bacterium, end of quote. Opposed to that is D.H. Lawrence's conviction that, quote, only in living individuals is life there, and individual lives cannot be aggregated or equated or dealt with quantitatively in any way, end of quote. F.R. Leavis, Leavis, the English literary critic, quoted Lawrence's statement in Leavis's 1962 rejoinder to C.P. Snow's The Two Cultures. A brief summary of that debate may be illuminating here. Snow was describing the scientific culture, but for that we might, without significant distortion, substitute science fiction. And Leavis was defending the literary culture, but for that we can substitute mainstream. That, at its best, is the literary culture's mode of expression. Through an examination of the positions taken in the debate, we may be able to understand why the mainstream became what it is, and why, until recently, science fiction was excluded from it. After expressing regret over the fact that most scientists are ignorant of literature, and greater regret over the fact that almost all members of the literary culture are ignorant of science, Snow attacked literary intellectuals as, quote, natural Luddites, end of quote, who, quote, have never tried, wanted, nor been able to understand the Industrial Revolution, much less accept it. Almost everywhere, intellectual persons didn't comprehend what was happening. Certainly the writers didn't. Plenty of them shuddered away, as though the right course for a man of feeling was to contract out. Some tried various kinds of fancies, which were not in effect more than screams of horror, end of quote. Snow saw, quote, those two revolutions, the agricultural and the industrial scientific, end of quote, as, quote, the only qualitative changes in social living that men have ever known, end of quote, and noted that, quote, with singular unanimity in any country where they had the chance, the poor walked off the land into the factories as fast as the factories could take them, end of quote. Against this, Leavis placed a, quote, vision of our imminent tomorrow in today's America. The energy, the triumphant technology, the productivity, the high standard of living, and the life impoverishment. The human emptiness and boredom, craving alcohol of one kind or another, end of quote, and compared it with, quote, a bushman, an Indian peasant, or a member of those poignantly surviving primitive peoples with their marvelous art and skills and vital intelligence, end of quote. If the scientists have the future in their bones, Snow said, then the traditional culture responds by wishing that the future did not exist. Leavis inherited his critical principles from Matthew Arnold, who said, literature is the criticism of life. Of course, Arnold meant criticism in the broad sense of judging and evaluation rather than fault-finding, but the standards of literature and literary comparisons with past successes have led to more fault-finding than programs for improvement. In 1913, Bertrand Russell pointed out, in the study of literature or art, our attention is perpetually riveted upon the past. The men of Greece or of the Renaissance did better than any men do now. The triumphs of former ages, so far from facilitating fresh triumphs in our own age, actually increase the difficulty of fresh triumphs by rendering originality harder of attainment. Not only is artistic achievement not cumulative, but it seems even to depend upon a certain freshness and naivete of impulse and vision which civilization tends to destroy. Hence come to those who have been nourished on the literary and artistic productions of former ages a certain peevishness and undue fastidiousness towards the present, from which there seems no escape except into the deliberate vandalism which ignores tradition and in the search after originality achieves only the eccentric. And H.G. Wells noted in 1929, "We are constantly being told that the human animal is degenerating, body and mind, through the malign influences of big towns, that a miasma of vulgarity and monotony is spreading over a once refined and rich and beautifully varied world, that something exquisite called the human soul, which was formerly quite all right, is now in a very bad way, and that, plainly, before us, unless we mend our ways and return to medieval dirt and haphazard, the open road, the wind upon the heath, brother, simple piety, and unrestricted birth rate, spade husbandry, handmade furniture, honest homely surgery without anesthetics, long skirts and hair for women, a 10-hour day for workmen, and more slapping and snubbing for the young, there is nothing before us but nervous wreckage and spiritual darkness." One source for such accusations might be Ruskin, who noted in the mid-19th century, quote, "signs of a slavery in our England 1,000 times more bitter and more degrading than that of the scourged African or Helot Greek. Men may be beaten, chained, tormented, yoked like cattle, slaughtered like summer flies, and yet remain in one sense, and the best sense, free." End of quote. And Ruskin went on to praise the age of nobility and peasantry when, quote, "famine and peril and sword and all evil and all shame have been borne willingly in the causes of masters and kings." End of quote. In this context, Leavis wrote that the human faculty, above all others to which literature addresses itself, is the moral consciousness, which is also the source of all successful creation, the very root of poetic genius, and to maintain that great literature asks deeply important questions about the civilization around it, but, quote, "of course, to such questions there can't be, in any ordinary sense of the word, answers." End of quote. The questions, moreover, will all be of the sort to make society hesitate, slow down, lose confidence in the future, distrust both social planning and technological advance. In support, The Spectator remarked that, quote, "philosophy takes the form of that effort to impart moral direction which is to be found in the best 19th century English writers." End of quote. If Snow's scientists have the future in their bones, the literary culture claims moral direction. Professor Martin Green pointed out in 1962 that, quote, "for the last 10 or 15 years the study of literature, and to some extent the general intellectual climate, has been increasingly dominated by a movement very largely antithetical in tendency, a movement which insists on narrow, intense knowledge, insights, on the need for personal freedom within the best planned society, on the dangers of modern science and technology, on the irreducibility of artistic and religious modes." Webster's New World Dictionary defines science as, quote, "knowledge as opposed to intuition," end of quote. And Maxwell Anderson described the work of art as, quote, "a hieroglyph, and the artist's endeavor is to set forth his version of the world in a series of picture writings, which convey meanings beyond the scope of direct statement." End of quote. By what criteria is literature evaluated? Theories of criticism have not so much evolved as alternated, beginning with the classical criticism of Aristotle, Longinus, and Horace, criticism moved through the ecclesiasticism of the Middle Ages, the classical revival of the Renaissance, various attempts like that of Sir Philip Sidney's to find a new theory of criticism, the neoclassicism of Alexander Pope, the Romanticism of Wordsworth and Coleridge, the Impressionism, growing out of Romanticism, of Walter Pater, the Realism of Matthew Arnold, and then of William Dean Howells and Henry James, the Naturalism of Émile Zola and Frank Norris, and finally arriving in this century at the New Humanism of Irving Babbitt and Paul Elmer More, Marxist Pragmatism, and the New Criticism of Robert Penn Warren, Alan Tate, and Cleanth Brooks. M. H. Abrams in The Mirror and the Lamp suggests that criticism can be categorized according to the dominance of one of four elements in, quote, the total situation of a work of art, end of quote. The work, the artist, the universe, and the audience. If the critic judges the work on how well it imitates the universe, he is using mimetic theory. In terms of its effect on an audience, pragmatic theory. In terms of the artist, expressive theory. In its own terms, objective theory. Mimetic theory, imitation, was dominant in Aristotle and his successors. Pragmatic theory from Horace through most of the 18th century. Expressive theory came in with Romanticism. Objective theory, the work itself for its own sake, emerged in the 19th century and became dominant in the 20th. Modern criticism, and the popular book review media, which, insofar as they contain criticism rather than reviews, are subconsciously influenced by prevalent critical standards and modes, has ignored science fiction for most of its recent history, not only because of the crudeness of its craftsmanship, the ephemeral nature of its medium, and its non-discriminating popular audience, but also because its philosophy was optimistic and scientific in a pessimistic, anti-scientific literary climate, because its values were accessible only through mimetic and pragmatic theory in a period dominated by expressive and objective theory, and because modern criticism finds nothing to say about its style and content. Hilary Corke, C-O-R-K-E, British poet and critic, says of Snow's novels, quote, their emphasis is on plot, not character, end of quote, and, quote, a paragraph of a Snow novel yields nothing whatever to deep analysis. His merits lie in the structure and ordering of the whole, end of quote. The same comments might be made about a well-constructed science fiction novel. All of this was true until recently. About half a dozen years ago, a time roughly coincident with the student riots, not only in the United States but in France and Great Britain as well, revolution came to science fiction. Perhaps a revolution was inevitable against the apparent inhumanity of a viewpoint which could equate the Vietnam War with Wat Tyler's rebellion, discrimination with serfdom, individual tragedy with the crushing of a cockroach, which could think of mass starvation as a possible long-term good, plague as a genetic boon, humanitarianism as genetic suicide, and war as merely another means of redressing Malthusian imbalances. Although science fiction has been consistently egalitarian, libertarian, and fraternitarian, its penchant for the long view ultimately created a new breed of writers who focused their concerns on the short term, on individuals and their inalienable worth, on men's passions and perplexities rather than their reason. But it was no coincidence that the revolution in science fiction, Judith Merril called it the New Wave, in her later SF The Year's Best anthologies, occurred at the same time as the campus disturbances over civil rights in the Vietnam War, which spilled over into university governance and even the structure of the college curriculum. The new wave was more than a reaction to the scientific positivism that had become the main current of science fiction. It was a response by young writers to the spirit of the times, which was rejecting intellectualism as a blind alley, which demonstrated itself in a resurgence of fantasy, occultism, and mysticism, and in a willingness to sacrifice the universities to end the war in Vietnam, to trade the classroom and the book for the experience, to seek answers in drugs and meditation rather than in study and experiment, to put together new groupings rather than improve old ones. I think, therefore I am, became I feel, therefore I am. And this shift from rationalism to sensationalism found its way into science fiction, first in England through Michael Moorcock's state-subsidized New Worlds, and the writings of J.G. Ballard, Brian Aldiss, and in part of John Brunner and Moorcock himself, and was picked up in the United States by Harlan Ellison, Norman Spinrad, Thomas Disch, D-I-S-C-H, and a host of younger writers. Tom Godwin's The Cold Equations ends, "A cold equation had been balanced, and he was alone on the ship. Something shapeless and ugly was hurrying ahead of him, going to Woden, where its brother was waiting through the night. But the empty ship still lived for a little while with the presence of the girl who had not known about the forces that killed with neither hatred nor malice. It seemed almost that she still sat, small and bewildered and frightened, on the metal box beside him, her words echoing hauntingly clear in the void she had left behind her. I didn't do anything to die for. I didn't do anything." J.G. Ballard's Terminal Beach also is about death, but death which is not caused but casual, and dealt with not directly but symbolically through the wanderings of a man named Traven among the sterile, incomprehensible structures remaining on deserted Eniwetok, site of a post-war hydrogen bomb test. The story is evocative, and its meaning comes elusively through descriptions of a psychological numbness to death and a premonition of atomic catastrophe. Traven's wife and 6-year-old son were killed in an automobile accident, but this seems to Traven only part of what he calls the pre-third, the 2 decades between 1945 and 1965, quote, "suspended from the quivering volcano's lip of World War III." End of quote. Now Traven has come to Eniwetok for a purpose he does not understand, and he moves aimlessly around the island. Ballard's story ends. As the next days passed into weeks, the dignified figure of the dead Japanese sat in his chair 50 yards from him, guarding Traven from the blocks. Their magic still filled Traven's reveries, but he now had sufficient strength to rouse himself and forage for food. In the hot sunlight, the skin of the Japanese became more and more bleached, and sometimes Traven would wake at night to find the white, sepulchral figure sitting there, arms resting at its sides, in the shadows that crossed the concrete floor. At these moments, he would often see his wife and son watching him from the dunes. As time passed, they came closer, and he would sometimes turn to find them only a few yards behind him. Patiently, Traven waited for them to speak to him, thinking of the great blocks whose entrance was guarded by the seated figure of the dead archangel, as the waves broke on the distant shore and the burning bombers fell through his dreams. Stories like Terminal Beach partake more of the mainstream than of science fiction in its traditional form, and some traditional writers and readers of science fiction objected to what they considered their inconclusiveness, willful obscurity, pointlessness, and aping of mainstream experimental techniques at the expense of content. But the deeper objections of the traditionalists were stirred, I believe, by the mainstream attitudes New Wave writers adopted. In general, New Wave stories have traded the viewpoints of detachment for identification with the individual, and their viewpoint on reality has been subjective. Professor Arthur Meisner, Mizener, believes that contemporary fiction draws upon four main traditions: realistic, romantic, subjective, and Southern. The last falls outside the framework of the other three, and we will ignore it. The three traditions can be distinguished, Meisner says, by their attitude toward objective common sense. The realistic story makes us feel that objective common sense will not only be correct about how things will turn out, but right and wise, and understanding that they must turn out that way. The romantic story makes us feel that objective common sense is likely to be correct about how things will turn out, but will miss the real meaning of things because it will not take into account the feelings of the central character. And the subjective story makes us feel that what men dream is so important and therefore so real that the objective world of common sense, however resistant to men's desires, does not finally count. Science fiction, in the tradition established and nourished by John Campbell in the magazine first called Astounding and then Analog, is primarily realistic. Science fiction in the tradition of the scientific romance of the early pulp magazines was primarily romantic. The writers of the New Wave seem primarily subjectivists. A thoroughly respectable literary position, but one which is foreign not only to main current science fiction, but to science itself. It is not alien, however, to fantasy, which always has been subjective. Science fiction is a public vision. Fantasy is a private vision. As a consequence, writers of fantasy always have been more acceptable to the mainstream than writers of science fiction. Ray Bradbury, for instance, was welcomed into the mainstream early in his career. Asimov and Heinlein never were. Although Heinlein's least characteristic and most private science fiction novel, Stranger in a Strange Land, achieved some recognition. Professor Gary K. Wolfe, writing in Extrapolation, responded to Sam Lunwall's criticism of Bradbury's Mars as a fantasy world, or rather, quote, the nostalgic Middle West of Bradbury's dreams, end of quote, with the statement that, quote, the weakness of Bradbury's Mars being a transplanted Middle West is what ultimately gives the book its strength, because it argues that values are transmitted by individuals rather than society, and that man tries to remake the natural world in his own image. End of quote. But the New Wave did more than insinuate a mainstream viewpoint into science fiction. It also brought in a greater concern for technique, for stream of consciousness and interior monologue, for shifting viewpoints and symbols and metaphors, for complex characters conducting their lives on a treadmill of meaningless days, for little people or strange people caught up in the innumerable folds of an inexplicable world, for lives that are static, trapped, or doomed. I have no mouth and I must scream, writes Harlan Ellison. And Tom Dish writes, The Squirrel Cage. Some of the younger writers have picked up or reinvented Heinlein's 1947 suggestion that science fiction be renamed speculative fiction on the grounds that science fiction is too narrow a term to cover the various kinds of fiction that qualify under any reasonable definition, but include no science. The motivations of these writers of speculative fiction probably are a bit more complex. The term science fiction is not broad enough to cover the kind of fiction they wish to write, and a new name suggests new possibilities, new directions, and a break with old pulp origins. By now the waves have quieted. Writers who want to do new things, experimental things, are doing them. Writers who want to say new things, difficult things, outrageous things, are saying them. Many of these new voices are finding new audiences. Young people, particularly, are finding the new subjective writers appealing. The net result has been, in spite of the outcries of the traditionalists, an increase in the audience for science fiction. The dividing line between the traditional and the new is blurring, and the differences may be striking to the informed, but the similarities are greater to the reader looking for something different in reading matter that recognizes the pressing importance, both objective and subjective, of external problems. A side effect of the new wave has been an increased freedom within the field to experiment, to use unfamiliar techniques and unusual subject matter. In other words, to liberate still further what has always prided itself on being the freest medium for fiction. The final shape of science fiction, or speculative fiction, is still unclear. Some observers fear the dominance of the new wave, of style to the detriment of content. If the decision were up to mainstream critics alone, this fear might be realized, for they find many familiar and valued elements in new wave fiction, and their close analysis can be rewarding. But new wave fiction, no matter how avant-garde the style, and much of it is no more avant-garde than Ulysses, 1922, and USA, Manhattan Transfer, 1925, still is about something, which is not the usual situation in mainstream fiction. What we may expect in science fiction is a gradual return by new wave writers to the basic principle that style grows out of and informs content, and a growing concern by more traditional writers with language, character, and subjective reality, and by both wilder journeys into the outer reaches of experiment. Already such trends are apparent. Greater variety is being tolerated, even encouraged, in subject, approach, and style. An increasing number of writers will be difficult or impossible to categorize. The goal will be the goal of the mainstream, each writer with his individual vision, his individual voice. Meanwhile, mainstream vigor, where it exists, seems to derive from its contacts with popular culture. Motion pictures, folk heroes, commercials, radio, television, comic strips, advertisements, modern myths, rock music and musicians, detective stories, science fiction. We live in a pop culture. Is there any other kind? Where soup cans are art and commercials are the most skillful art forms on television. Literature is just beginning to recognize these facts. Contemporary fiction may have gone as far as it can go in the examination of character, even of abnormal character. And now its major prospect, as Stanley Elkin has predicted, may be the exploration of language. One alternative is to tap the source of energy in our culture, the myths and concerns that shape men's lives, and to consider them fictionally, to turn them into story. Mainstream writers increasingly are turning to the themes and concepts of science fiction. Barth, Borges, Boole, Burgess, Burroughs, Golding, Hersey, Lessing, Nabokov, Rand, Vercors, Vonnegut, Wozniacki, John Williams, Colin Wilson, Wook. What they are finding are not only the vitality of popular culture and the excitement of unexplored territory, unexplored, that is, by mainstream writers, but also subjects relevant to the times in which we live and not tracked over with literary footprints, subjects with the evocative power of a freshly minted metaphor. And although these writers now may be dealing with science fiction themes at arm's length rather than in hand-to-hand engagement, as time passes, they may be expected to become as knowledgeable about content and ideas as they are about technique, if they can shed the prejudices of the literary culture. As the drunken hero of God Bless You, Mr. Rosewater says to a convention of science fiction writers, "I love you sons of bitches. You're all I read anymore. You're the only ones who'll talk about the really terrific changes going on. The only ones crazy enough to know that life is a space voyage, and not a short one either, but one that'll last for billions of years. You're the only ones with guts to really care about the future, who really notice what machines do to us, what wars do to us, what cities do to us, what tremendous misunderstandings, mistakes, accidents, and catastrophes do to us. You're the only ones zany enough to agonize over time and distances without limit, over mysteries that will never die, over the fact that we are right now determining whether the space voyage for the next billion years or so is going to heaven or hell." The author of that passage, Kurt Vonnegut, Jr., obtained his first recognition in science fiction magazines and books, although he later insisted that he not be labeled a science fiction writer and made his reputation in the mainstream. Other science fiction writers are being read outside the category, and if they have not exactly been welcomed into the mainstream, they have not been systematically excluded as they have been in the past. First, of course, comes the broader readership. Major success in the science fiction field today depends upon hundreds of thousands of sales to occasional or infrequent science fiction readers. And then comes the recognition. Robert Heinlein's Stranger in a Strange Land, 1961, has sold phenomenally well to the new youth culture, as has Frank Herbert's Dune, 1965. Time magazine called them, quote, "good examples of how public concerns and infatuations catch up with the science fiction imagination," end of quote. Older books, such as Isaac Asimov's Foundation trilogy, 1951, and Frederick Poul and Cyril Kornbluth's The Space Merchants, 1953, have almost never been out of print, and Arthur C. Clarke's Childhood's End, 1953, had gone through 18 printings by 1971. Quote, Walter M. Miller, Jr.'s A Canticle for Leibowitz, 1960, an extraordinary novel even by literary standards, has flourished by word of mouth for a dozen years, end of quote. Time noted. More recent books may achieve similar success and status as the years provide them with the opportunity to achieve a reputation through some circuitous or underground route. The new academic interest in science fiction, the first college course was taught by Professor Mark Hillegas, Hillegas, at Colgate in 1962, has infiltrated most of the nation's colleges and universities and now is percolating down to high schools and even junior high schools. Such courses will have the effects of lending science fiction some respectability, probably of increasing the potential audience, possibly of misdirecting or petrifying the genre. Some science fiction books will be brought to general public attention by an understanding reviewer in the mainstream, just as more mainstream writers will be turning to science fiction for material and inspiration. until science fiction and the mainstream will meet somewhere to the right of science fiction and to the left of the mainstream, and where the works drew their tradition will be impossible to determine. This process of reunion will be enhanced by the diminishing influence of the magazines, which, like oak leaves, have stubbornly clung to their small branches after the rest of their fellow pulps have mouldered back to the condition from which they came. The old science fiction unity, the brotherhood of writers and editors and readers who learned only from each other and built upon each other's concepts, is dwindling as alternate methods of publication, original anthologies, paperbacks, even hardcovers, have become more numerous and more important. The ghetto walls are demolished. The us against the rest of the world mentality is fading. The consensus future and the philosophical position on which it was built is beginning to fall apart as science fiction splinters into 100 markets, into 1,000 disparate individual visions. Science fiction will bring nothing to the mainstream if it surrenders to mainstream philosophies and mainstream values. Both science fiction and the mainstream will be stronger if science fiction retains its unique concepts, narrative strengths, idea orientation, detached viewpoints, and commitments that it developed over the long years of isolation. James E. Gunn. Born in Kansas City, Missouri in 1923, James E. Gunn received his B.S. degree in journalism in 1947 after 3 years in the U.S. Navy during World War II, and his M.A. in English from the University of Kansas in 1951. He has worked as an editor for a publisher of paperback reprints, as assistant director of civil defense in Kansas City, as managing editor of KU Alumni Publications, as administrative assistant to the chancellor for university relations at the University of Kansas, and now serves the university as a lecturer in English and journalism. He teaches courses in fiction writing and science fiction. He has served as chairman of the Mid-America District of the American College Public Relations Association and member of the Information Committee of the National Association of State Universities and Land-Grant Colleges. He has won national awards for his work as an editor and a director of public relations. He was president of the Science Fiction Writers of America for 1971-1972. He has written plays, screenplays, radio scripts, articles, verse, and criticism, but most of his publications have been science fiction. He started writing science fiction in 1948, was a full-time freelance writer for 4 years, and has had more than 60 stories published in magazines. 8 of his novels have been published, and his master's thesis about science fiction was serialized in a pulp magazine. 4 of his stories were dramatized over NBC radio. 1, The Cave of Night, was dramatized on television's Desilu Playhouse under the title of Man in Orbit, and The Immortals was dramatized as an ABC TV Movie of the Week during the 1969-1970 season, and became an hour series, The Immortal, in the fall of 1970. His story and screenplay, The Reluctant Witch, is scheduled for production. The following are books by James E. Gunn. This Fortress World, 1955, Gnome and Ace. Starbridge, 1955, Gnome and Ace with Jack Williamson. Station in Space, 1958, Bantam. The Joymakers, 1961 and 1971, Bantam. The Immortals, 1962 and 1968, Bantam. Future Imperfect, 1964, Bantam. Man and the Future. The Inter-Century Seminar at the University of Kansas, editor, 1968, the University Press of Kansas. The Witching Hour, 1970, Dell. The Immortals, 1970, Bantam. The Burning, 1972, Dell. Breaking Point, 1972, Walker. The Listeners, 1972, Scribner's. Alternate Worlds, An Illustrated History of Science Fiction, 1973, Prentice Hall. Alexei and Cory Panshin, Science Fiction, New Trends and Old. What are trends? Perhaps we can say that trends are the small-scale movements, evolutions, progressions, and fashions that are perceived by those living within one moment and stretching to anticipate the next. Trends are arbitrary. Their background interconnections are fuzzy. Trends are cosmic twitches. There are people who have to anticipate trends, who have to be finely tuned to trends. Dress designers, also boutique proprietors. Or, living on rock music, as so many of us do, we might be aware that rock music has passed through a country-influenced phase, then an art song period, and now is experimenting with decadence. We might care about trends in rock music. Or those who are interested in publishing might care about the trends that affect Newsweek and the trends that affect Amazing. Is this the right scale? We do agree that these are trends, and if we look at what SF criticism has managed until now, we would have to admit that until now SF criticism has lived in the moment. It has questioned the meanings of individual books, as in Damon Knight's In Search of Wonder, the first major book of SF criticism. Or, as in James Blish's several books, it has questioned the professional competence presently apparent in SF. It has fitted shapes over the careers of various writers, as those careers have lengthened, as in several books by Sam Moskowitz and in Heinlein in Dimension. It has begun to track its past, as in DeCamp's Science Fiction Handbook, and again in books by Sam Moskowitz. At its most universalizing, SF has attempted to make sense of the present in terms of the immediate past, as in Kingsley Amis' New Maps of Hell, which would have remade the SF of 1960 in the shape of the SF of 1954, only more so. You would have to say, then, yes, SF criticism at its best has dealt in trend snatching. All right, if we are dealing in trends, what are the trends of the moment that seem significant? In the past 10 years, SF has played at the adaptation of myth to SF, as in stories by Robert Zelazny, Thomas Burnett Swan, Samuel R. Delaney, and Emil Petaja, P-E-T-A-J-A. In the late 60s, the most notable SF seemed to be experiments in styles copied from mainstream models, as in stories by Brian Aldiss, John Brunner, and Philip Jose Farmer. Most recently, the SF that demands attention is into decadence, as in stories by Robert Silverberg, Norman Spinrad, and Barry Malzberg. Almost all stories at this moment are at least a bit into decadence. If these are trends, how do we make sense of them, let alone predict what everybody will be expressing next year? Now that Robert Silverberg has slowed his writing pace, are we to assume that the phase of decadence will soon be over? Who is to be the next writer of the moment? That's one kind of trend. Here's another. The often declared and long-cherished division between science fiction and fantasy is becoming harder and harder to maintain. Independently of the year-to-year lurches of SF given above, the symbols of traditional fantasy are being accepted in modern SF stories. Here's another. The audience for modern SF has grown ever since Hugo Gernsback founded Amazing Stories in 1926. In a time when the audience for mimetic fiction is becoming steadily smaller, SF is the one literature in the Western world whose audience is steadily growing. Here's one last trend. Since 1926, the course of modern SF has never run smooth. SF has had its good periods and its bad ones. As examples, SF was having a remarkably bad period when John Campbell assumed the editorship of Astounding in 1937, and was in another period of stagnation in 1960 when Earl Kemp won a Hugo for his fan publication, a symposium entitled Who Killed Science Fiction? But there have been other years when nobody would have been inclined to ask that question. For instance, the early years of the 40s, when Heinlein, Van Vogt, de Camp, Sturgeon, and Asimov were establishing themselves, were fruitful times. So were the middle 60s. The 1967 year's Best Anthology, edited by Donald Wollheim and Terry Carr, is enough to make you smile. That isn't true of the work being written at the moment. We are getting ready to trot the 1960 question out again. These are trends enough for anyone. If it were sufficient to talk about science fiction, new trends and old, we could pick these trends up one at a time and hash them out. But if we did, we would not know any more than we do now. We would have a handful of well-analyzed trends, but still have no complete idea of the overall significance of science fiction. Until now, we have always looked at SF in the most present and immediate way. We have wondered about books. We have judged contemporary standards of craftsmanship. We have added up careers as totals of, and then he wrote. We have taken the current temperature and pulse of the field. We have marveled at how very marvelous this marvelous and unpredictable science fiction has been. If we try to understand trends in terms of trends, we will be unable to see the underlying unity that explains all the trends of SF that bewilder us. We suspect that until now SF criticism has been too much in the middle of an immense and radically changing thing to do more than take present bearings. However, for the first time now, it seems possible that one might view SF from a new plane and see how it can accommodate all these very different twitches, these trends. Since it seems possible, we want to try, with the editor's permission and your indulgence, a bit of foolery. Here is an assumption. Any unifying explanation of SF will lie in a dimension in which we are not used to looking when we think about SF. That is, any unifying explanation of SF will look strange at first. It will not be easy for some to accept at first, whatever it is, because it is strange. With your indulgence, we will attempt a strange unifying answer. Take it as deadly serious or take it as a joke, but consider that any unifying explanation of SF will look at least as strange as this. Let us suppose. It seems that if there is one conclusion made by modern psychology, Freud and all his legitimate and illegitimate heirs, that can stand as proven beyond challenge, it is this. We are in large part enigmas to ourselves. Will we all accept this? It hasn't been a current idea for very long. The Oxford Universal Dictionary dates the first use of the word unconscious, meaning not available to the conscious mind, as an adjective to 1909, and as a noun to 1920. But now it does seem indisputably true that the unconscious exists. None of us sees himself complete and whole. Whatever we may know about ourselves that others do not, none of us is able to see himself as others may. We may think that the way we are is just the natural way we are, and never realize that it is unusual. We may tick like a clock and never realize it. We may pulse visibly. We are able to see virtues and defects in others that we are blind to in ourselves. Ask us to explain ourselves, and we will rationalize as best we can. But some things we won't be able to talk about. Some we'll forget or leave out. We know as much as we consciously know, but our unconscious knowledge is unavailable to us. This is not willful intent to ignore what is writ plain. At least it is not merely that. We are separated from our unconscious, and we don't know how to learn to know it better. We may try to know ourselves by self-inspection, but it doesn't work. Conscious inspection inspects the conscious. We tote up what we know of our behavior. We find reasons for the behavior. We call the conscious and the reasons I. But we are still separated from the unconscious. We cannot know the whole of our minds. It may be that by means of education and training it would be possible to circumvent our inability to know ourselves, but that kind of subtle instruction is not generally available. In spite of whatever hopes we might have had, it was missing for all of us in the schools and universities. One of the ways in which we look to discover the full range of our minds is art. If we cannot discern our minds by direct inspection, we can see them indirectly, mirrored in art. Fiction is a form of the artistic mirror. In the symbol patterns of fiction, we can see our minds reflected. We believe that our minds are the sum of our knowledge of the universe. In a story, knowledge is symbolized and committed to paper. The universe of any story is a symbol of the entire mind. Our conscious knowledge is symbolized by known things. Our unconscious is symbolized by unknown things. This is an unusual construction of fiction. We are saying that a straight chair in a story is a symbol of consciously known things. And we are saying that an invading alien in a story who lands on the White House lawn and craves present audience with the administrator of the land is a symbol of the unconscious. If this is strange enough to move you to object, please hold your objections for a moment and see how the fit grows. We may call the kind of story that insists on the primacy of known things mimetic fiction. This is the product of writers like Jane Austen, Charles Dickens, Mark Twain, Norman Mailer, John D. MacDonald, and even James Joyce and Zane Grey. In these stories, everything, no matter how strange, can or should be reduced by confrontation to the status of known things. That is, no matter how strange Joyce may get, what happens can ultimately be explained as dream, or the flow of thought, or madness. Mimetic fiction is explainable in daylight terms. It might equally be called social fiction, because it deals in the world of consensus, or rational fiction because it deals in rational explanations. This is fiction of a conscious world. Its ultimate loyalties are to the power of the conscious mind, just as the loyalties of your conscious mind are to itself. The purpose of mimetic fiction is consciousness raising. Through inventory, the interconnections of the known are traced. The known gets to know itself. So might Charles Dickens acquaint you with society, Mark Twain with life on the Mississippi, and James Joyce with conscious phrasings of the existence of the unconscious. On the other hand, the kind of story that insists on the primacy of symbols of the unknown is fantasy. Symbols of the unknown are such things as magics or strange powerful spirits and beings, all that no ordinary power can successfully oppose. Magic can defeat an ordinary armed knight. It wouldn't be magic if it couldn't. Telekinesis can defeat an atomic bomb by mentally separating atoms. Modern SF is fantasy. Its magics are various scientific powers that are stronger than any known to existing science. Its spirits and beings are robots and aliens. Fantasy is fiction of the unconscious mind. It acts out unconscious knowledge. In the reflection of the universe presented in contemporary SF, our unconscious becomes more apparent than in any other fiction. The purpose of fantasy is consciousness expanding. The existence of unconsciousness and the existence of unknown things in the world around us forces us to expand the borders of the known. Consciousness expands itself by forays into the unconscious. Then consciousness makes a new territory of itself, the act of consciousness raising. In the universe and in stories, the unconscious includes the conscious, and also in the mind. If we accept the similarity of the three, the universe of experience, the universe symbolized in stories, and the human mind, we can demonstrate this in terms of story symbols. An SF story may include any known symbol. In the farthest reaches of time and space, in the world beyond the hill, an SF story may still refer to anything presently known. Moreover, any SF story may be set in the most familiar of familiar places, Greenwich Village, for instance, and into that familiar place an unknown power or alien will be able to intrude. Such an SF story exists. Chester Anderson's novel, The Butterfly Kid. The unknown includes the known. The unconscious includes the conscious. If we take this contention in terms of mimetic fiction, fiction of the conscious mind and the known universe, we discover that mimetic fiction cannot set foot in the farthest reaches of time and space. That isn't the known universe. The experienced universe has only gotten as far as the moon. And in a known place like Greenwich Village, the most unknown-like things that mimetic fiction can produce are a flock of Brazilian sailors, or a mad poet, or the gurgle of a stream of consciousness. But the sailors are reducible to fun-loving, sex-mad Brazilians. The poet is mad, but then village poets are inclined to be like that. And we understand. And the stream of consciousness is the ear of the conscious listening for hints. The known excludes the unknown. But if the unconscious were to break through into consciousness, if the truly unknown and possibly not knowable did appear in the heart of the known, if the Brazilians are from Beetlejuice, if the mad poet speaks words that take form and go capering down the streets of the village to annoy us, if we are asked to take symbols of the unconscious as the most, not the least serious thing, then our story must be SF. Mimetic fiction, conscious fiction, won't have it, because an item in it has not been rationalized. In a mimetic story, a character might kiss a lamppost, the homeliest of known things, in gratitude that he does not have to take his fantasies seriously. In order to write fully effective stories, stories of the whole mind, fantasists need two things. First, they need a conception of the universe in which the unknown includes the known. If the conception is compromised, the effectiveness of the stories is compromised. As in the universe of experience, so in the mind. As in the mind, so in the universe of a story. And the reverse, of course. Second, fantasists must have a sensitive, symbolic vocabulary that can be generally understood and that is capable of representing all aspects of the unconscious. Without this vocabulary, it would be difficult to represent some of what must be represented, and communication of it would be altogether impossible. For a period of 5,000 years or more, both necessary conditions existed. Representation of the whole mind was possible. In this assumed universe, the known world was Middle Earth. Middle Earth lay between the heavens, the unknown home of the gods above, and the underworld, the lower sky, the unknown home of the demons below. The juncture of worlds is the point where the two celestial hemispheres and the horizon meet. The known world is surrounded by the unknown. In a universe like this, the unconscious and the full mind may be represented. Moreover, a sensitive, symbolic vocabulary that could be read by anyone also existed. There were magics of every sort. There were strange gods, spirits, and beings. There were endless countries. The assumption of these stories was that in a past golden age, access between the known world and the unknown realms had been easy. The gods had visited Earth, and men had visited the gods. But even in these later times, ghosts or spirits might wander onto our earth in search of victims or at the call of sorcerers. Interconnections between the known and unknown worlds did exist. Subtleties could be expressed. In this universe of ours, we do learn. The unknown lures the known. The known changes by accumulation. As the known world changes, the unknown world must change to contain it. A shift in the conception of the universe must be traumatic for the people involved. As in the story universe, so in the mind. As in the mind, so in the world of experience. In the 16th and 17th centuries, the shape of the known world changed. Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler, and Newton revised the shape of the universe for us. They made the earth into a sphere in orbit about the sun. They made the planets into other spheres like the earth, also in orbit about the sun. They made the two celestial hemispheres into a single thing. They made the stars into other suns. In this new universe, Earth was no longer Middle Earth. At best, the underworld might be found in the vitals of the earth, and the heavens were to be found nowhere. The known had changed so radically that a new universe had to be conceived. The unknown world was seemingly turned into the known or the knowable. In a time like this, it would be impossible to express anything but rationality. It was no accident that the 18th century was self-proclaimedly rational. It was no accident that the 18th century should have invented the mimetic novel. They could not do anything else. They made a virtue out of a limitation. In a time when the world beyond the hill seems untenable, you will see sunlit excuses for midnight acts. In a century like that, it will be impossible to see the entirety of the mind. The unconscious will be feared, doubted, and denied, as it has been since the 18th century. In the time of disintegration of the old universe, fantasists suddenly began to live in a conscious world. This world allowed the world beyond the hill no place. If that were true, the end of the universe would truly be at hand. If the universe becomes totally conscious, all change will end. Stasis will have been achieved. So fantasists reserved exception. One of the ways in which they did this was to conceive of a temporary corner of this earth in which the symbols of the unknown might claim to hold existence. The explorers of the 15th and 16th centuries had glimpsed a variety of strange countries. Fantasists placed the source of some of their unknowns in these countries, or in others like them, beyond the present reach of exploration. Exploration always proved these fairylands false, but they were the described locations of many of the fantasies of the rational world. More's Utopia, 1516, Gulliver's Travels, 1726, and the lost race stories so common from 1870 to 1930. These stories were placed in the last crannies of the global village, in spring-heated valleys in the Antarctic, in subterranean caverns, in narrow wonderlands in the Himalayas. The last creditable example of this sort of compromise fantasy may have been James Hilton's Lost Horizon, 1933. In this final statement of the relationship of the unknown to the known in the known world, we are told when the immortals of the fabulous land of Shangri-La are exposed at last to the light of the mimetic world, they must wither and die of old age, dissolving, quote, like all too lovely things at the first touch of reality, end of quote. During these past centuries of exploration, men have demonstrated in very real terms just how far they can extend the bounds of the known. They have shown they can extinguish every possible preserve of the world beyond the hill on this earth. And if that were all there were to the universe, the end of the universe would be at hand. Consciousness is really very arrogant. It looms over the last delicate bit of unknown fluff in this world, and knowingly and brutally it touches the thing and laughs while the unknown fluff withers into a known thing. Many fantasy symbols were never comfortable in this vulnerable unknown province in the hinterlands of earth. For instance, Gulliver may have found Lilliput at the ends of the earth, but no one ever found Witchland there. Many of the most powerful fantasy symbols took refuge in other unknown worlds, chiefly Never Never Land. Never Never Land, in essence, is the old world beyond the hill. Because it was the old unknown, it could only include the old known. It must exclude much of the modern world, and hence no one was ever able to take it seriously. Even in the hands of William Morris, Lord Dunsany, or J.R.R. Tolkien, Tolkien. However, during these same past centuries, fantasists did locate a new true home for the world beyond the hill that incorporates Never Never Land. They reconceived the universe. In order to do this, it was necessary that the known be extended to its fullest. As conscious busy beavers, explorers, encyclopedists, novelists, and scientists have seen that it has been in these past 3 centuries of consciousness raising. We retire from the moon. We strain at the limits of our conscious vision. The results of investment in monumental conscious projects like cyclotrons are less, while our expense grows greater. Consciousness is such a burden that we are turning as much of it over to computers as we can. Our new conscious limits are now available to fantasists. During the 19th century, or shall we say more properly, in the bit more than 100 years between Frankenstein, 1818, and the founding of Amazing Stories, a new picture of the universe was adapted from science by writers like Poe, Verne, Wells, Burroughs, and Merritt. They presented this picture in pieces, but it was complete and established by implication prior to Gernsback. The publication of Amazing Stories confirmed the new universe. The name of the new fantasy, science-fiction or science fiction, indicated its 19th century origin. Amazing assumed an audience that had made the conclusions of Poe, Verne, and Wells their premises. This new universe, as we have come to discover it, is one so vast that the global village, circling its little sun in the suburbs of its galaxy, lost among many galaxies, can easily be lost. And likewise, this new universe contains reaches of time so extended that Earth could be forgotten. A universe like this has room for the unknown. Our known world is surrounded by unknown, again beyond our ability to explore. In this new universe, the heavens and the underworld have become space and other dimensions. The golden age of the past is replaced by a vision of future perfection. Spirits become alien beings. Magic is replaced by science beyond science. Sorcerers become scientists. The writers of the first 100 years of modern speculative fantasy established the existence of the new world beyond the hill. They demonstrated powers beyond the known. They showed that aliens might interact with us in a variety of ways. They showed that stories might be set in the future or on Mars, and that they might encounter the unknown there. In the period since 1926, the period in which SF has been called science fiction, modern fantasists have mentally explored the dimensions of their new universe. Science has played so much less a role in this process that apologists have had to strain to justify the name of science fiction. If speculative fantasy was science fiction prior to 1926, then SF from 1926 to 1957 was idea fiction. In these mental explorations can be found the meaning of some of the early trends of the field. For instance, inventors in stories built strange devices in their basements, including machines to travel in time and space. This was seen as a trend to gadget stories. Then, in the time ships and space machines, explorers leaped to the planets, to the stars, outside the galaxy. They scouted, mapped, and circumnavigated large portions of space and time. They saw the beginning and end of the universe. This was seen as a vogue for what the early 30s called thought-variant stories. Then, behind the explorers, came all conditions of men: patrolmen, miners, pirates, pioneers, proving that men could survive in tents or domes here. That was a trend to adventure stories, space opera. Behind them came the engineers, the planners, the bureaucrats, the empire builders. In the 40s, space was structured into possible political units of every size, from Earth in the future, to Terra and her colonies, to galactic empires. Time was structured into epochs in which things could change and change again from the presently known. It was a joy and a tumble to invent this. The void was filled consistently, vividly, and plausibly with transportation, communication, government, economics, and sociology. The arguments were made over and over. The best ones were rehearsed until they became accepted justifications. The worst ones were improved or discarded. So many arguments were made that it became clear that any situation could be plausibly justified in a variety of ways. And what we saw of all this was the golden age of astounding. The surly little stories of the 50s were the nitpicking end of all the arguments over symbols. In other words, we suggest that most of the trends in science fiction from 1926 to 1957, including the stories and the careers of writers like E. E. Smith, Jack Williamson, John W. Campbell, Robert Heinlein, A. E. Van Vogt, and Isaac Asimov, may be explained as symbol invention, the defining and testing of a symbolic vocabulary. Or, if you like, these stories put in the plumbing and engineering of the new, unknown universe. People can believe in a universe with these dimensions because of these stories. The writers of this period thought of this process of defining and testing symbolic vocabulary as playing with ideas. James Blish, who began as an SF writer in 1940, has said, for instance, "Since at least about 1938, treatment has become steadily more important than springboard notion. Science fiction writers borrow such notions from each other freely, to an extent that in other fields would sometimes be indistinguishable from plagiarism. This is almost never resented, as long as direct quotation is avoided, and the resulting story is commonly welcomed as fresh if the borrowing writer succeeds in looking at the old idea in a new light, whether that light be dramatic, emotional, or even simply technological. Innovations of this kind, which are far more important in any literary field than any single germinal notion, are what make or break modern science fiction. But what Blish is describing here is more fruitfully described as the defining and testing of symbols than as looking at old ideas in a new light. By 1957, the symbols of SF were complete enough to sustain a wide range of imaginary activities, stories of invention, exploration, engineering, politics, economics, careers of various sorts, different lifestyles, activities as varied as the worlds of Smith, Sturgeon, Heinlein, Van Vogt, Clark, Knight, Poul, and Kornbluth. This range of symbols is now the common property of our culture. Children encounter the symbols of the SF of the 50s from the time they are small. They know what a spaceship is. They know time machines. They know extraterrestrials. All these are to be found on the backs of cereal boxes. The culture as a whole is sufficiently educated in the symbols of the new world beyond the hill that it was able to accept and understand the TV series Star Trek and the movie 2001: Space Odyssey, which were equivalent to the written SF of the 50s. The shows had to assume an audience familiar with these symbols. As the set of SF symbols has grown relatively complete, the symbols have been learned by a general audience. In a period when mimetic literature has been choking on its own desperation, SF has been the one consistently expanding literature in the Western world. The audience of SF has steadily grown since Gernsback. SF has suddenly taken on interest as a subject in the academic community. The sense of this trend is apparent if we say again that a fantasist must have a sensitive, symbolic vocabulary that can be generally understood and that is capable of representing all aspects of the unconscious. With the vocabulary that was established by the end of the 50s, SF had become intelligible to a more general audience, and so attracted one. We can assume that as these symbols continue to be used and acquire meanings and nuances through use, as our symbolic vocabulary grows more sensitive, the audience of speculative fantasy will continue to grow. At the same time, it is clear that the symbolic vocabulary of the new reaction of the world beyond the hill is not as sensitive and flexible as the old vocabulary of fantasy was. Magic has subtleties that superscientific power, or even psi power, do not have. Sorcerers have moral overtones that scientists do not have. There is a dimension in Faust that cannot be duplicated in the symbols available in Frankenstein. A fantasy dragon has a wide and sensitive range of meanings as a symbol. Science fiction writers have attempted to write of alien beings that have dragonly qualities. De Camp has tried, and Jack Vance, and Robert Heinlein, and Anne McCaffrey, and Paul Anderson a number of times. All have caught at some of the essence of dragonness, but none has equaled or bettered the original. The old symbols are useful. They were being saved in their preserve in Never Never Land for a purpose. They are not going to be discarded. Instead, grounds are gradually being made for their existence in the new world beyond the hill. As early as the 50s, spacemen out on colonial survey set down on strange planets and discovered that the leprechauns had gotten there first. From that, we might have guessed that eventually it would be possible to discover all of the old symbols in the new world beyond the hill. If you like, the materials of our complete universe must include all that has ever been meaningful to us. Or, if you like otherwise, when the magical world discovered that the plumbing was in place, it moved into its new home. So another trend is explained: the continuing merger of traditional fantasy into modern science fiction. The excursions into mythology by Zelazny, Swan, and others that marked the middle 60s were in fact a concentration on the accommodation of potential traditional symbols to modern SF and the new world beyond the hill. In Lord of Light, Zelazny was welcoming the symbols of Buddha to the future and a distant planet. If Buddha and leprechauns can exist in the new world beyond the hill, what can be denied access? A prize-winning 1971 story by Paul Anderson, The Queen of Air and Darkness, is addressed to this process. In this story, seeming fairyland is discovered on another planet, is denied and exposed. Now, James Blish might describe this story as an acceptable variant on an old idea. Anderson himself might say that it demonstrates the pain in the exposure of cherished illusion. But we would describe the story as one testing the ability of traditional fantasy symbols to exist on far planets. And what is most interesting to us is that the fairyland was more convincing than its exposure. In fact, Anderson's characters saw a true fairyland, but were too rationalistic to accept it. It was true fairyland. There is no reason that it shouldn't have been. The problem of SF now that its full symbolic vocabulary is available is to learn to use the vocabulary, not just to extend it. To this point, we haven't found the handle on our invention. We writers haven't found our vocation yet. We don't know what we're good for. We do know that we are good for something serious, so for the past 10 years we have tried our best to be serious. We tried being mythological, but Roger Zelazny could not be serious about the Buddha. Being mythological didn't prove to be a serious enterprise. Then we tried copying serious mimetic models. John Brunner tried writing like Dos Passos, and Brian Aldiss tried writing like the French anti-novel and James Joyce. But the results did not justify continued serious attention after their considerable initial novelty. Aldiss' Cryptozoic will not be reprinted even as often as Zelazny's The Dream Master. We won't want to see the book again in years to come. Most recently, like so much of the common stir in the world around us, we have been experimenting with decadence. Decadence is a very self-dramatizing way of being serious. We seem to feel serious in this way just now throughout the culture. The stories of Robert Silverberg and Barry Malzberg may be the equivalent of Alice Cooper, David Bowie, and the Rolling Stones, or the equivalent of movies like A Clockwork Orange or Last Tango in Paris. Decadence is a mood that grips the entire culture, not just SF. It is a way of expressing frustration with the limitations of the conscious. It isn't necessary for SF to express frustration with the limitations of the conscious. We might alternatively say that SF doesn't have to concern itself with crazy, frustrated Anglo-Saxon astronaut schleps in the shambles of some near-future version of the Apollo program. One of us is even the author of a story like this that expressed our feelings one winter, so Barry Malzberg is not alone. If we only knew where the handle on SF was, we should have had much more to talk about than we presently do. When we have learned how to be serious with symbols like spaceships and ray guns and telepathy and alternate dimensions, then serious stories like Cryptozoic and Beyond Apollo will seem symptomatic of the 1970 mind, when we didn't know what was going on and were very frustrated. Any time that we can write this narrowly and grant the possibility of only this little, while we sit amidst a wide availability of symbolic vocabulary, we must be frustrated in our seriousness. This is true, of course, of us within our society as well. We are living narrowly and granting the possibility of little while we sit amidst a wealth of tools that have never been properly used. And all we can do is watch our friends make sick, nasty criticisms in parody before the eyes of the conscious world. As in our minds, so in the world of our experience. As in our stories, so in the world of our experience. Because, you see, if you really believed in the unknown world that surrounds the known, which you will do if and when writers begin to find out how to write about it seriously again, then you would look around at the contemporary multiplicity, and isn't there a lot of it, and you would put it together in new ways that you can't think of now because your unconscious is unavailable to you now. Whatever television ultimately is, it isn't anything like the purposes for which it has been used so far. But you haven't yet found the connective that makes sense of television and all the other trends of modern life. You will be more likely to as your unconscious becomes available to you. We expect the next trend, when our period of acting out the end of the old line is over after perhaps another 2 years, to be a period of fragmentation of a further 3 or 4 years, lasting to about 1978 or 1979. It will be a period of private search, private experimentation, and personal solution much more markedly than it is now, behind the facade of decadence. Audiences will be smaller. Tastes will be more personal. But particularly in retrospect, we will be able to see that among all the apparent experimentation for experimentation's sake, much of which will have seemed awfully goddamn frivolous, some was in fact serious, truly serious. In 1978 or 1979, we'll pause to think about this. Things will be less varied and lively for a while. The experiments will seem to have come to an end, and we will have run the old stuff to its very last breath. But then we will look back over the experiments of 1976 and decide that some of them look pretty good. And if we were to take their conclusions as premises, what then? What then will prove to be another creative explosion, beginning perhaps around 1980? This creative explosion will be much greater in impact than the creative explosions that occurred in 1939 to 1941 and again in 1964 to 1968. Everything in this description should be true of SF as it is of the culture as a whole. Once again, after 1980, traditional fantasy will have become comfortably integrated in modern SF, speculative fantasy. The audience for speculative fantasy will be multiplied larger than its present size. Speculative fantasy itself will be radically altered in character. It will be something new and truly serious, and more enjoyable than it has ever been. Alexei and Cory Panshin. Alexei Panshin was born in Lansing, Michigan in 1940. He has attended schools in Michigan, Massachusetts, and Illinois, and elsewhere, and has taught at Cornell University. He began to write in 1958. In 1969, his novel Rite of Passage won the Science Fiction Writers of America Nebula Award. In that same year, he married Cory Panshin, and their work is now done in collaboration. Cory Panshin was born in New York City in 1947 and was graduated from Radcliffe College. The following are books by Alexei and Cory Panshin. Heinlein in Dimension, 1968, Advent. Rite of Passage, 1968, Ace. Starwell, 1968, Ace. The Thurb Revolution, 1968, Ace. Mask World, 1969, Ace. Paul Anderson, The Creation of Imaginary Worlds, The World Builder's Handbook and Pocket Companion. This is an infinitely marvelous and beautiful universe which we are privileged to inhabit. Look inward to the molecules of life and the heart of the atom, or outward to moon, sun, planets, stars, the Orion Nebula where new suns and worlds are coming into being even as you watch, the Andromeda Nebula, which is actually a whole sister galaxy. It is all the same cosmos, and every part of it is part of us. The elements of our flesh, blood, bones, and breath were forged out of hydrogen in stars long vanished. The gold in a wedding ring, the uranium burning behind many a triumphantly ordinary flick of an electric light switch, came out of those gigantic upheavals we call supernovas. It is thought that inertia itself, that most fundamental property of matter, would be meaningless, non-existent, were there no stellar background to define space, time, and motion. Man is not an accident of chaos, nor is he the sum and only significance of creation. We belong here. Once literature recognized this simple fact. Lightnings blazed around Lear. Ahab sailed an enormous ocean, and Huck Finn went down a mighty river. MacAndrew saw God in the machinery which man created according to the laws of the universe. But this is seldom true any longer. Barring a few, today's fashionable writers are concerned exclusively with man, capitalized and isolated, who usually turns out to be a hypersensitive intellectual, capitalized and isolated among his own hang-ups. This is not necessarily bad, but may it not be a little bit limited? In science fiction, whatever its faults, we have a medium which still allows exploration of a wider, more varied field. Of course, the story with a highly detailed extraterrestrial background is by no means the sole kind of science fiction. It is not even in the majority, nor should it be. Too much of any one theme would put the reader right back into the monotony from which he hoped to escape. However, when a story does take its characters beyond Earth, he is entitled to more than what he so often gets. This is either a world exactly like our own, except for having neither geography nor history, or else it is an unbelievable mishmash which merely shows us that still another writer couldn't be bothered to do his homework. As an example of the latter category, John Campbell once cited the awful example of a planet circling a blue-white sun and possessing an atmosphere of hydrogen and fluorine. This is simply a chemical impossibility. Those two substances, under the impetus of that radiation, would unite promptly and explosively. Another case is that of a world which is nothing but sterile desert, devoid of plant life, yet has animals and air that men can breathe. Where does the food chain begin? What maintains an equilibrium of free oxygen? At the very least, a well-thought-out setting goes far toward adding artistic verisimilitude to an otherwise bald and unconvincing narrative. By bringing in this detail and that, tightly linked, the writer makes his imaginary globe seem real. Furthermore, the details are interesting in their own right. They may reveal something of the possibilities in their own right. They may reveal something of the possibilities in these light years that surround us, thereby awakening the much-desired sense of wonder. Finally, many of them will suggest important parts of the plot. In the most highly developed cases, they practically become the story. Hal Clement's Mission of Gravity is a classic of this kind. But enchanting though it is, that sort of thing is reserved for writers who have the necessary scientific training. What I wish to show here is that others can do likewise, in a more modest but nevertheless astonishingly thorough fashion. It doesn't take a degree in physics. It simply takes the basic knowledge of current scientific fact and theory which any person must have before he can properly, in this day and age, call himself educated. In addition, it requires imagination and a willingness to work, but these are qualities that every writer worth his salt already possesses. Anyhow, work is the wrong word if that suggests drudgery. The designing of a planet is fascinating, sheer fun. Because it is, I believe most readers would also enjoy seeing a few of the principles spelled out. They involve mathematics, and equations are their natural form of expression. But too many people are unreasonably puzzled, even frightened, by equations. Those who aren't will already know the natural laws I refer to, or they can be trusted to look them up. So instead I shall offer a few graphs. With their help and just the tiniest bit of arithmetic, anyone should be able to start world building on his own. Needless to say, any serious effort of this kind demands more information than can possibly be squeezed into the present essay. Two reference books that are especially well suited to science fiction purposes, and are, in addition, a joy to read, are Intelligent Life in the Universe by I.S. Shklovsky and Carl Sagan, Holden Day, 1966, and Habitable Planets for Man by Stephen H. Dole, Elsevier, Revised Edition, 1970. Of course, there are numerous other good works available. Like every living science, astronomy today is in a state of continuous revolution. Any book is virtually certain to contain outdated material, and facts are always subject to change without notice. Indeed, as I write, the whole set of methods by which the distances, and thus the properties of other galaxies, have been obtained, is being called into question. I have no desire to be dogmatic. If I sometimes appear that way in what follows, it is merely to save space. Take for granted that every statement bears a qualifier like, "This is my limited understanding of what the best contemporary thought on the subject seems to be." Yet let us never forget that it is the best thought available. If we don't use it, we will have no basis whatsoever on which to reason. Therefore, onward. Mainly, we'll consider some of the possibilities regarding planets which, without being copies of Earth, are not as absolutely different from it as are the other members of our own solar system. Anything more exotic, a la Hal Clement, would take us too far afield. Besides, more often than not, a writer wants a world where his humans can survive without overly many artificial aids. A number of parameters determine what such a globe will be like. They include the kind of sun and orbit it has, the size and mass, axial tilt and rotation, satellites, to name a few of the more obvious. Doubtless there are several more which science has thus far not identified. Our knowledge of these things is less than complete, but simply by varying those parameters we do know about, we can produce a huge variety of environments for our stories to happen in. We can also gain, and give to our readers, some feeling for the subtlety and interrelatedness of nature and her laws. Normally we begin by picking a star, real or imaginary. In earlier days, science fiction customarily put planets around the familiar ones, like Sirius, Vega, Antares, or Mira. It was then legitimate enough if a trifle repetitious. But today we know, or believe we know, that few of the naked eye stars will serve. Mostly they are giants, visible to us only because they are so brilliant that we can pick them out across immense gulfs of space. Sol would no longer be discernible without instruments at a distance of about 55 light years. Now the red giants like Antares, the variables like Mira, are dying stars, well on their way to the dim, ultra-dense white dwarf condition. If ever they had planets, their mass makes that unlikely, as we will see in a minute. The inner attendants have been seared or even consumed as these suns expanded. If outer globes have been warmed up, this won't last long enough to do biological evolution any good. Probably the majority of stars in the universe are still enjoying health. Their temperatures and luminosities vary enormously. The most important reason for this is the difference in their masses. The more massive a sun is, the more intensely compressed it becomes at its core, and thus the more fierce and rapid are the thermonuclear reactions which cause it to shine. This dependence of output on mass is a highly sensitive one, so that the latter covers a much smaller range than the former. These stars form a well-defined series, from the largest and brightest to the smallest and dimmest, which is called the main sequence. For historical reasons, spectrographers label the types O, B, A, F, G, K, M. The mnemonic is "Oh, be a fine girl, kiss me." The series being continuous, a number is added to place each star more exactly on the curve. For example, the F-types begin with F0, then we get F1, F2, and so on through F9, which is followed by G0. That last G0 was formerly the classification of our own sun, but more recent information has gotten Sol to be labeled G2. Figure 1 shows a large part of the main sequence. Reader's note: the graph referred to appears on page 240. It omits the extremes because they really are too extreme to diagram very well. That is, the main sequence runs from the hottest type O blue giants, some as much as 1,000,000 times the strength of Sol, on through the yellowish F and G stars to the red dwarfs of class M, the dimmest of which may be less than 1,000th as intense as our day star. Types are indicated along the bottom of the graph, with corresponding masses. Luminosities, necessarily on a logarithmic scale, are shown going up the left-hand side. From this, you can find the mass corresponding to a given brightness. It will only be a rough estimate, but then the real values don't lie neatly on an infinitely thin curve. They vary by a fair amount, depending on such factors as the age and exact chemical composition of the individual star. More is involved than just the total radiation. As everyone knows who has ever heated a piece of metal in a fire, temperature affects color. The hottest stars are called blue giants because they are not only giants in output, but also their light contains a distinctly larger proportion of blue than does that of Sol. They also emit a higher percentage, as well as absolute amount, of ultraviolet and X-ray wavelengths, and no doubt the solar winds streaming from them are something terrific. All these quantities drop off as temperature does, until we get to the cool, ultraviolet-poor red dwarfs. However, the weaker ones among these last are not mere embers. Sometimes they spit out monstrous flares which may temporarily double the total brightness, a fact which I used in a story once, but on which I have no copyright. Well, shall we put our imaginary world in orbit around one of the spectacular giants? Sorry. Because they burn at such a prodigal rate, these great stars are short-lived. Once they have condensed from interstellar dust and gas, Type O suns spend a bare few million years on the main sequence. Then they apparently go out in the supernal violence of supernova explosions. Their ultimate fate, and the precise death throes of their somewhat lesser brethren, are too complicated to discuss here. But even an A0 star like Sirius is good for no more than about 400 million years of steady shining, not much in terms of geology and evolution. Furthermore, the evidence is that giants don't have planets in the first place. There is a most suggestive sharp drop in the rotation rate just about when one gets to the earlier type Fs. From then on, down through type M, suns appear to spin so slowly that it is quite reasonable to suppose the extra has gone into planets. Giants are rare, anyway. They are far outnumbered by the less showy yellow dwarfs like Sol, which in turn are outnumbered by the inconspicuous red dwarfs. There are about 10 times as many M as G stars. And this great majority also has the longevity we need. For instance, an F5 spends a total of 6 billion years on the main sequence before it begins to swell, redden, and die. Sol, G2, has a 10 billion year life expectancy and is about halfway through it at the present day, making a comfortingly long future. The K stars live for several times that figure. The weakest M stars for hundreds of billions of years. Even if life, in the biological sense, is slow to get generated and slow to evolve on a planet so feebly irradiated, it will have, or will have had, a vast time in which to develop. That may or may not make a significant difference, and thereby hangs many a tale. So let's take a star of type F or later. If we want to give it a planet habitable to man, probably it must be somewhere between, say, F5 and K5. Earlier in the sequence, the system will presumably be too young for photosynthesis to have started, releasing oxygen into the air. Later, the sun will be too cool, too dull, too niggardly with ultraviolet to support the kind of ecology on which humans depend. Granted, a planet of a red dwarf may bear life of another sort than ours, or it may orbit close enough that the total radiation it gets is sufficient for us. In the latter case, the chances are that it would rotate quite slowly, having been braked by tidal friction. The sun would appear huge and reddish, or even crimson in the sky. One might be able to gaze straight at it, seeing spots and flares with the naked eye. Colors would look different, and shadows would have blurrier outlines than on Earth. Already, then, we see how many touches of strangeness we can get by changing a single parameter. In the superficially dry data of astronomy and physics is the potential of endless adventure. But for our concrete example of planet building, let's go toward the other end of the scale. That is, choosing a star brighter than Sol. The main reason for doing so is to avoid the kind of complications we have just noticed in connection with a weaker sun. We will have quite enough to think about as is. The hypothetical planet is one I recently had occasion to work up for a book to be edited by Roger Elwood, and is used with his kind permission. I named it Cleopatra. While tracing out the course of its construction, we'll look at a few conceivable variations out of infinitely many. First, where in the universe is the star? It won't be anywhere in our immediate neighborhood, because those most closely resembling Sol within quite a few light years are somewhat dimmer, ours being, in fact, rather more luminous than average. True, Alpha Centauri A is almost a twin, and its closer companion is not much different. However, this is a multiple system. That does not necessarily rule out its having planets, but the possibility of this is controversial, and in any event it would complicate things too much for the present essay if we had more than one sun. Rather than picking a real star out of an astronomical catalog, though that is frequently a good idea, I made mine up, and arbitrarily put it about 400 light-years off in the direction of Ursa Major. This is unspecific enough. It defines such a huge volume of space that something corresponding is bound to be out there someplace. Seen from that location, the boreal constellations are considerably changed, though most remain recognizable. The austral constellations have suffered the least alteration. The equatorial ones are intermediately affected. But who says the celestial hemispheres of Cleopatra must be identical with those of Earth? For all we know, its axis could be at right angles to ours. Thus a writer can invent picturesque descriptions of the night sky and of the images which people see there. Arbitrary also is the stellar type F7. This means it has 1 2/10 times the mass of Sol, 20% more. As we shall see, the diameter is little greater, but it has 2 500 times the total luminosity. Numbers this precise cannot be taken off a graph. I computed them on the basis of formulas, but you can get values close enough for most purposes from Figure 2. Reader's note: the chart referred to appears on page 243. It charts the relevant part of the main sequence on a larger scale than Figure 1 and has no need to depict any numbers logarithmically. In other words, with the help of a ruler, you can find approximately what mass corresponds to what brightness. Nor is this kind of estimating dishonest. After all, as said before, there is considerable variation in reality. If, say, you guessed that a mass of 1 1/10 Sol meant an energy output of 1 5/10, the odds are that some examples of this actually exist. You could go ahead with reasonable confidence. Anyway, it's unlikely that the actual values you picked would get into the story text. But indirectly, by making the writer understand his own creation in detail, they can have an enormous influence for the better. Returning to Cleopatra, an F7 is hotter and whiter than Sol. Probably it has more spots, prominences, flares, and winds of charged particles sweeping from it. Certainly the proportion of ultraviolet to visible light is higher, though not extremely so. It is natural to suppose that it has an entire family of planets, and a writer may well exercise his imagination on various members of the system. Here we shall just be dealing with the habitable one. Bear in mind, however, that its nearer sisters will doubtless from time to time be conspicuous in its heavens, even as Venus, Mars, and others shine upon Earth. What names do they have? What poetic or mystical significance in the minds of natives or of long-established colonists? For man to find it livable, a planet must be neither too near nor too far from its sun. The total amount of energy it receives in a given time is proportional to the output of that sun and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between. Figure 3 diagrams this for the inner solar system in terms of the astronomical unit, the average separation of Sol and Earth. Reader's note: the chart referred to appears on page 244. Thus we see that Venus, at 77/100 astronomical units, gets about 1 7/10 times the energy we do, while Mars, at 1 5/10 astronomical units, gets only about 45/100 the irradiation. The same curve will work for any other star if you multiply its absolute brightness. For example, at its distance of 1 0/10 astronomical units, Earth gets 1 0/10 unit of irradiation from Sol. But at this remove from a sun half as bright, it would only get half as much, while at the same distance from our hypothetical sun, it would get 2 500 times as much. That could turn it into an oven, by human standards at any rate. We want our planet in a more comfortable orbit. What should that be? If we set it about 1 4/10 astronomical units out, it would get almost exactly the same total energy that Earth does. No one can say this is impossible. We don't know what laws govern the spacing of orbits in a planetary system. There does appear to be a harmonic rule associated with the names of Boda and Titius, and there are reasons to suppose this is not coincidental. Otherwise, we are ignorant. Yet it would be remarkable if many stars had planets at precisely the distances most convenient for man. Seeking to vary the parameters as much as reasonable, and assuming that the attendants of larger stars will tend to swing in larger paths, I finally put Cleopatra 1 24/100 astronomical units out. This means that it gets 1 33/100 times the total irradiation of Earth, a third again as much. Now that is an average distance. Planets and moons have elliptical orbits. We know of none which travel in perfect circles. However, some, like Venus, come close to doing so, and few have courses which are very eccentric. For present purposes, we can use a fixed value of separation between star and planet, while bearing in mind that it is only an average. The variations due to a moderate eccentricity will affect the seasons somewhat, but not much compared to other factors. If you do want to play with an oddball orbit, as I have done once or twice, you had better explain how it got to be that way. And to follow the cycle of the year, you will have to use Kepler's equal areas law, either by means of the calculus or by counting squares on graph paper. In the present exposition, we will assume that Cleopatra has a near circular track. Is not an added 33% of irradiation enough to make it uninhabitable? This is another of those questions that cannot be answered for sure in the current state of knowledge, but we can make an educated guess. The theoretical black body temperature of an object is proportional to the fourth root, the square root of the square root, of the rate at which it receives energy. Therefore, it changes more slowly than one might think. At the same time, the actual mean temperature at the surface of Earth is considerably greater than such calculations make it out to be, largely because the atmosphere maintains a vast reservoir of heat in the well-known greenhouse effect. And air and water together protect us from such day-night extremes as Luna suffers. The simple fourth root principle says that our imaginary planet should be about 20 degrees centigrade, or roughly 40 degrees Fahrenheit, warmer on the average than Earth is. That's not too bad. The tropics might not be usable by men, but the higher latitudes and uplands ought to be pretty good. Remember, though, that this bit of arithmetic has taken no account of atmosphere or hydrosphere. I think they would smooth things out considerably. On the one hand, they do trap heat. On the other hand, clouds reflect back a great deal of light, which thus never has a chance to reach the surface, and both gases and liquids blot up or redistribute what does get through. My best guess is, therefore, that while Cleopatra will generally be somewhat warmer than Earth, the difference will be less than an oversimplified calculation suggests. The tropics will usually be hot, but nowhere unendurable, and parts of them, cooled by altitude or sea breezes, may well be quite balmy. There will probably be no polar ice caps, but tall mountains ought to have their eternal snows. Pleasant climates should prevail through higher latitudes than is the case on Earth. You may disagree, in which case you have quite another story to tell. By all means, go ahead. Varying opinions make science fiction yarns as well as horse races. Meanwhile, though, let's finish up the astronomy. How long is the planet's year? Alas, for ease, this involves two factors, the mass of the Sun and the size of the orbit. The year length is inversely proportional to the square root of the former and directly proportional to the square root of the cube of the semi-major axis. Horrors! So here we need two graphs. Reader's note: the graphs referred to appear on pages 247 and 248. Figure 4 shows the relationship of period to distance from the Sun within our solar system. The distance is actually the semi-major axis, but for purposes of calculations as rough as these, where orbits are supposed to be approximately circular, we can identify it with the mean separation between star and planet. We see, for instance, that a body twice as far out as Earth is takes almost 3 times as long to complete a circuit. At a remove of 1 2400 astronomical units, which we have assigned to Cleopatra, its period would equal 1 3800 years. But our imaginary Sun is more massive than Sol. Therefore, its gravitational grip is stronger, and, other things being equal, it swings its children around faster. Figure 5 charts inverse square roots. For a mass of 1 2/10 Sol, this quantity is 915 thousandths. If we multiply together the figures taken off these two graphs, 1 3800 times 915 thousandths, we come up with the number we want, 1 2600. That is, our planet takes 1 2600 times as long to go around its Sun as Earth does to go around Sol. Its year lasts about 15 of our months. Again, the diagrams aren't really that exact. I used a slide rule, but for those not inclined to do likewise, the diagrams will furnish numbers which can be used to get at least a general idea of how some fictional planet will behave. Let me point out afresh that these are nevertheless important numbers, a part of the pseudo-reality the writer hopes to create. Only imagine a year a fourth again as long as Earth's. What does this do to the seasons, the calendar, the entire rhythm of life? We shall need more information before we can answer such questions, but it is not too early to start thinking about them. Although more massive than Sol, the Sun of Cleopatra is not much bigger. Not only is volume a cube function of radius, which would make the diameter just 6% greater if densities were equal, but densities are not equal. The heavier stars must be more compressed by their own weight than are the lighter ones. Hence we can say that all suns which more or less resemble Sol have more or less the same size. Now our imaginary planet and its luminary are further apart than our real ones. Therefore, the Sun must look smaller in the Cleopatran than in the terrestrial sky. As long as angular diameters are small, and Sol seen from Earth is a mere half a degree, they are closely enough proportional to the linear diameters and inversely proportional to the distance between object and observer. That is, in the present case, we have a star whose breadth, in terms of Sol, is 1, while its distance is 1 2400 astronomical units. Therefore, the apparent width is 1 over 1 2400, or 8700, what Sol shows to us. In other words, our imaginary Sun looks a bit smaller in the heavens than does our real one. This might be noticeable, even striking when it was near the horizon, the common optical illusion at such times exaggerating its size. What might the psychological effects of that be? Otherwise it would make no particular difference, since no one could safely look near so brilliant a thing without heavy eye protection, except that shadows would tend to be more sharp-edged than on Earth. Those shadows ought also to have a more marked bluish tinge, especially on white surfaces. Indeed, all color values are subtly changed by the light upon Cleopatra. I suspect men would quickly get used to that, but perhaps not. Most likely, so active a sun produces some auroras that put the terrestrial kind to shame, as well as occasional severe interference with radio, power lines, and the like. By the time humans can travel that far, they may well be using apparatus that isn't affected, but there is still a possible story or two in this point. An oxygen-containing atmosphere automatically develops an ozone layer which screens out most of the ultraviolet. Nevertheless, humans would have to be more careful about sunburn than on Earth, especially in the lower latitudes or on the seas. Now, what about the planet itself? If we have been a long time in coming to that, it simply emphasizes the fact that no body and nobody exists in isolation from the whole universe. Were the globe otherwise identical with Earth, we would already have innumerable divergences. Therefore, let us play with some further variations. For instance, how big or small can it be? Too small, and it won't be able to hold an adequate atmosphere. Too big, and it will keep most of its primordial hydrogen and helium, as our great outer planets have done. It will even be more alien than our Mars or Luna. On the other hand, Venus, with a mass similar to Earth's, is wrapped in gas whose pressure at the surface approaches 100 times what we are used to. We don't know why. In such an area of mystery, the science fiction writer is free to guess. But let us go at the problem from another angle. How much gravity, or how little, can man tolerate for an extended period of time? We know that both high weight, such as is experienced in a centrifuge, and zero weight, such as is experienced in an orbiting spacecraft, have harmful effects. We don't know exactly what the limits are, and no doubt they depend on how long one is exposed. However, it seems reasonable to assume that men and women can adjust to some such range as 75/100ths to 1 25/100ths Earth gravity. That is, a person who weighs 150 pounds on Earth can safely live where he weighs as little as 110 or as much as 190. Of course, he will undergo somatic changes, for instance in the muscles, but we can suppose these are adaptive, not pathological. The reference to women is not there as a concession to militant liberationists. It takes both sexes to keep humanity going. The Spaniards failed to colonize the Peruvian Altiplano for the simple reason that, while both they and their wives could learn to breathe the thin air, the wives could not bring babies to term. So the local Indians, with untold generations of natural selection behind them, still dominate that region, racially, if not politically. This is one example of the significance of changing a parameter. Science fiction writers should be able to invent many more. The pull of a planet at its surface depends on its mass and its size. These two quantities are not independent. Though solid bodies are much less compressible than gaseous ones like stars, still the larger one of them is, the more it tends to squeeze itself, forming denser allotropes in its interior. Within the man-habitable range, this isn't too important, especially in view of the fact that the mean density is determined by other factors as well. If we assume the planet is perfectly spherical, it won't be, but the difference isn't enough to worry about except under the most extreme conditions. Then weight is proportional to the diameter of the globe and to its overall density. Suppose it has 78/100ths, the average terrestrial diameter, or about 6,150 miles. And suppose it has 1 10/100ths, the mean terrestrial density, or about 6 1/10 times that of water. Then Although its total mass is only 52/100 that of Earth, about half, its surface gravity is 78/100 times 1/10, or 86/100 that which we are accustomed to here at home. Our person who weighed 150 pounds here weighs about 130 there. I use these particular figures because they are the ones I chose for Cleopatra. Considering Mars, it seems most implausible that any world that small could retain a decent atmosphere. But considering Venus, it seems as if many worlds of rather less mass than it or Earth may do so. At least nobody today can disprove the idea. But since there is less self-compression, have I given Cleopatra an impossibly high density? No, because I am postulating a higher proportion of heavy elements in its makeup than Earth has. That is not fantastic. Stars, and presumably their planets, do vary in composition. Writers can, of course, play with innumerable other combinations, like that in a very large but very metal-poor world of Jack Vance's Big Planet. The results of changing the gravity must be far-reaching indeed. Just think how this could influence the gait, the need for systematic exercise, the habit of standing versus sitting. Are people in low weight more patient about cues? The character of sports, architecture, engineering. The lower the weight, the smaller wings your aircraft need under given conditions, but the bigger brakes your ground vehicles. And on and on. In a lesser gravity, it takes a bit longer to fall some certain distance, and one lands a bit less hard. Mountains and dunes tend to be steeper. Pendulums of a given length and waves on water move slower. The air pressure falls off less rapidly with altitude. Thus, here on Earth, at about 18,000 feet, the pressure is 1/2 that at sea level, but on Cleopatra you must go up to 21,000 feet for this. The effects on weather, every kind of flying, and the size of life zones bear thinking about. A higher gravity reverses these consequences, more or less in proportion. In our present state of ignorance, we have to postulate many things that suit our story purposes, but may not be true. For example, that a planet as small as Cleopatra can actually hold an Earth-type atmosphere. Other postulates, for example, that Cleopatran air is insufficient or barely sufficient to sustain human life, are equally legitimate and lead to quite other stories. But whatever the writer assumes, let him realize that it will make for countless strangenesses, some radical, some subtle, but each of them all-pervasive in the environment. I must admit that certain of them scarcely look important. Thus, the horizon distance, for a man standing on a flat plane, is proportional to the square root of the planet's diameter. On Earth it is about 5 miles, and for globes not very much bigger or smaller, the change will not be striking. Often mountains, woods, haze, or the like, will blot it out entirely. Yet even in this apparent triviality, some skillful writer may see a story. If we have a higher proportion of heavy elements, including radioactive ones, than Earth does, then we doubtless get more internal heat, and the lesser size of Cleopatra also helps pass it outward faster. Thus, here we should have more than a terrestrial share of volcanoes, quakes, and related phenomena. I guess there would be plenty of high mountains, some overreaching Everest, but we still know too little about how mountains get raised for this to be much more than a guess. In some areas, local concentrations of arsenic or whatever may well make the soil dangerous to man. But on the whole, industry ought to thrive. Conversely, and other things being equal, a metal-poor world is presumably fairly quiescent, A shortage of copper and iron might cause its natives to linger indefinitely in a Stone Age. Colonists might have to emphasize a technology based on lighter elements such as aluminum. How fast does the planet rotate? This is a crucial question, but once more not one to which present-day science can give a definitive answer. We know that Earth is being slowed down by Luna, so maybe it once spun around far more quickly than now. Maybe. It isn't being braked very fast, and we can't be sure how long that rate of deceleration has prevailed in the past or will in the future. Mars, whose satellites are insignificant, turns at nearly the same angular speed, while Venus, with no satellite whatsoever, is exceedingly slow and goes widdershins to boot. It does seem likely that big planets will, by and large, spin rapidly, such as Jupiter, with a period of about 10 hours. They must pick up a lot of angular momentum as they condense, and they don't easily lose it afterward. But as for the lesser bodies like Earth, we're still mainly in the realm of speculation. I assumed Cleopatra has no satellites worth mentioning. Therefore, it has been slowed less than Earth, its present rotation taking 17 3/10 hours. This makes its year equal to 639 of its own days. But I could equally well have dreamed something different. If it did have a moon, how would that affect things? Well, first, there are certain limitations on the possibilities. A moon can't be too close in or it will break apart because of unbalanced gravitational forces on its inner and outer sides. This boundary is called Roche's limit, after the astronomer who first examined the matter in detail. For Earth-like planets, it is about 2 5/10 radii from the center, 1 5/10 from the surface. That is, for Earth itself, Roche's limit is roughly 6,000 miles straight up. Of course, it doesn't apply to small bodies like spaceships, only to larger and less compact masses such as Luna. On the other hand, a moon circling very far out would be too weakly held. In time, the tug of the sun and neighbor planets would cause it to drift elsewhere. At 250,000 miles remove, Luna is quite solidly held, but 1 or 2 million might prove too much in the long run, and in any event, so remote, our companion would not be a very interesting feature of our skies. Cleopatra did have a small moon once, which got too near and disintegrated, forming a ring of dust and rocky fragments. But the calculations about this, to determine what it looks like and how that appearance varies throughout the year, are rather involved. Within such bounds, as far as science today can tell, we are free to put almost anything that isn't outrageously big. But if the orbit is really peculiar, the writer should be prepared to explain how this came about. A polar or near-polar track is less stable than one which isn't far off the plane of the primary's equator. It is also much less likely to occur in the first place. That is, through some such freak of nature as the capture of an asteroid under exactly the right circumstances, we might get a moon with a wildly canted orbital plane, but it probably wouldn't stay there for many million years. In general, satellites that don't pass very far north and south of the equators of their planets are more plausible. Well, so let's take a body of some reasonable size and set it in motion around our imaginary world at some reasonable average distance. This is distance from the center of the planet, not its surface. For a nearby companion, the distinction is important. How long does it take to complete a circuit, and how big does it look to someone on the ground? The same principles we used before will work again here. Take figures 4 and 5. Instead of letting 1 and 0/10 stand for quantities like the mass of Sol, the mean distance of Earth from Sol, and the period of Earth around Sol, let it stand for the mass of Earth, the mean distance of Luna from Earth, and the period of Luna around Earth. Thus you find your answer in terms of months rather than years. This is a rough and ready method, but it will serve fairly well provided that the satellite isn't extremely big or extremely near. Likewise, the apparent size of the object in the sky compared to Luna is close enough equal to its actual diameter compared to Luna, divided by its distance from the surface of the planet compared to Luna. But in this case, we aren't done yet. What we have been discussing is the sidereal period, that is, the time for the satellite to complete an orbit as seen from out among the stars. Now, the planet is rotating while the moon revolves around it. Most likely both move in the same direction. Retrograde orbits, like polar ones, are improbable, though not altogether impossible. Unless the moon is quite remote, this will have a very marked effect. For instance, Luna, as seen from Earth, rises about 50 minutes later every day than on the previous day, while an artificial satellite, not far aloft, comes up in the west, not in the east, and virtually flies through the heavens, undergoing eclipse in the middle of its course. I would offer you another graph at this point, but unfortunately can't think of any that would be much help. You shall have to subtract revolution from rotation and visualize how the phases of the moon or moons proceed and how they show in the skies. Bear in mind, too, that very close satellites probably won't be visible everywhere on the planet. Algebra and trigonometry are the best tools for jobs of this kind. But failing them, scale diagrams drawn on graph paper will usually give results sufficiently accurate for storytelling purposes. The closer and bigger a moon is, the more tidal effect it has. For that matter, the solar tides aren't generally negligible. On Earth, they amount to a third of the total. There is no simple formula. We know how tides can vary, from the nearly unmoved Mediterranean to those great bores which come roaring up the Bay of Fundy. Still, the writer can get a rough idea from this fact, that the tide-raising power is proportional to the mass of the moon or sun, and inversely proportional to the cube of its distance. That is, if Luna were twice as massive at its present remove, the tides it creates would be roughly twice what they really are. If Luna kept the same mass, but were at twice its present distance, its tides would be 1/2 to the power of 3, or 1/8 as strong as now, while if it were half as far off as it is, they would be 2 to the power of 3, or 8 times as great. In addition, the theoretical height of a deep-water tide is proportional to the diameter and inversely proportional to the density of the planet being pulled upon. That is, the larger and or less dense it happens to be, the higher its oceans are lifted. As said, there is such tremendous local variation that these formulas are only good for making an overall estimate of the situation. But it is crucial for the writer to do that much. How do the waters behave? 2 or more moons could make sailing mighty complicated, not to speak of more important things like ocean currents. Great tides, long continued, will slow down the rotation, though the amount of friction they make depends also on the pattern of land distribution, with most energy being dissipated when narrow channels like Bering Strait are in existence. We must simply guess at the effects on weather or on life, but they are almost certainly enormous. For instance, if Earth had weaker tides than it does, would life have been delayed in moving from the seas onto dry ground? One clear-cut, if indirect, influence of tides on weather is through the spin of the planet. The more rapidly it rotates, the stronger the cyclone-breeding Coriolis forces. In the case of Cleopatra, we have not only this factor, but also the more powerful irradiation. and maybe the greater distance upward from surface to stratosphere, together with the lesser separation of poles and tropics, to generate more violent and changeable weather than is common on Earth. Insofar as the matter is understood by contemporary geophysicists, we can predict that Cleopatra, having a hotter molten core and a greater rate of rotation, possesses a respectable magnetic field, quite likely stronger than the terrestrial. This will have helped preserve its atmosphere, in spite of the higher temperatures and lower gravity. Solar particles, which might otherwise have kicked gas molecules into space, have generally been warded off. To be sure, some get through to the uppermost thin layers of air, creating secondary cosmic rays, electrical disturbances, and showy auroras. The weather is likewise affected by axial tilt. Earth does not ride upright in its orbit. No member of the solar system does. Our axis of rotation slants about 23 1/2 degrees off the vertical. From this we get our seasons, with everything that implies. We cannot tell how often Earth-like worlds elsewhere have radically different orientations. My guess is that this is a rarity, and that, if anything, Earth may lean a bit more rakishly than most. But it's merely another guess. Whatever value the writer chooses, let him ponder how it will determine the course of the year, the size and character of climatic zones, the development of life and civilizations. If Earth did travel upright, thus having no seasons, we would probably never see migratory birds across the sky. One suspects there would be no clear cycle of the birth and death of vegetation either. Then what form would agriculture have taken? Society? Religion? It is questions like these that science fiction is uniquely well fitted to ask. Simple permutations of natural law, such as we have been considering here, raise amazingly many of them, and suggest tentative answers. True, this kind of backgrounding work is the barest beginning. The writer must then go on to topography, living creatures both non-human and human, problems and dreams, the story itself, ultimately to those words which are to appear on a printed page. Yet if he has given some thought, and yes, some love to his setting, that will show in the words. Only by making it real to himself can he make it, and the events which happen within its framework, seem real to the reader. The undertaking isn't unduly hard. It is mind-expanding in the best sense of that phrase. Or may I end by repeating myself and saying that, for writer and reader alike, it's fun. Paul Anderson. Paul Anderson was born in Pennsylvania in 1926, of Scandinavian parents, hence the spelling of the first name, and was raised in Texas and on a Minnesota farm with intervals in Europe and the Washington, D.C. area. He graduated from the University of Minnesota in physics with distinction, but having already sold some stories while in college, first significant publication in 1947, decided to become a writer. Now a longtime resident, with wife and daughter, of San Francisco Bay Area. Wife Karen occasionally writes too. He is the author of more than 50 books and 200-odd short pieces. Besides science fiction, they include fantasy, mystery, historical, juvenile, and here and now fiction, nonfiction, poetry, essays, translations, criticism, etc. Short stories and articles have appeared in places as various as the science fiction magazines, Boy's Life, Playboy, the Toronto Star Weekly, National Review, Ellery Queen's, and the defunct Jack London's magazine. Novels, non-fiction books, and short stories have appeared in 15 foreign languages. Former Regional Vice President of Mystery Writers of America and former President of Science Fiction Writers of America. Honors include Guest of Honor, World Science Fiction Convention of 1959, and several regional conventions, 4 Hugo Awards, and 2 Nebula Awards for Best SF Novelette of the Year. Forry, Forry, Award of Los Angeles Science Fantasy Society. Special issue, April 1972, of the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction. Macmillan Cock-Robin Award for the Best Mystery Novel, investiture in the Baker Street Irregulars, and twice winner of the Morley Montgomery Prize for Scholarship in Sherlock Holmes. Knight of Mark Twain. In the non-literary field, knighthood in the Society for Creative Anachronism for prowess in medieval combat. Among Paul Anderson's more popular books are Brainwave, The High Crusade, The Enemy Stars, 3 Hearts and 3 Lions, The Broken Sword, Taw Zero. Most recent novels are, as of now, There Will Be Time and The People of the Wind. Hal Clement, The Creation of Imaginary Beings. The unheard-of creature and the unhuman character have been part of the storyteller's ammunition since long before the invention of writing, it seems safe to claim. Angel and demon, ghost and vampire, dragon and rook, Homer's Cyclopes and Mandeville's headless men are all part of the basic human heritage. Telling how to create such beings might almost be taken as an insult to normal human imagination. In science fiction, however, we do try to maintain standards of realism, or at least believability, for a rather more knowledgeable and technically sophisticated audience than Homer faced. This is not to say that we have higher standards in these respects. Homer's gods and Sinbad's island whale were as believable in their day as moonflight and atomic energy are now. Our standards are simply based on a better knowledge of the physical universe. Also, there is no intended suggestion that the ghost and his non-material kin either have vanished or should vanish from the inventory. It is perfectly possible for a competent, informed, educated materialist of the late 20th century to enjoy the works of Sheridan Le Fanu or Lyman Frank Baum, B-A-U-M, not only with the full knowledge that they are not true histories, but also safely above the need to prove his open-mindedness by saying that such things might be possible. However, I am confining my remarks to the rather narrow limits of hard science fiction, where I am qualified to hold a professional opinion. It has been charged that in restricting ourselves to scientific accuracy, my colleagues and I are narrowing the scope of usable story ideas available to us. My answer, mathematically rather horrible, but defensible under literary standards, is that the square root of infinity is not really that much smaller than infinity, as far as resource material goes. Our main point is that for many modern readers, a violation of the laws of thermodynamics by the author can spoil a story just as effectively as having Abraham Lincoln changing a set of spark plugs in a historical novel. Therefore, if we travel to Mars in a story, the vehicle must operate either along physical laws we currently think we know, or at least on more or less convincing extrapolations of those laws. Furthermore, when we get there, the Martians, not to mention their lapdogs, saddle horses, dinner steaks, and rheumatism, must not strike too jarring a set of notes against the background which author and reader are, it is to be hoped, visualizing together. It is permissible, and even desirable, to take the reader by surprise with some of these details, of course. However, his reaction to the surprise should be the urge to kick himself for failing to foresee the item, rather than resentment at the author's ringing in a new theme. It follows that the hard science fiction writer must have at least an informed layman's grasp of biochemistry and ecology. Even in this narrowed realm, there would seem to be two basic lines of procedure for the storyteller who needs non-human characters and other extraterrestrial life forms. The two are not mutually exclusive. They overlap heavily in many ways. Nevertheless, they represent different directions of attack on the problem, one of which is more useful if the basic story is already well set up in the author's mind, while the other is of more use in creating and developing the story possibilities themselves. In the first case, the qualities of the various life forms have, to a considerable extent, already been determined. They are demanded by the story events. Excellent recent examples occur in some of Keith Laumer's, Laumer, Retief novels, such as the wheeled metallic natives of Quap in Retief's War, and the even more peculiar Lumbagans in Retief's Ransom. In other words, if the savages of Fomalhaut 7 are going to kidnap the heroine by air, they must be able to fly with the weight of a human being. If the hero is going to escape from a welded-shut steel safe with the aid of his friend from Regulus 4, the friend must be able either to break or dissolve the steel, or perhaps get into and out of such spaces via the fourth dimension. These are part of the starting situation for the author, who must assume that the creations of his intellect do have the requisite powers. If he is really conscientious, or worries greatly about being laughed at by scientific purists, he will also have in the background an ecological system where these powers are of general use, and which contains other creatures whose behavior and abilities fit into the same picture. Flying must be easier on Fomalhaut 7 than on Earth. Perhaps the air is denser, or the gravity weaker, or native muscle more efficient and powerful. Ordinary evolution will have been affected by the fact that flight by larger animals is possible, so there will be a much wider range of large flying organisms than we know on Earth. There will be carnivores, herbivores, and omnivores. There will be a wide range of attack and defense systems among these beings. In short, there will be more ecological niches available to large flyers, and it may be confidently expected that evolution will fill them. Of course, there will be limits, just as on Earth. Vertebrates have been flying for nearly 200 million years, which for most of the forms involved means about the same number of generations. But we have no supersonic birds on this planet. Even the insects, which have been flying a good deal longer, haven't gotten anywhere near Mach 1. The 800-mile-per-hour deerbot fly, which appeared in the literature during the 1930s, was very definitely a mistaken observation. It would seem that our biochemistry can't handle energy at the rates needed for supersonic flight. It is the evident existence of these limits which forces the author to assume a different set of conditions on the Fomalhaut planet. Similarly, fourth-dimensional extrusion will have to be general on Regulus 4, and the local ecology will reflect the fact. There will be hide-and-seek techniques among predators and prey, essentially incomprehensible to human beings, and therefore a tremendous challenge to the imagination and verbal skill of the writer. If fourth-dimensional extrusion is not the answer chosen, then the ability to dissolve iron may have developed, which implies that free iron exists on the planet under circumstances that make the ability to dissolve it a useful one. Or, there is, of course, a limit to the time any author can spend working out such details. Even I, a spare-time writer who seldom saddles himself with deadlines, spend some of that spare time writing the story itself. In any kind of story whatever, a certain amount of the background has to be filled in by the listener's imagination. It is neither possible nor desirable to do everything for him. In this first line of attack, the time and effort to be spent on detail work are reasonably limited. Even the second line, which is my favored technique, has its limits in this respect. However, it does encourage the author to spend longer in the beginning at the straight slide rule work. As it happens, I get most of the fun out of working out the physical and chemical nature of a planet or solar system, and then dreaming up life forms which might reasonably evolve under such conditions. The story, obviously, as some critics have been known to remark, comes afterward. My excuse for using this general technique, if one is needed, is twofold. First, I find it more fun. This will carry smaller weight for the author who is writing for a living. Second, it is not unusual for the nature of the planet and its life forms, once worked out, to suggest story events or even an entire plot line which would never otherwise have occurred to me. This fact should carry some weight even with the more fantasy-oriented writer who cares less about realism. I do have to admit that realism, or at least consistency, is a prime consideration with me. And as I implied some pages back with the Abraham Lincoln metaphor, even the most fantastic story can jar the most tolerant reader if the inconsistency is crude enough. Anachronism is only one form of inconsistency. This sort of realism in life design has to be on at least two levels, biochemical and mechanical. It is true that we do not yet know all the details of how even the simplest life forms work. It is still defensible to build for story purposes a creature that drinks hydrazine, and say that no one can prove this impossible. Beyond a certain point, however, I have to dismiss this as ducking out the easy way, sometimes justifiable for storytelling purposes, but jarring on the scientific sensibility. Some facts of life are very well known indeed, and to contradict them, a very good excuse and very convincing logic are needed. For example, any life form converts energy from one form to another. On our own planet, the strongest and most active creatures use the oxygen in the atmosphere to convert food materials to carbon dioxide and water. The chemical reactions supply the needed energy. Obviously, the available oxygen would be quickly used up if there were not some other set of reactions to break down the water and carbon dioxide, actually it's the water on this planet, to replace what is exhausted. It takes as much energy, actually more must be supplied since no reaction is completely efficient, to break up a molecule into its elements, as is released by forming it from these elements. And any ecological system must have a long-term energy base. On this planet, as is common knowledge, the base is sunlight. There seems no need here to go into the very complicated details. Few people get through high school these days, I'd like to believe, without at least a general idea of photosynthesis. In passing, some people have the idea that fish violate this basic rule and are some sort of perpetual motion machine because they breathe water. Not so. Fish use the elemental O2 gas supplied as usual by photosynthesis and dissolved in water, not the O in the H2O. Aquarium suppliers are perfectly justified in selling air pumps. They are not exploiting the innocent fish fanciers. Substitutes for free oxygen in energy-releasing reactions are perfectly possible chemically, and as far as anyone can tell, should be possible biologically. Indeed, some earthly life forms do use other reactions. There is no chemical need for these substitutes even to be gases. But if the story calls for a non-human character to be drowned or strangled, obvious gaseous candidates are fluorine and chlorine. The former can run much more energetic reactions than even oxygen, while chlorine compares favorably with the gas we are all hooked on. That last seems a justified assumption about the present readers. If it is wrong, please come and introduce yourself. Neither chlorine nor fluorine occurs free on this planet. But, as pointed out already, neither would oxygen if earthly life were not constantly replenishing it by photosynthesis. It has been pointed out that both these gases are odd-numbered elements, and therefore in shorter universal supply than oxygen. This may well be true, but if some mad scientist were to develop a microorganism able to photosynthesize free chlorine from the chloride ion in Earth's ocean, it wouldn't have to do a very complete job to release as much of this gas as we now have of oxygen. Breaking down 10% or so of the ocean salt would do the trick. Present-day biological engineering is probably not quite up to this job yet. But if you want to use the idea in a story, be my guest. I don't plan to use it myself. The crazy scientist story is old hat now, except in frankly political literature, and even the germ from space has been pretty well worked to death in the last 40 years. As mentioned, there is no chemical reason why the energy-producing reactants have to include gases at all. Oxidizing a pound of sugar with nitric acid will yield more energy than oxidizing the same pound with oxygen. If this seems improbable at first glance, remember the bond energy of the N2 molecule, which is one of the products of the first reaction. True, raw concentrated nitric acid is rather hard on most, if not all, terrestrial tissues, but we do handle hydrochloric acid, admittedly in rather dilute form in spite of the antacid tablet ads, in our own digestive systems. I see little difficulty in dreaming up a being able to store and utilize strong oxidizers in its system. The protective mucus our own stomachs use is only one of the possibilities. Many chemical sources of energy are therefore possible in principle for our life forms, but one should be reasonably aware of the chemistry involved. Water or iron oxide would not be good fuels under any reasonable circumstances. There are admittedly some energy-yielding reactions involving these, but they call for special and unlikely reactants like sodium and fluorine. And if those reactants are around, we could get much more energy by using them on other substances. To get more fundamental, sunlight is not the only conceivable energy base for an ecological pyramid. It is, however, by far the most likely, assuming the planet in question has a sun. Remember, the energy source must not only be quantitatively large enough, it must be widely available in both space and time, so that life can originate and evolve to complex forms. Radioactivity and raw volcanic heat are both imaginable, but the first demands rather unusual conditions if much of it is to be on hand. Volcanism, if Earth is a fair example, tends to be restricted in space at any one time, and in time at any one location, a discouraging combination. Also, radioactive energy, in its most direct form, comes in high-energy quanta, furnishing an additional complication to the molecular architecture problem to be considered next. It seems pretty certain that life, as well as needing energy, must be of complex structure. It has to do too many things for a simple machine. An organism must be able to absorb the chemicals needed for its energy, and carry out at the desired rate the reactions which they undergo. It must develop and repair its own structure. Immortal, invulnerable, specially created beings are conceivable, but definitely outside the realm of this discussion. It must reproduce its own structure, and therefore keep on file a complete set of specifications, which must itself be reproducible. Whatever mystical, symbolic, and figurate resemblances there may be between a candle flame and a living creature, the concrete differences between them seem to me to constitute a non-negotiable demand for extreme complexity in the latter. On Earth, this complexity involves the phosphate sugar-based polymers, called popularly DNA and RNA for specifications, polypeptide and polysaccharide structures for most of the machinery, and, perhaps most fundamentally, the hydrogen bond to provide structural links which can be changed around as needed without the need for temperatures high enough to ruin the main framework. I see no reason why other carbon compounds could not do the jobs of most of these, though I cannot offhand draw formulas for the alternates. The jobs in general depend on the shapes of the molecules, or perhaps more honestly the shapes of the force fields around them. These could presumably be duplicated closely enough by other substances. I am rather doubtful that the cruder substitutions suggested by various writers, such as that of silicon for carbon, would actually work, though of course I cannot be sure that they wouldn't. We have the fact that on Earth, with silicon many times more plentiful than carbon, life uses the latter. The explanations which can be advanced for this fact seem to me to be explanations as well of why silicon won't work in life forms. To be more specific, silicon atoms are large enough to 4-coordinate with oxygen, and hence wind up in hard, crystalline, insoluble macromolecular structures, the usual run of silicate minerals. The smaller carbon atom, able to react with not more than 3 oxygens at once, was left free to form the water-reactive carbon dioxide gas. True, some earthly life, such as scouring rushes, basket sponges, and foraminifera, use silicon compounds in skeletal parts, but not, except in trace amounts, in active life machinery. I also doubt that any other element could do the job of hydrogen, which I am inclined to regard as the essential life element rather than the more popular carbon. Life machinery is complex, but it must have what might be called moving parts, structures which have to be altered in shape or connected now one way and now another. A chemical bond weak enough to be changed without affecting the rest of the machine seems a necessity. A gasoline engine would be hard to design if springs didn't exist and a cutting torch were needed to open the valves each cycle. The hydrogen bond, I don't propose to explain what this is. If you don't know, consult any beginning chemistry text, is the only thing I know of which meets this need on the molecular level. This, however, is not much of a science fiction problem. Something like 999 out of every 1,000 atoms in the universe are hydrogen atoms. Even Earth, which seems to be one of the most thoroughly dehydrogenated objects in the observable part of space, has all it needs for an extensive collection of life forms. I suspect it will generally be easier for an author to use hydrogen in his homemade life forms than to work out a credible substitute. To finish with the fundamental structure level, one must admit that very complex electric and magnetic field structures, other than those supplied ready-formed by atoms and molecules, are conceivable. At this point, it really is necessary to fall back on the "we can't say it's impossible" excuse. Personally, I would develop such life forms only if my story demanded of them some ability incompatible with ordinary matter, such as traveling through a telephone wire or existing without protection both in the solar photosphere and a cave on Pluto. At this point, simple scientific realism fades away, and I must bow out as an expert. It's not that I'm above doing it, it's just that practically anyone else could do it equally well. The other principal basis for believability of life forms lies in the field of simple mechanics, much more common sense than biochemistry. For example, in spite of Edgar Rice Burroughs' callets, a fast-running creature is far more likely to have a few long legs than a lot of short ones. Whether muscle tissue on planet X is stronger or weaker than on Earth, muscular effort will be more efficiently applied by fewer, longer strokes. Even if the evolutionary background, for some reason, started off with the 10 legs, for example, high gravity, I would expect an organism specializing in speed to develop 2 or perhaps 4 of them to greater length and either have the others degenerate or put them to other uses as the generations rolled on. On the same general principle, if the creature lives on grass or the local ecological equivalent, it will probably not have much of a brain. If it doesn't have to catch food or climb trees, it will lack any equivalent of a hand. In short, any anatomical part an organism has should either be useful to that creature in its current life, or be the degenerate remnant of something useful to its remote ancestors. Exceptions to this rule among earthly life forms are hard to find, and may be only apparent. We simply don't know the purpose of the organ in question. A former example was the sail on the backs of some Permian reptiles, now believed to be a temperature control device. In addition to being useful itself, a structure must have been at least slightly useful through its early stages of development. It is hard to believe that a single mutation would produce a completely developed ear, but any ability to sense pressure variations would clearly be useful to an animal. Creatures must have existed showing development all the way from a slightly refined sense of touch to the present organ capable of detecting and recognizing a tiger's footfall in a windy forest or an out-of-tune flute in an orchestra. Similarly with the eye, there are now alive on Earth creatures with light-sensitive organs, ranging from the simple red spot of the single-celled euglena through pinhole cameras with complex retinas, some cephalopods, to the lens and iris-equipped, diffraction-limited organ of most mammals and birds, complete with automatic focusing. There are also examples of parallel evolution, which were good enough to help their owners survive all the way along the route. The compound mosaic lens eyes of arthropods, and I have heard at least one organism that scans the image of a single lens by moving a single retinal nerve over the field. But eyes and ears are hardly original enough for a really imaginative science fiction story. What other long-range senses might an organism evolve? Could an intelligent species develop without any such sense? If so, what would be that creature's conception of the universe? How, if at all, could sighted and hearing human beings communicate with it? The first question, at least, can be partially answered without recourse to mysticism. Magnetic fields do exist, as do electric ones. Certainly some creatures can sense the latter directly. You can yourself, for that matter, bring your hand close to a highly charged object and feel what happens to the fine hairs on your skin. There is some evidence that certain species of birds can detect the Earth's magnetic field. Sound is already used in accordance with its limitations, as is scent. A gravity sense other than the one we now use for orientation would probably not be discriminating enough, though I could certainly be wrong. Read up on lunar mascons if you don't see what I mean by lack of discrimination. It is a little hard to envision what could be detected by a magnetic sense and how its possessor would imagine the universe. Most substances on this planet have practically no effect on a magnetic field, and this is what makes me a little doubtful about the birds mentioned above. I can see the use of such a sense in navigation for a migratory species, but I have trouble thinking through its evolutionary development. Perhaps on a planet with widely distributed ferromagnetic material, the location of which is of life and death importance to the life forms, it would happen. Maybe our Regulus IV character who can dissolve iron needs it for biochemical reasons. The important point, from which we may have been wandering a trifle, is not whether I can envision such a situation in detail, but whether the author of the story can do so, and thereby avoid having to invent ad hoc a goose which lays golden eggs. If the life form in question has hearing but no sight, all right, but it should not be able to thread a needle with the aid of sonic perception. Sound waves short enough to have that kind of resolving power would demand a good deal of energy to produce, would have very poor range in air, and would, incidentally, be decidedly dangerous to human explorers. Of course, a story could be built on the unfortunate consequences of the men who are mowed down by what they thought must be a death ray, when the welcoming committee was merely trying to take a good look. Sound does have the advantage of being able to diffract around obstacles, so that straight-line connection is not needed. Light, that is, light visible to human beings, is of such short wavelength that diffraction effects are minor. This means that the precise direction of origin of a sound ray cannot be well determined, while a good eye can measure light's direction to a small fraction of a degree. On Earth, we both eat and keep this particular piece of cake, since we have evolved both sight and hearing. Scent seems to have all the disadvantages and none of the advantages as a long-range sense. However, under special circumstances, even a modified nose may fill the need. In a story of my own some years ago, Uncommon Sense, Astounding Science Fiction, September 1945, I assumed an airless planet so that molecules could diffuse in nearly straight lines. The local sense organs were basically pinhole cameras with the retinal mosaic formed of olfactory cells. Since the beings in question were not intelligent, the question of what sort of universe they believed in did not arise. Granting the intelligence, it would have been, would still be indeed, interesting to work out their cosmology. Naturally, the first few hours are spent wondering whether and how they could fill the intellectual gaps imposed by their lack of sight and hearing. Then, of course, the intelligent speculator starts wondering what essential details are missing from our concept of the universe because of our lack of the sense of, you name it. This, for what my opinion is worth, is one of the best philosophical excuses for the practice of science fiction, if an excuse is needed. The molecule seers presumably lack all astronomical data. What are we missing? This question, I hope I needn't add, is not an excuse to go off on a mystical kick, though it is one which the mystics are quite reasonably fond of asking, and then answering with their own version of truth. The human species has, as a matter of fact, done a rather impressive job of overcoming its sensory limitations, though I see no way of ever being sure when the job is done. Philosophy aside, there are many more details of shape to be considered for non-human beings. Many of the pertinent factors have been pointed out by other writers, such as L. Sprague de Camp, Design for Life, Astounding Science Fiction, May-June 1939. DeCamp reached the conclusion that an intelligent life form would have to wind up not grossly different in structure from a human being, carrying its sense organs high and close to the brain, having a limited number of limbs, with a minimum number of these specialized for locomotion and the others for manipulation, having a rigid skeleton, and being somewhere between an Irish setter and a grizzly bear in size. The lower size limit was set by the number of cells needed for a good brain, and the upper one by the bulk of body which could be handled by a brain without over-specialization. Sprague admitted both his estimates to be guesses, but I have seen no more convincing ones since. Whenever I have departed greatly from his strictures in my own stories, I have always felt the moral need to supply an excuse, at least to myself. The need for an internal skeleton stems largely from the nature of muscle tissue, which can exert force only by contracting, and is therefore much more effective with a good lever system to work with. I belittle neither the intelligence nor the strength of the octopus, but in spite of Victor Hugo and most other writers of undersea adventure, the creature's boneless tentacles are not all that effective as handling organs. I don't mean that the octopus and his kin are helpless hunks of meat, but if I had my choice of animals I was required to duel to the death, I would pick one of this tribe rather than one of their bonier rivals, the barracuda or the moray eel, even though neither of the latter have any prehensile organs but their jaws. If any experienced scuba divers wish to dispute this matter of taste, go right ahead. I admit that so far, thank goodness, I am working from theory on this specific matter. This leads to a point which should be raised in any science fiction essay. I have made a number of quite definite statements in the preceding pages, and will make several more before finishing this chapter. Anyone with the slightest trace of intelligent critical power can find a way around most of these dicta by setting up appropriate situations. I wouldn't dream of objecting. Most of my own stories have developed from attempts to work out situations in which someone who has laid down the law within my hearing would be wrong. The Hunter, in Needle, was a deliberate attempt to get around Sprague's minimum size rule. Mission of Gravity complicated the size and speed issue by variable gravity, and so on. If no one has the urge, imagination, and knowledge to kick specific holes in the things I say here, my favorite form of relaxation is in danger of going out with a whimper. If someone takes exception to the statement that muscles can only pull, by all means do something about it. We know a good deal about earthly muscle chemistry these days. Maybe a pushing cell could be worked out. I suspect it would need a very strong cell wall, but why not? Have fun with the idea. If you can make it plausible, you will have destroyed at a stroke many of the currently plausible engineering limitations to the shapes and power of animals. I could list examples for the rest of my available pages, but you should have more fun doing it yourself. There is a natural temptation to make one's artificial organisms as weird as possible in looks and behavior. Most authors seem to have learned that it is extremely hard to invent anything stranger than some of the life forms already on our planet, and many writers, as a result, have taken to using either these creatures as they are, or modifying them in size and habit, or mixing them together. The last, in particular, is not a new trick. The Sphinx and Hippogriff have been with us for some time. With our present knowledge, though, we have to be careful about the changes and mixtures we make. Pegasus, for example, will have to remain mythological. Even if we could persuade a horse to grow wings, feathered or not, earthly muscle tissue simply won't fly a horse. assuming, of course, that the muscle is going along for the ride. Also, the horse would have to extract a great deal more energy than it does from its hay diet to power the flight muscles, even if it could find room for them in an equine anatomy. Actually, the realization that body engineering and lifestyle are closely connected is far from new. There is a story about Baron Cuvier, a naturalist of the late 18th and early 19th centuries. It seems that one night his students decided to play a practical joke, and one of them dressed up in a conglomeration of animal skins, including that of a deer. The disguised youth then crept into the Baron's bedroom and aroused him by growling, "Cuvier, wake up! I am going to eat you!" The Baron is supposed to have opened his eyes, looked over his visitor briefly, closed his eyes again, and rolled over, muttering, "Impossible! You have horns and hooves." A large body of information, it would seem, tends to produce opinions in its possessor's mind, if not always correct ones. The trick of magnifying a normal creature to menacing size is all too common. The giant amoeba is a familiar example. Monster insects, or whole populations of them, even more so. It might pay an author with this particular urge to ask himself why we don't actually have such creatures around. There is likely to be a good reason, and if he doesn't know it, perhaps he should do some research. In the case of both amoeba and insect, the so-called square cube law is the trouble. Things like strength of muscle and rate of chemical and heat exchange with the environment depend on surface or cross-section area, and change with the square of linear size. Swift's Brobdingnagians would therefore have 100 times the strength and oxygen intake rate of poor Gulliver. Unfortunately, the mass of tissue to be supported and fed goes up with the cube of linear dimension, so the giants would have had 1,000 times Gulliver's weight. It seems unlikely that they could have stood, much less walked. Can you support 10 times your present weight? This is why a whale, though an air breather, suffocates if he runs ashore. He lacks the muscular strength to expand his chest cavity against its own weight. An ant magnified to 6-foot length would be in even worse trouble, since she doesn't have a mammal's supercharger system in the first place, but merely a set of air pipes running through her system. Even if the mad scientist provided his giant ants with oxygen masks, I wouldn't be afraid of them. It is only because they are so small, and their weight has decreased even faster than their strength, that insects can perform the miraculous feats of carrying dozens of times their own weight, or jumping hundreds of times their own length. This would have favored Swift's Lilliputians, who would have been able to make some remarkable athletic records if judged on a strictly linear scale. That is, unless they had to spend too much time in eating to offset their excessive losses of body heat. Really small creatures, strong as they may seem, either have structures that don't seem to mind change in temperature too much, insects, small reptiles, or are extremely well insulated, small birds, or have to eat something like their own weight in food each day, shrew, hummingbird. There seems reason to believe that at least with earthly biochemistry, the first and last of these weaknesses do not favor intelligence. A rather similar factor operates against the idea of having a man-like creature get all his energy from sunlight, plant style. This was covered years ago by V.A. Ulick. Those Impossible Autotrophic Men, Astounding Science Fiction, October 1956, who pointed out that a man who tries to live like a tree is going to wind up looking much like one. He will have to increase his sunlight intercepting area without greatly increasing his mass, in other words, grow leaves. cut down his energy demands to what leaves can supply from sunlight's 1.5 horsepower per square yard, become sessile, and provide himself with mineral nutrients directly from the soil, since he can't catch food anymore, grow roots. Of course, we can get around some of this by hypothesizing a hotter, closer sun, with all the attendant complications of higher planet temperature. This is fun to work out, and some of us do it, but remember that a really basic change of this sort affects everything in the ecological pyramid, sitting on that particular energy base. In other words, all the life on the planet. It may look from all this as though a really careful and conscientious science fiction writer has to be a junior edition of the Almighty. Things are not really this bad. I mentioned one way out a few pages ago in admitting there is a limit to the detail really needed. The limit is set not wholly by time, but by the fact that too much detail results in a PhD thesis, perhaps a fascinating one to some people, but still a thesis rather than a story. I must admit that some of us do have this failing, which has to be sharply controlled by editors. Perhaps the most nearly happy medium advice that can be given is this: work out your world and its creatures as long as it remains fun. Then write your story, making use of any of the details you have worked out which help the story. Write off the rest of the development work as something which built your own background picture, the stage setting, if you like, whose presence in your mind will tend to save you from the more jarring inconsistencies. I use this word very carefully rather than errors. Remember, though, that among your readers there will be some who enjoy carrying your work farther than you did. They will find inconsistencies which you missed. Depend on it. Part of human nature is the urge to let the world know how right you were, so you can expect to hear from these people either directly or through fanzine pages. Don't let it worry you. Even if he is right and you are wrong, he has demonstrated unequivocally that you succeeded as a storyteller. You gave your audience a good time. Hal Clement, Harry Clement Stubbs. Born in Somerville, Massachusetts, in 1922, Hal Clement attended public schools in Arlington and Cambridge, and received a B.S. in astronomy from Harvard in 1943. He served with 8th AAF in World War II, flying 35 missions over German-occupied Europe as co-pilot and pilot in B-24 bombers, and after the war obtained his M.Ed. at Boston University. He then taught high school science and math for 4 years, until recalled with his Air Force Reserve Unit for 2 years in 1951, but he did not go overseas this time. He returned to his teaching position at Milton Academy, Massachusetts, in 1953, and is still there, but has since acquired an M.S. in chemistry. He is still in the Air Force Reserve, working in an information unit with the rank of colonel. Sold first story to Astounding Science Fiction magazine while a sophomore at Harvard, and has produced a small but fairly steady flow of science fiction ever since. He has also done a number of scientific articles in various publications, generally under his real name, Harry C. Stubbs. He is a member, or has been, of such scientific organizations as AAAS, New England Association of Chemistry Teachers, Bond Astronomical Society, and the Meteoritical Society. He was a charter member of New England Science Fiction Association and for 2 years has served on the Nebula Awards Committee of Science Fiction Writers of America. Married since 1952 to the former Mary Myers of Atlantic City, New Jersey, he has 1 son in college, 1 about to go to college, and 1 junior high school-age daughter. The following are books by Hal Clement: Ice World, 1953, Gnome. Needle, 1953, Doubleday. Mission of Gravity, 1954, Doubleday. Cycle of Fire, 1957, Valentine. Close to Critical, 1959, Valentine. Natives of Space, 1965, Valentine, 3 novelettes. Small Changes, 1969, Doubleday. First Flights to the Moon, 1970, Doubleday. Starlight, 1971, Valentine. Anne McCaffrey, Hitch Your Dragon to a Star, Romance and Glamour in Science Fiction. Romance and glamour in science fiction? Don't be ridiculous. What's romantic about bug-eyed monsters chasing, but never catching, bosomy, terrified females around weird machines and moon rockets? Moon rockets? How absurd. Man will never get off Earth. And what's glamorous about spacesuits? And Buck Rogers gimmickry? Or exploring a dust-dry planet with 5 other guys? Sex and emotion are non-existent in SF. Everyone knows that. Footnote number 1. Indeed, in the January 1973 analog, a reader berates the editor for abandoning Mr. Campbell's sexual morality standards and cites Hero by Joe Haldeman as being pornographic and Collision Course by S. Kai Bolt as containing sexually suggestive comments which could have been removed. He does not want his teenage son corrupted. End of footnote. If you apply the popular definitions of romance and glamour, SF does indeed lack these qualities, with good reasons. In the beginning, and start with the classics of Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, SF stories were written for a predominantly male audience, the premise being that the female mind was unequipped to cope with science or extrapolations. If the male readers wanted the stimulation of a purely sex story, they could find that in the erotic classics, mainstream literature, or, starting around the middle of the 20th century, in the Playboy category. Footnote number 2. Paradoxically, some very fine SF stories have been published in Playboy. End of footnote. The male readership wanted certain things from their science fiction stories. Exercises in extrapolation, the use to which unproven but valid scientific hypotheses could be put in the near or distant future, or plain escapist blood and thunder adventure yarns. Science fiction, then, and to a great extent now, is more cerebral than gonadal. The perspicacious SF editor gives his readers what they want to read, or watches his circulation figures drop. The 4 top SF magazines, Analog, Fantasy and Science Fiction, Galaxy, and Worlds of If, have survived because their editors were shrewd enough to choose the type of story their readers craved. Emotion, other than courageous fortitude in the face of alien monsters, or patriotism for the cause, the ship, the society, the planet, the galaxy, or the universe, depending on the theme and scope, was unwarranted. Sweating out the result of experiments is non-emotional. Romance, the starry-eyed, deep-sighing, hand-holding variety, was verboten as unnecessary. SF had to cater to a narrow, highly specialized, fact-conscious, emotion-eschewing group. Much of the SF written in the 30s and 40s, though solidly based on sound scientific speculation, was duller than a laundry list and very often written, so help me God, by the practicing scientist in the laboratory who had a good idea for a story and actually wrote it. I've forgotten John Campbell's exact alphabetization of this category of writer. Isaac Asimov is the most spectacular exception of the trained scientist turned science fiction writer. Sir Fred Hoyle is another. Then there is Hal Clement, who teaches math and sciences, Alan E. Nourse, T.J. Bass, Roy Myers, and Michael Crichton, and C. Davis Belcher all rate an M.D. after their names. M.R. Anver and Jesse Bone are veterinary surgeons. Joe Hensley, Ted Thomas, and Walter F. Mowdy are lawyers. Larry Niven and Greg, who talks to computers, Benford, have advanced degrees in pure science. Bert Filer, F-I-L-E-R, holds a dozen patents. Keith Laumers, an architect, etc., etc. The secondary point of this is that the scientist-cum-writer does not have to sound scientifically sterile and dull. You will also quickly perceive that, with one sex-pseudonymous exception, all the above-mentioned are men. Even before the equal opportunity campaigns of the 50s and 60s, there were women writers of science fiction. Some found it wiser, footnote number 3, that is, the editor suggested, recommended, or insisted on the change, end of footnote, to use ambiguous pen names so as not to prejudice the male readers against a story by a blatantly female author. C.L. Moore nevertheless managed to inject a good deal of the tenderer sentiments in her books. Lee Brackett's well-rounded characterizations and plots were a delight, and Andre Norton remains the mistress of superb fantasy. Footnote number 4. I remember a heated argument with one young fan in 1965. He categorically refused to believe that Andre Norton could be a woman. He may still not believe me. End of footnote. Marion, M-A-R-I-O-N, in some parts of the world that is the masculine spelling, Zimmer Bradley, tends to write SF from the male viewpoint, as does Lee Hoffman. Judith Merrill determinedly wrote from the women's viewpoint. Diaper stories, they were nicknamed. But the staunchly female writers include Miriam Allen DeFord, Mildred Klingerman, Margaret St. Clair, under several pseudonyms, Catherine McLean, and Doris Pitkin Buck. By the late 50s, this chosen few was joined by Evelyn S. Smith, Kate Wilhelm, Rachel Pays, J. Hunter Holly, Jacob Transue, Transue, the late Roselle George Brown, Carol Emschweiler, Emshwiller, Sonia Dorman, and me. There are still a few who prefer the masculine disguise. M.R. Anver, A.M. Hopf, Sidney Van Scihoc, S-C-Y-O-C, and D.C. Fontana. Footnote number 5. When I joined the Science Fiction Writers of America in 1965, there were 30 women members of the total 275. By 1970, in a total membership of 425, there were 52. End of footnote. By the late 60s, and thanks to the Clarion State College SF Workshop, and the various universities and colleges now offering courses in science fiction and SF creative writing, more women are turning to this rewarding and stimulating field. Not entirely because they were forced to write more from the viewpoint of the opposite sex, women SF authors are more adept in their characterizations and portrayals. Again, I cite Lee Brackett, Lee Hoffman, Andre Norton, and Marion Zimmer Bradley, and add Kate Wilhelm and Ursula K. Le Guin, G-U-I-N. On the other hand, Robert Heinlein's women are horrors, excuseless caricatures of females. Alexei Panshin in Rite of Passage, his novel, a la Heinlein, created a most believable and likable female protagonist, thus surpassing the master. Personally, I've always found James Schmitz's women people I would like to know. His Telsie, the teeny bopper with the telepathic whammy, is a delightful brat, in direct contrast to the travesty of Heinlein's Podkayne of Mars. One top-flight writer of SF has been chided for using only one type of heroine, the sort of earnest, if attractive, females who joined the Communist Party in the 30s, the Army in the 40s, did social work in the 50s, and started communes in the 60s. A girl who would die for a principle. Great, but girls don't die for principles. Men do. A girl marries the clunk and converts him to her way of thinking later. In bed. While I've never encountered Harlan Ellison's females, our social spheres have been vastly different. They are recognizable as members of my sex. Not only was the female viewpoint unappreciated in most of the 20s, 30s, and 40s, but also women were generally relegated to the position of things, window dressing, or forced to assume attitudes in the corner, out of the way. Woman as a valid character, or heaven forfend, protagonist, was a rara avis. Footnote number 6. One notable exception occurred in H. Beam Piper's Omnilingual, Dr. Martha Dane. End of footnote. In the Latin, as in modern English, bird was slang for girl. The female often existed in the story as the straight stupid, off whom the hero or the good scientist could bounce enough theory so that the dumbest male reader would understand the story's science rationale. I don't know of any woman worth her nylon tights who'd wring her hands in a corner while her boyfriend, can't use the term lover in SF, you know, is getting clobbered by something hideous or dangerous. I'd have been in there swinging with something helpful. Come to think of it, most SF story heroes were pretty dull tools. Me, I'd have left them preening over the moral or scientific coups and gone off with the villains. Evil is sexually exciting, and too much nobility of spirit and high purpose leads to dissatisfied wives. Until just recently, those writers who were also female and persisted in expressing themselves not only found it expedient to masculinize their names, but to rephrase their stories for better reader response. I came broadside against this requisite. No one had told me that women were not supposed to write SF, and that few read it. After 7 years of voracious reading in the field, I'd had it up to the eye teeth with vapid women. I rebelled. I wrote Restoree as a tongue-in-cheek protest, utilizing as many of the standard thud and blunder cliches as possible, with one new twist. The heroine was the viewpoint character, and she is always Johanna on the spot. The science in the yarn came from the gleeful mind of a pure research scientist in DuPont. The gentleman was an avid escapist reader of SF and used to chortle over flaws in the science of analog stories. Naturally, the male readership didn't like Restoree. The book was reamed by fanzine critics, a blackballing which worked to my advantage because everyone had to read the book to see if it was as bad as all that. Very few male readers tumbled to the fact that I had deliberately written a space gothic. My second notable encounter with the male orientation problem was with A Womanly Talent, published in Analog. The story deals with the attempts of parapsychics to get professional immunity for their registered members in the practice of their particular variety of psi, telepathy, teleportation, telekinesis, and clairvoyance. Ruth Horvath, although she has tested as psi-positive, has an unidentifiable talent. Her husband, Lejos, works for a local insurance company. directing his precognitive faculty towards fire. I wanted Ruth to be a liberated woman. John Campbell asked me to define Ruth in terms of a customary womanly role to cater to his readership. Essentially, he told me, man still explores new territory and guards the hearth. Woman minds that hearth, whether or not she programs a computer to dust, cook, and rock the cradle. I felt I could go along with John's request in my inimitable fashion. Sam Lundwall, the Swedish SF expert, took me to task for this concession and chided me for espousing such anti-liberation notions. He failed to appreciate the underlying facetiousness of my treatment. Because Ruth did, during the course of the story, what the men could never have done, and she did it in the traditional role of mother, mistress, healer. Actually, I was too up on the analog readership. The woman not only bests the men in the story, but there was an explicit sex scene in Analog's virtuous pages. Not, mind you, that I snuck that in on John Campbell. Oh, no, to the contrary. As he told me later, that scene was an integral part of the plot development and could not have been omitted without destroying the story. He did indeed see no need of sex as a shock device. Nor did I. Nor do I apologize for the fact that all my SF stories are basically love-oriented. Helva, in The Ship Who Sang, is a surgically stunted woman, her body encased in a titanium shell, her brain synapses connected to her ship body's control so that she is the ship. She loves, deeply, humanly, and the title story evoked tears from many readers, or so I've been told. Helva loves, loses her lover, and finds another. Then I hitched my dragon to a star, won 2 awards, and no one has complained about sex, love, or the emotional content in my stories. A basic theme in Dragonflight and Dragon Quest is the symbiotic love relationship between humans and their dragon companions. Love in several facets is the main theme of both novels. Emotional content and personal involvement are expected in stories written by me. In fact, I've had stories returned to me by editors because they lacked these elements. A case of, I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't. Prior to the 60s, stories with any sort of a love interest were very rare. True, it was implied in many stories of the 30s and 40s that the guy married the girl whom he had rescued, encountered, discovered during the course of his adventure. But no real pulse-pounding, tender, gut-reacting scenes. The girl was still a thing to be used to perpetuate the hero's magnificent chromosomes. Or perhaps to prove that the guy wasn't queer. I mean, all those men locked away on a spaceship for months, years at a time. I mean, and you know what I mean, even if I couldn't mention it in the SF of the 30s and 40s. Did you ever see Flash Gordon kiss Dale Arden, or hold her hand loverly-like? And Tarzan only admits that Jane is his woman. Love did occasionally get a chance to rear its lovely head in the antiseptic atmosphere of SF. The most extraordinary example of love dominating an SF story will be dealt with at length later. The examples which I personally remember with a sigh are Alfred Bester's hero, Lincoln Powell, falls in love with Barbara in The Demolished Man. James Schmitz wrote a real good love story in Space Fear, one of his Lonnie, Agent of Vega yarns. Lonnie is very feminine, despite square eyeballs and silver hair. There were 3 very moving love stories appearing in Fantastic Universe in the mid-50s about telepaths on Mars. The author's name is beyond my research facilities in Ireland, and I suspect that it was a pseudonym, for there were never any other stories under that author's name. In Mars Child, Cyril M. Judd, Judith Merrill and Cyril Kornbluth, wove a tender love story about Anna, who blew glass because the noise from other people's thoughts distressed her too much. I fondly recall the love interest in J.T. McIntosh's Born Leader and Wilson Tucker's Wild Talent. On the odd side of the blanket, Theodore Sturgeon was the first author daring enough to tackle the question of homosexual love in a short story, Affair with a Green Monkey, Venture, May, 1957. Ursula K. Le Guin, Guin, deservedly won both 1970 Hugo and Nebula Awards for her magnificent novel, The Left Hand of Darkness. Her understatement of the attraction, love, empathy between a member of her one-sexed species and the heterosexually inclined protagonist makes it more powerful. Not all science fiction was dryly written or sterile as far as imagery was concerned or humanness. To cut the aridness, there was Avram Davidson's gentle charm, Grindel Brierton's outrageous punster Ferdinand Feghoot, the oft-times unnerving whimsy of Doris Pitkin Buck and H. Beam Piper, or Miriam Allen DeFord, Damon Knight's incisive satire, to name a few of the grace notes around the sterner melodies played, unheard, in outer space. What was basically lacking in the general story menu was any intense emotional involvement. You couldn't care less about the characters in the stories after you'd closed the book. The adventure had been fun, or the scientific twist made you murmur, "Well, I'd never have thought of doing that with this," or the gimmick amused you. I remember a story from Analog in which Mr. A, or was it General A, has to get the scientists off their unthinking rumps and develop an anti-grav unit. He provokes them by showing a film of a man actually defying gravity, a clumsy power pack strapped to his shoulders. Footnote number 7. This story predates the James Bond movie use of a power pack Buck Rogersian one-man flight unit, although, as I recall the cover illustration, the two had striking similarities. End of footnote. Unfortunately, the film ends as the inventor comes crashing to the earth. Mr. or General A says that the man is dead. His secret died with him. But if he could develop an anti-grav unit, so could they. They do. Then Mr. or General A presents them to the actor, who confesses that he had died, to shake up their inflexible notion that gravity couldn't be neutralized simply because it hadn't yet been done. It's years since that story came out, but all I can remember is the scientific gimmick and the philosophy. Fortunately for the maturity of SF, newcomers wiggled into the pages of fantasy and science fiction, Analog, Galaxy, and If. Keyes published a quiet story entitled Flowers for Algernon, which was later screened as Charlie. In 1952, in F and SF, Zena Henderson introduced The People, tender stories with a high emotional content about a race of parapsychic people who are forced to flee their world, the sun went nova, and their problems blending into the multitude on Earth. Her two books, The Anything Box and The People, No Different Flesh, Doubleday, compel the reader to share the tremendous sadness of the people for the loss of their beautiful homeworld. One appreciates the gallantry of their exodus and the sacrifice of the ones too old to make the terrible journey. The aura projected by Miss Henderson stays with the reader like a benediction. New lyrical writers started publishing and were acclaimed by the fans. Roger Zelazny and Samuel R. Delany were notable among the men. Carol M. Schweiler paints her canvases with a delicate brush and an economy of word, delineating some portion of intensely experienced personal conflict, that is, as in Pelt. Sonia Dorman's wry sense of humor and the macabre lends her writing unusual color. The late Roselle George Brown humorously depicted future woman's domestic problems with aliens to babysit, and she created the inimitable Sybil Sue Blue, galactic policewoman. Not all emotional shouts came from the distaff side. The incredible Harlan Ellison writes as if an inner fuse is about to blow before he can get all the words on his pages. Pretty Maggie Money Eyes, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, Try It with a Dull Knife can be cited as particular examples of high emotional content. I've never been more terrified than I was scurrying through Norman Spinrad's The Big Flash, because it was so awfully possible. Footnote number 8. In fact, because of the immense possibility that Norman Spinrad's story might come true, the Milford SF Writers' Conference, at which it was first read, debated long over whether it should be published at all. End of footnote. Keith Laumer's simple statement of courage in The Last Command has no equal in the field, and Paul Anderson's poignant, timeless love story, Kiri, is another subtle masterpiece. On the other hand, real humor in SF is at the highest premium. Humor is as much an emotional involvement as tragedy, but rarer. Jack Wadham's, Wodhams, is a very funny man. So is Harry Harrison. And Avram Davidson, Randall Garrett, dear Grindle Brierton, and Damon Knight. But not often enough. Keith Laumer pokes fun at diplomacy in all of his Retief yarns, and David Gerald, in combination with Larry Niven, is a good gag team. Theodore Cogswell once did an elaborate story caricaturing, all in good fun, SF writers and editors. Personally, I think Carol Carr outdid them all in her absurd story, Look, You Think You Got Problems? A Jewish, would you believe, SF story. Feh! In passing, I note that two of the most powerfully emotional scripts written for Star Trek were Journey to Babel by D. Dorothy C. Fontana and The Empath by Joyce Muscat. First-rate, seat-clutching panic-watching was provided by Norman Spinrad's The Doomsday Machine, and David Gerald's The Trouble with Tribbles bags the honors for the funniest episode of that much-lamented series. These writers are modern as far as SF goes. The oldest fans may beat their breasts for the good old days of thud, blunder, and real science in astounding, fantastic, and amazing magazines. But if SF were still driving the star trails with sawdust heroes and cardboard villains, more translated from westerns than integrated in the space age, SF would have been trapped in a Mobius strip. With the injection of emotional involvement, a sexual jolt to the romance and glamour, science fiction rose out of pulp and into literature. Notwithstanding the facts, 1, that originally science fiction was predominantly male-authored and written for a specifically science-trained male readership, 2, that the women writers of SF had to go along with that prerequisite until the 50s, 3, that love was the unmentionable and emotional involvement unwanted. There is more romance and glamour in science fiction than in any other form of literature, classic or contemporary. Mr. Webster is the first witness for the defense of that statement. Romance. 1. Formerly a long narrative in verse or prose, originally written in one of the Romance dialects, about the adventures of knights and other chivalric heroes. Footnote number 9. Examples to the point: Conan the Warrior, Doc Savage, Tarzan, Buck Rogers, John Carter, Captain Nemo, Orcott Maury Wade Fuller of the early John Campbell novels, Richard Seaton, Skylark, Gray Mouser, Retief, Nicholas Van Ryn, to name a few of the best known. End of footnote. 2. Later, a fictitious tale of wonderful and extraordinary events, characterized by much imagination and idealization. Footnote number 10. What could be more descriptive of science fiction and fantasy? End of footnote. Glamour. To cast the glamour, an enchantment, seemingly mysterious, elusive fascination or allure. By these definitions, any science fiction or fantasy tale abounds with romance and glamour. The romance of man with the products of his agile and inventive mind, with his mechanical miracles. The glamour of the glittering possibilities of the future, or of better planets under other stars, has cast an enchantment over the dogmatic reader. It strikes me as utterly romantic that a reader, otherwise pragmatic to the point of boredom, could be carried by another man's or woman's whimsical flight of imagination through the tallest possible tales, based on some minor, if valid, scientific hypothesis. Or in the realm of fantasy, William Hope Hodgson, James Branch Cabell, Robert S. Howard, L. Sprague de Camp, Paul Anderson, Avram Davidson, Andre Norton, and Thomas Burnett Swan, to name a few personal favorites, can so cast the glamour that the otherwise sanguine reader is compelled to suspend belief while the book remains open. What could be more romantic, even to world-weary modern readers, than Rostand's 7 Ways to Get to the Moon, as expounded by Cyrano de Bergerac? Or more glamorous than Captain Nemo's incredible Nautilus? Even the harsh satire of Zamyatin's Zamyatin, We, Huxley's Brave New World, Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451 Degrees, and Brunner's Stand on Zanzibar has a fascination that is inescapable. Ultimately, however, the standard of romance and glamour, even using Webster's as a basic redefinition, is set by the individual's concept of romance and glamour. Everyone to his own taste, said the old lady as she kissed her cow. And Damon Knight once joshingly suggested that the clever SF writer could make his reader queer for skunks, at least for the purpose and duration of his story. Footnote number 11. As a corollary to this, read Mr. Knight's The Great Cowpat Hoax, fortunately well anthologized, and commemorated by the faithful with a plasticized cowpat, complete with fly, which reposed on the organ in the knight's home. End of footnote. Since we are dealing with science fiction, it would be nice if we could reduce Webster's definition to equations. However, most hard science fiction aficionados would probably quarrel with our algebra, so we can content ourselves with simply trying the notion of such equations on those stories which, in our own estimation, don't quite come off, each of us formulating his or her own. Of course, Reader 1 will disagree with Reader 2. The possibilities for satisfying any individual requirements are all the science fiction thus far written and to be written to the cube. Within science fiction, you will, eventually, find exactly what suits you. For the war buffs, read Gordon Dickson's Soldier Ask Not, or The Tactics of Mistake. For political strategy and intrigue, John Brunner's The Squares of the City. Historical reinterpretations in Keith Roberts' Pavan, the amusing diplomatic shenanigans of Keith Laumer's Retief, the panoramic historical canvas of Isaac Asimov's Foundation, or Frank Herbert's Dune. The metaphysics of Stanislaw Lem's Solaris. Religious conscience in James Blish's trilogy, A Case of Conscience, Dr. Mirabilis, and Black Easter. pure alien viewpoint in Hal Clement's Ice World and Mission of Gravity, enigma in Brian Aldiss' recent novels, and Joanna Russ and Chaos Died, mystery in Alfred Bester's Demolished Man, and Isaac Asimov's Caves of Steel. Robert Silverberg speaks to today's young adults in Tower of Glass and Son of Man. The list should include most of the SF written, which is why the casual reader of SF should not abandon the genre if his first few ventures do not satisfy him. Sometimes the glamour is cast so compellingly that the writer is embroiled in the magic he imagined. Robert Heinlein keeps his whereabouts secret to prevent himself from being inundated by those wishing to share water with the author of Stranger in a Strange Land. L. Ron Hubbard became so involved in his own theory of Dianetics that he gave up writing science fiction and became the major exponent of this philosophy. Arthur C. Clarke is constantly being buttonholed and told what he actually meant by 2001: A Space Odyssey. On a much more minor scale, I have a small problem with the supply of dragons. The line forms in back of me. Some authors, E. E. Smith and Edgar Rice Burroughs, were incredibly bad writers as style goes, but the formula was so potent that the books are constantly reprinted because of the demand. Plotting and action overcame such minor considerations. Consider, too, the tremendous fascination cast by J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings trilogy, which was honored by a Harvard Lampoon Board of the Rings. Middle-earth exists for its devoted adherents. Footnote number 12. My second son has worn out 5 sets of the trilogy. End of note. You might say that Tolkien is hobbit-forming. My particular neighborhood in Ireland boasts 2 Samwise hounds, a Bilbo Baggins half-breed, 2 Frodo cats, and a very small child who is known to his family as Hobbit. With the exception of the Sherlock Holmesian Baker Street Irregulars, with chapters in any parts of the world, I know of no other branch of imaginative fiction that has so strong a glamour for its readers. Footnote number 13. There is actually another novelist, Georgette Heyer, Heyer, who exerts a tremendous fascination for her readers. But as the Regency period existed, and Miss Heyer is authentically recalling that era, it is not a true exception. End of footnote. In fact, when Conan Doyle tried to kill Holmes, there was such an uproar the detective had to be resurrected to satisfy the outraged fans. James Blish had to blow up the galaxy to end his Cities in Flight series. All readers have 1 or 2, perhaps many more, books or stories that have affected them deeply in the course of their reading life. Speaking subjectively, I got turned on to science fiction by reading Edgar Rice Burroughs, A. Merritt, and H. Rider Haggard the summer I was 12. But the Carnegie Library in Upper Montclair, New Jersey, had little more than the classics. Fortunately, I got another exposure to the magical equations when I was a young married woman. This time, Edmund Hamilton's splendidly romantic Star Kings, Andre Norton's Beastmaster and Daybreak 2000 AD, and Isaac Asimov's Foundation series wove the essential glamour. The science-fictional story that has had the most influence on me personally and philosophically is Austin Tappan Wright's Islandia, an exceptional novel on every count. Islandia is surviving the test of time on sterling merits. The book was published first in 1942. I took my voyage to Islandia's shores at 16, and I've reread the abridged version of 1,032 pages roughly every 2 or 3 years. Islandia was, in 1942, termed a utopian novel, but by its scope, the novel exceeds any category. Islandia, as a place, is fully conceived with meteorology charts, maps, detailed city plans, fables, poetry, and a history written by one of the novel's characters. Islandia is also the exception to the rule of loveless SF stories. For Islandia defines and illustrates many facets of that emotion. The love of the hero, John Lang, for a country not his own, for which he had the greatest empathy and keenest affection. Alia is the Islandian language word for this aspect of love. Islandians differentiate between apia, sexual lust, and apiata, puppy love or infatuation, soon to pass, but hot and fierce while it lasts. Ania is the enduring, mature love between two people who desire to perpetuate their love in children. The energy and devotion of building a home together, continuing a home actually, since love of birthplace is very strong in every Islandian. There is also amia, the love, affection, respect, esteem, in which one can hold a group or a single person with no sexual overtones. And linamia, the strong friendship that occurs between members of the same sex only once or twice in a lifetime. Good taste precluded promiscuity among Islandians, yet John Lang does have a passionate love affair, apia, with Natana Hytha. Lang also suffers through an intense platonic longing for Dorna, sister of his best friend Dorn, with whom Lang exchanges linamia. Lang is cautioned against marrying an Islandian woman, as there would always be an unbridgeable difference in outlook. He goes back to the States briefly to test his love for his adopted country, Islandia, and discovers true Ania for a young American girl, Gladys Hunter. The two marry in Islandia and live, we hope, with reasonable felicity thereafter. Wright never suggests that life in Islandia is perfect. Islandia is not without prostitutes, but they are not considered degenerate or classless. Women seek this way of life for a variety of reasons. When they leave the protection of their family, the house in which they then abide looks after them in loco familiae. No shame is attached to their profession, so that they are free to return to their home provinces and marry. An amazing notion when you consider that Islandia, although conceived by its author in his youth, was written during the 20s and 30s in Puritan American Pennsylvania. Islandia is far more than John Lang's love stories or his realization that Islandia is heart's home. It is a plea against the disadvantages of progress, disadvantages under which we are all suffering in this polluted world, and from which many of us take refuge in the enchanted pages of science fiction. I have often looked longingly at the globe of the world, yearning to find Karain continent somewhere. Mr. Wright never gives the exact longitude or latitude. I suppose that one of our astronauts may have seen it in passing and judiciously kept silent. Islandia could not have survived her stubborn and glorious isolation in a modern world of jumbo jets and Telstar. Fortunately for us war-weary, illusion-shattered readers, she remains intact as Mr. Wright first envisioned her, richly endowed with the glamour and romance that is the basic ingredient of all science fiction. Anne McCaffrey. Born April 1, 1926, in Cambridge, Massachusetts, Anne McCaffrey returned there to take a B.A. cum laude degree in Slavonic languages and literatures at Radcliffe College. After working as an advertising copywriter, she married Wright Johnson, had 3 children, and did freelance stage direction of opera and operetta, occasionally performing in shows herself. With conductor Clarence Snyder, she stage directed and produced the American premiere of Carl Orff's Ludus Donato Infante Mirificus in Greenville, Delaware. She began to write full-time in 1965 when her youngest child started school. From 1968 to 1970, she served as Secretary-Treasurer of the Science Fiction Writers of America. After her divorce in 1970, she moved to Ireland with her children, where she is currently working on new novels and enjoying the amenities of the country, particularly hunting on her Irish grey, Mr. Ed. Ms. McCaffrey published her first short story in 1954, but did not publish with any regularity until the 1960s, when the Helva stories began to attract attention. Since then, she has published over 35 stories, 8 novels, an anthology, and a cookbook. Weyr, W-E-Y-R, Search, won her the Hugo Award in 1967, and Dragon Rider, from the same series, claimed the Nebula Award in 1968, which, incidentally, made her the first woman to win both awards. She has lectured to universities, high schools, and library study groups in the States, been a guest of honor at conventions in the USA, Canada, and England, and has appeared on television and radio on both sides of the Atlantic. The following are books by Anne McCaffrey. Restoree, 1967, Valentine. Dragonflight, 1968, Ballantyne and Walker and Company. Decision at Duna, 1969, Ballantyne. Ship Who Sang, 1970, Ballantyne. Alchemy and Academe, 1970, Doubleday, editor. Dragon Quest, 1971, Ballantyne. Mark of Merlin, 1971, Dell. Ring of Fear, 1971, Dell. To Ride Pegasus, 1973, Ballantyne. Out of This World Cookbook, 1973, Ballantyne. Catini and White Dragon, Ballantyne, forthcoming. Queendom's Story and Sight Unseen, Dell, forthcoming. Gordon R. Dickson, Plausibility in Science Fiction. There is no question that plausibility, that writerly art of making a story worthy of belief, in science fiction makes a different and extra demand upon its author in comparison, for example, to that which an equivalent piece of historical or contemporary fiction makes upon its creator. The large reason for this different and extra demand is that science fiction attempts, by its own definition, to give its readers something more than they would expect to receive from an equivalent piece of non-science fiction. In all forms of story-making, imagination is required for the creation of characters, the rendering of scenes, and in the organization of the action. These three vital elements not only need to be entertaining and original, but must also convey an impression of reality, or the reader will lose faith in the story and abandon it. However, science fiction undertakes a requirement beyond these three. It contracts with its readers to provide not only these necessary elements, but also to offer an experience outside of ordinary reality, and it undertakes to make this particular experience believable, however unfamiliar or bizarre, or fail as a story. Of all other forms of fiction, only the historical novel approaches this additional requirement in its proper form. The historical short story or novel promises in character and action all that the contemporary story does, laid in the here and now. But the historical story also attempts to do this with its scene laid in a time that is far enough in the past to be unfamiliar to the readers. Superficially, then, it might seem that the undertaking of the SF story is no greater than that of the historical story, in that, as the historical story undertakes to place its scene backward in time, while the SF story merely places itself forward or elsewhere. The added difficulties of both forms must be equal. But this is literally a conclusion based on a superficial view. A little closer attention to the difference between the requirements for authenticity in the three forms shows that if the contemporary author finds the straw of reality necessary to make his literary bricks lying openly around him in observable experience, the writer of historical fiction is only required to go a step further and dig for what he requires. To research for it, in fact, among the collected evidence of history concerning the period in which he is writing. Moreover, in neither one of these two forms are the requirements for correctness of their realistic elements vital. The reader is not usually disposed to quarrel with the even moderately entertaining writer of fiction dealing with the contemporary scene, just because the furniture of that scene is not portrayed with total accuracy or correctly connected with the period of his story. Minor anachronisms can be dismissed, although the good writer of contemporary fiction will know and render his scene as scrupulously as any other artist. Similarly, an entertaining historical writer can, with some safety, turn out to be either a lazy researchist, in which case his work may be peppered with historical inaccuracies, or he can with comparable safety go to the opposite extreme. If he is an overzealous researcher, in fact a historian in writer's clothing, he may deafen the mental ear of his reader with wagon-loads of recorded fact that have only a flimsy justification for being mentioned within the framework of the story. Again, if he is a good writer of historical fiction, he commits neither sin. He will achieve the difficult task of digging up and interweaving just the right choice and amount of historical fact in just the proper place and manner in his narrative to make his outdated scene glow with life and reality. But individual artistry and success should not be allowed to cloud the very real, basic differences in technical problems between the three story forms. If the writers of both contemporary or historical fiction may succeed in spite of either lazy or excessive handling of the straw of reality in their scenes, the SF writer has no such freedom available to him. This is because his scene, by definition, cannot call on the authority of what is or has been actually existent. His premise is that what he has to tell you either does not exist or has not yet come into existence. Consequently, he cannot take refuge in the record book. The only pretension to reality in scene that he can make is to show the scene as an integral part of a narrative which, as a whole, impresses the reader as something that could actually happen. In short, the straw of a manufactured realism with which the SF writer makes his particular literary bricks must be entirely convincing to the reader in its own right, or the whole story will lose its power to convince. In SF, the matter of a realistic, that is, plausible, scene is one of the pillars that bears the whole weight of the story. If it fails, the story crumbles. If this much is true in science fiction with the scene, it is on the same ground true of the elements of character and action. In a contemporary or historical story, we expect to find the characters resembling people we have known in our own lives, and the more they resemble, the more we feel they are true to life. In science fiction, on the contrary, we look for and expect to find ways in which the characters are different from anyone we have known, with differences that will reassure us we are not being served the warmed-over present dished up falsely on a science-fictional plate. In contemporary or historical action, we assume that the events taking place will reassure our sense of belief by taking place in the patterns and modes that we recognize from our own practical experience of life, And the more they seem to do so, the more we feel that what we are vicariously experiencing is made of the stuff of real events. But in science fiction, we look forward to seeing that which takes place happen for reasons and causes we have never ourselves encountered or suspected to exist. Otherwise, there will be no surprise, no thrill of opening a door upon the unknown, which is what we expect to feel when we take a literary venture into the undiscovered lands lying outside the realms of the real present and the real past. So then, if the straw of apparent reality is so ultimately necessary to successful science fiction, and if that straw exists nowhere around us to be picked up or even mined for, how can plausibility in science fiction be achieved? The answer, of course, is by a refinement of the method by which a historical writer makes his story real to a present-day audience. The historical writer researches for the elements of reality out of which he constructs his story. The science fiction writer must research at second remove, not directly for the elements themselves, but for the raw materials out of which to manufacture these elements. He must take the process of infusing his story with reality clear through from the equivalent of digging of iron ore to the striking of the steel nails with which he will fasten together the imaginative panels of his story's structure. The basic principle underlying what he does is one used by all writers, contemporary, historical, and science fictional alike. Behind every art, there are laws basic to it. Just as one might say that there is a physics of music, there is a physics of painting, a physics of sculpture, a physics and physiology of dance, and a physics of writing. In writing, the most obvious and commonly recognized laws have to do with organization, of pattern with the form. For example, the recognized limitations of time and space within the one-act play, the strictures generally observed in the successful short story. A common mistake is to believe that these laws governing literary form are arbitrary and possibly academic ones, and the mind unfettered by tradition is free to break them without penalty. No misconception was ever greater. The fact of the matter is that these strictures were not the invention of critics, professors, editors, or even of writers, but of the readers themselves. From the beginning of all the arts, there have been continual efforts by the artists in all fields to work toward a larger and more effective vocabulary with which to speak to their audience. Each artist wrestles with this problem in his turn, and, usually at the cost of his own trial and error, discovers that a solid core of existing techniques exists simply because these techniques have been proved more effective upon the audience than the alternatives that have come to his mind and the minds of generations of artists before him. In the end, if he is a serious artist and worker, he masters these techniques and goes on to develop from there in his struggle to achieve maximum personal expression, in his turn evolving refinements of technique upon which later artists will build. In this manner, the classic short story form evolved on the basis of the classic tale, enjoying greater success with the reader or listener simply because the short story offered a richer and more satisfying literary experience to the reader than the older form. So with classic forms generally in all the arts. The more ancient of these bear the same order of relationship to the newer forms following them that Newtonian physics bears to Einsteinian physics. The latter is simply a more sophisticated tool than the former, but the latter does not negate the former within the former's own terms, any more than the convenience of stretching out an objective lifetime by the contraction of time at near-light speeds in the Einsteinian universe negates our own subjective experience of the time it takes to travel at more Newtonian speeds about the surface of contemporary Earth. Therefore, the technique of infusing SF with plausibility finds its solution in an already observed writing principle, that of the anchor in reality. Like most workable principles in all the arts, this particular one relates to a fact of human perception, that we physically identify other people and objects on the basis of a certain number of recognized signals. In the case of a rock, these may be such signals as color, shape, lack of motion, and the sort of position in the surrounding environment in which a rock would probably be found. In the case of more educated or familiar reading of signals, the identification could be veined white equals quartz rock, and no rock there previously equals must have fallen from overhanging cliff. The recognition mechanism of the reader in his vicarious perception of the life that exists on the printed page subconsciously demands from the story object a parallel to the signals he would get from the actual physical object in real life. If he is merely told that it is a piece of quartz rock, his desire for identificational signals goes begging, and this puts a strain on his belief in the story. If he is allowed to see the color and veining of the rock, and if he knows quartz well enough to identify it by those signals, his signal desire is at least partially satisfied, and his belief is unimpeded. The literary principle of giving him such anchors in reality, then, is an integral technique of the art of writing. As in actual life, there is a critical number of such signals which, once reached, carry complete conviction in the scene to which they belong. Examples of the power of these signals have been such constructions as rooms in which the laws of perspective were taken advantage of by the builder, in order to give a false appearance of distance, or to convince someone within the room that the floor was level when actually it was tilted. Even the evidence of the gravitational pull, when at odds with observed reality, has to fight hard for belief in the face of a critical number of accepted identificational signals. The writer then takes advantage of that fact. He multiplies the number of his signals in any scene until he believes he has reached such a critical number. Taking the quartz rock mentioned before as one part of the scene of a fire-lit encampment in the woods, for example, the author might add such unarguable signals as the smell of the wood smoke from the fire, the crackle of the burning branches, the feel of the cool night wind on the backs of naked hands and necks not facing the fire. Each one of these things would be anchored in reality, in the real appearance of quartz rock, the smell of wood smoke, and so on. The art of the writer is not so much to tell the reader a story, but to evoke through the medium of a highly restrictive code of black marks on white paper the images of a story which the reader will build out of his own experiences with life. Each time the author sets out an anchor in reality by evoking a sight, sound, or smell which the reader has tucked in his own memory, he increases the plausibility of his story to the critical point where the reader will give up all resistance to belief and live it in his imagination, as fully as the author did in his while writing it. This, then, is the operative principle in fiction with regard to plausibility, and it is common to all fiction. In science fiction, however, it has acquired an added dimension in developing to meet the needs of a story form beyond those of the past and present story, for which its original dimensions were sufficient. The needs placing their demand on this principle originate in the lack of that straw of reality I mentioned at the very beginning. As I pointed out, with the story laid in present reality, the anchors of reality are there to be experienced firsthand. Anyone can light a fire in the woods and smell its smoke. Anyone can have a piece of quartz identified to him and remember what it looks like. Similarly, in the story laid in past reality, while the physical evidence may no longer be there to be experienced directly by the author, accounts and descriptions of it are often available, which can be absorbed by the author if he has the necessary talent, to the point where he can see these in his mind's eye just as clearly as a contemporary, directly experienced evidence, and proceed to convey them to the reader with similar effectiveness. The difficulty with this technique only emerges in the science fiction story, where the author has neither real experience directly available nor the record of it to draw upon. In spite of these lacks, the unconscious response of the reader still demands of him that he justify his extraterrestrial scene, his alien creature, and his unconventional action as if all these things had anchors in familiar earthly reality. To treat the reader's demand as unreasonable and ignore it is not the solution. In the end, every author must come to terms with the reader's demands or lose him, a loss which means little to the reader. He simply goes on to some other author who does come to terms with his demands, but which can destroy the writer. The answer to this situation is that if the reader wishes his story anchored in reality, he must have it so anchored, by one means if not by another. The means which has developed to meet this demand is the anchor in reality at second remove. Briefly, this is the extraterrestrial scene, the alien form and response, anchored to a reasonable extrapolation of an existent possibility, which is itself anchored by way of research or theory to present reality. In brief, imagination is justified by an hypothesis, which is in turn justified by fact. For example, an intelligent alien life form existing on a world at temperatures above anything a human could stand for more than a few seconds could be justified by a relatively recent discovery of miniature aquatic life existing in natural hot springs here on Earth at temperatures only a little below the boiling point. However, plausibility in science fiction is not merely a simple matter of the author informing the reader of such a chain of justification, any more than naming rock, wood smoke, and firecrackle was enough to give the illusion of reality to the contemporary scene of the encampment. For the chain of justification to convince the reader of what he is reading, he must experience the connection at first hand in his own imagination. In short, the author must show him, through the eyes of one of the human characters in whom the reader's conviction has already been established, the minute earthly organism surviving in near boiling water, then the path by which such an organism could evolve to size and intelligence comparable to the high-temperature aliens, then the similarity connection between the high-temperature alien and the evolved earthly organism. This creates a logic chain which in effect answers the reader's desire for an anchor in reality by tying the completely fanciful alien to the sober reality of contemporary Earth. It is, of course, not easy to do. The images that make up the logic chain must be worked into the narrative without interrupting or slowing down the action, for which they only provide the scene. To do this poses two requirements, both of which are troublesome, but can be fulfilled by the writer who is willing to work. The two requirements are for experience and information. The experience necessary to render a scene to the reader in a series of images rather than tell it to him in chunks of narrative where the author speaks with his own voice. And the information about such things as the minute organisms living in the water of the hot spring, which is not found in the general large circulation trade papers and magazines. In short, continuing practice and continual research for information. As far as experience and practice are concerned, there is little point in talking or writing at length about it. The writer either will work at his art, or he will not. The decision to do one or the other is an interior one, not amenable to outside argument. As far as research goes, however, there are some useful things to be said. Information comes to the science fiction writer by two main channels. One is through the written word in books and those publications which specialize in information, and that channel at the present time is as wide as from the daily newspaper through the National Geographic magazine to Science magazine, Science newsletter, and a host of small specialty publications in the fields of scientific and academic research. A hallmark of the science fiction field has been that its successful practitioners are by natural inclination, apart from their writing, avid observers in many areas. Each author usually has a small number of fields in which he is particularly interested, but he will tend to take at least a passing interest in an additional and much larger number. This type of curiosity has been traditionally typical of the writer in general, but those writing in the science fiction field, with its concern for the future scene, have given the trait a special meaning. Although most of them enjoy the process of literary research for its own sake, it pays off immeasurably in the process of their writing, not only directly supplying the sort of plausibility connections of which the small organisms in the hot spring were an example, but almost more importantly, setting the writer himself on the right track to search out the specific information he needs. There is a second channel of information which tends to grow with time in the case of the individual writer. Over a period of years as he works, he tends to make the acquaintance of a number of people who are experts in their own fields and to whom he can turn directly with specific questions about information in their specialty. This is the other main channel by which necessary information comes as grist to the literary mill, and its existence grows out of the entirely honest interest of the writer in what the specialist is doing, apart from any writing needs. Down these two conduits flow the raw material of plausibility in science fiction. But to begin with, it is raw material only. It remains for the writer to process it into anchors in reality for the scenes, actions, and characters of his otherwise wholly imaginary stories. This processing is an art in itself, one of the most difficult of arts, in fact, for it must take place entirely in the immaterial laboratory of the writer's thoughts. The process of creativity is an unexplainable as well as a highly individual accomplishment. All that can be said about it with certainty is that the primitive, raw elements which will make up any created work are fed into some particular mental furnace where a melting together and a transmutation of their basic natures takes place, so that they emerge from the furnace combined, transformed, and solidified into an ingot of value in some way greater than the total of their original worth. This transformation, however, is only the unconscious end part of the process. In preparation, there is the necessary selection of just the correct raw elements and materials, the real and invented facts of the story which the writer will need to justify the actions of his imagination, and the marshalling of these facts until they strike enough sparks from each other to kindle a unique and special life of their own. The words unique and special are the operative ones in this context. Plausibility in a story, any story, depends upon the inevitability of its action, and this inevitability must derive from one of two sources: either the inevitability of circumstance, as when the rope by which a man is climbing down a cliff breaks, so that he has no choice but to fall, or the inevitability of character, in which, say, the nature of the climbing man is such that, although he knows the rope will probably break, he chooses to try the climb down regardless. Because inevitability finds its reason either in event or character, and because event and character are necessarily bound together in any competent story, the event determining the choice which the character must make, and the character determining by his choice what event will follow upon his choosing, these two elements must share this unique and special life. They must be related together by it, or the imaginary world, in SF the imaginary universe, that they share will not be able to put out the signals of reality necessary to convince the reader that his literary experience is the true counterpart of life. Without that conviction, the story will fail in its effect. Therefore, in the preparation that goes before the writing, during the process of assembling the elements of the story, all necessary parts must be brought into contact until they spark off their own creative fire. For the alien life form to be real, it must have a point of view, which almost necessitates an alien character. For the reader to be convinced of the roots of extrapolative logic that lead from the hot spring on Earth to the high-temperature alien world, a point of view must be established which surveys that connection. This almost necessitates a human character. But behind the alien, and behind the human point of view character, are those other characteristics of their races that make them the unique individuals they are. Therefore, other characters, both human and alien, may be needed. Finally, human and alien must interact in the logical chain of events that spring from their point of first contact in the story, and proceed through the developments that make the story itself something more than an anecdote. When they do interact, their interactions must come inevitably and realistically out of what the characters are in their own human and alien terms. In the end, inescapably, character determines action, and both determine scene, so that in the final essential, the story's plausibility depends upon the homogeneity of the resultant literary ingot, including that added and particular science-fictional element of justification at second remove for everything that will be alien or strange to the reader. More than for an author writing in any other fictional form, there is a requirement upon the SF writer to do his homework completely in advance. Only when enough justifying factors have been worked out, only when enough speculation on the alien character and scene has been made, will the creative kindling occur. Then, if everything had been done faithfully and in full, will come a moment in which all the facts, imaginary and real, will flow together in a gestalt of the fictional scene, characters, and action. The whole science-fictional universe of his story will have become both real and alive, so that he will no longer need to puzzle out specifically just what a particular character will do in a particular situation. The resultant action will come out of the gestalt automatically, as if he had asked himself what some relative or old friend would do in such a case. When that happens, he need only go ahead and write, because everything within the story area will now be suffused with a justification of reality. Everything will be plausible, because any implausibility now would be an intrusion on and a violation of a pattern already brought to three-dimensional life. Gordon R. Dickson, born November 1, 1923, in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. On graduating from high school in 1939, at the age of 15, he entered the University of Minnesota to work toward a degree in creative writing. Left the university for military service from 1943 to 1946, but returned from California in 1947 and received a Bachelor of Arts degree in 1950. He then became a full-time writer and has written uninterruptedly ever since. His Soldier Ask Not won the Science Fiction Hugo Award for Best Shorter-than-Novel-Length Fiction of 1964, which was presented at the World Science Fiction Convention at London, England, in September 1965. He also won the Science Fiction Writers of America Nebula Award for Best Novelette, Call Him Lord, in 1966. Works include radio plays, over 200 short stories and novelettes, 30 published novels, and 4 books underway but not yet published. Gordon Dickson's novels have sold over 1.5 million copies here and abroad, and his writing has been translated into many foreign languages, appearing in 23 countries. He has served 2 terms as president of Science Fiction Writers of America and is a member of Authors Guild and Mystery Writers of America and a director of the Science Fiction Writers Speakers Bureau. The following are works by Gordon R. Dickson. Short story collections. Danger, Human, 1970, Doubleday. Mutants, 1970, Crowell, Collier. Novels 1950 through 1960. Alien from Arcturus, Ace Books. Mankind on the Run, Genetic General, in the Child Dorsey cycle, Time to Teleport, Delusion World, Spatial Delivery, Naked to the Stars, Pyramid, Earthman's Burden, Gnome Press, with Paul Anderson, Secret Under the Sea, Holt, Reinhardt, Winston. Necromancer, in the Child Dorsey cycle, Doubleday. Novels since 1960. Alien Way, 1966, Bantam. Mission to Universe, 1967, Berkeley. Space Swimmers, 1968. Soldier Ask Not, 1968. In the Child Dorsey cycle, Dell. Hour of the Horde, Wolfling, 1969. Secret Under Antarctica, 1962, Holt, Reinhardt, Winston. Secret Under the Caribbean, 1963. Space Winners, 1965. Planet Run, 1968, Doubleday with Keith Laumer. None But Man, 1969. Five Fates, 1970, with Keith Laumer, Harlan Ellison, Paul Anderson, Frank Herbert. Tactics of Mistake, 1970, in the Child Dorsey cycle. The Pritcher Mass, The Ice Knives, to be published. Space Paw, 1969, Putnam. Alien Art, Dell. Retribution 7. Sleepwalker's World, 1971, Lippincott. Outposter. Hour of the Horde, Putnam Berkeley. Pilgrim and Professional, to be published with Paul Anderson. Star Prince Charlie, to be published with Paul Anderson. Jack Williamson, Science Fiction, Teaching, and Criticism. Note: this essay borrows a few passages from other papers of mine. End of note. I still recall the wonders of Hawthorne and Poe when I first happened on them long ago in the dusty cupboard that held our rural school library. Later I came upon Mark Twain's A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, and even a yellow-paged copy of Bulwer Lytton's The Coming Race. But Burroughs and Merritt and their exciting kind were absent from the shelves, and not yet known to me, though they were running in the pulps for sale on the newsstands I hadn't learned about. Pulp science fiction was forbidden trash, morally doubtful, and so my teacher father feared unhealthy for the mind. Things are different now. The George Arentz Research Library at Syracuse proudly houses the papers of science fiction people ranging from Forrest J. Ackerman to Roger Zelazny. Scores of other schools have built up major science fiction collections. Even in my own hometown, Eastern New Mexico University, is preserving the papers of Lee Brackett and Edmund Hamilton, as well as my own. In the past decade, science fiction has made a sudden invasion of the classroom. Though a few special lectures had been given earlier, the first officially scheduled college course called Science Fiction seems to have been the one Mark Hilligus taught at Colgate in 1962. His beachhead has grown. In Teaching SF, I have listed more than 250 science fiction and fantasy courses offered in American colleges during the past 2 or 3 years. James Gunn estimates an actual total near 1,000. This sudden conquest is still far from complete. Tradition-bound department heads and curriculum committees still veto proposed new courses, and the would-be teacher has to be persuasive. In a brief for her course at Monroe Community College in Rochester, Carolyn Wendell announces that science fiction has grown up and become respectable, and quotes good witnesses in its defense. Insofar as it reflects our common humanity, our common tasks, and common dangers, Isaac Asimov testifies it serves the world well, and America particularly well. Sheila Schwartz finds value in its attention to, quote, the shared outer space which is the same for all men, and dwarfs such traditional concerns as sex and religion. The focus of science fiction is the illumination of the technological society in which science and technology must be understood and rationally controlled by man, lest he risk complete destruction both as individual and as species. End quote. The most eloquent witness is Kurt Vonnegut's Eliot in God Bless You, Mr. Rosewater, who tells a group of science fiction writers, I love you sons of bitches. You're all I read anymore. You're the only ones who'll talk about the really terrific changes going on. The only ones with guts enough to really care about the future. Who really notice what machines do to us, what wars do to us, what tremendous misunderstandings, mistakes, accidents, and catastrophes do to us. Braced with such appeals, academic science fiction is gaining ground. The number of reported courses continues to double each year. Most of those I know about are fresh and pertinent, enlivened with films, guest lecturers, and all sorts of unorthodox innovations. They're fun to teach. Many students like their focus on the urgent issues in tomorrow. In spite of the skeptics, I think they're here to stay. Looking in this essay at the teaching and the criticism of science fiction, we must take the critic first. He defines and evaluates what is to be taught. Here is where our problems begin, because beyond James Blish and Damon Knight, certified critics scarcely exist. The mainstream critics have seldom made much sense about science fiction when they happened to notice it at all, and the amateurs are often in violent disagreement. The very nature of science fiction is in bitter dispute. The chief issue is what might be called the futurological aspect, the claim of future possibility expressed by Hugo Gernsback's old slogan for amazing stories, the magazine of prophetic fiction. To many readers, including most of the students who enroll for my own course, this sense of prophecy defines science fiction. To many contemporary critics and writers, it is naive nonsense. The quarrel is due partly to the way all fiction works, I think, and partly to those conflicting attitudes towards science that have troubled Sir Charles Snow. The predictive gift of science fiction is a principle of popular mythology. Everybody knows how Jules Verne forecast the airplane and the submarine and flight to the moon, how H.G. Wells forecast atomic bombs. We're all looking for the impact of newer technologies, more wonderful or dreadful. The average writer, however, is more stage magician than scientist or prophet. His business is the creation of illusions good enough to win a momentary suspension of the reader's unbelief. Most of his devices are common to all sorts of literature: empathic characters, dramatic action, emotive atmosphere, meaningful theme, evocative language. The distinctive feature of science fiction, the special device that sets it off from other sorts of fantasy, is the claim that it could come true. This is important to the man in the street, even though he may be pretty ignorant about the actual limits of science and pretty tolerant about story logic. It is less important to the literary artisan who places greater faith in those other hard-learned devices of his trade. With no serious prophetic intention at all, the writer in search of story interest often opts for the least probable event rather than the most probable, simply because he needs the unexpected. He usually knows what Wells discovered, that serious social forecasts mix poorly with fiction. Yet, for all that, a few writers have been competent scientists, genuinely concerned with things to come. Wells had learned biology from T.H. Huxley, Darwin's great champion, and his time machine grew out of a very sober extrapolation of the future evolution of life on Earth. Polishing his techniques of technological and social prediction in story after story, he became the first futurologist. He announced his Discovery of the Future in 1902 and turned away from science fiction to begin his long campaign for the world state he projected as a refuge from the frightening future he had foreseen. Wells was, of course, not quite the inventor of modern science fiction. Credit for that must be shared with Verne and Poe and Mary Shelley, perhaps even with Defoe or Swift or Plato. But he crystallized the genre and established its techniques. His method was to limit each story to a single new assumption, surrounded with everyday detail, and developed with a strictly consistent internal logic. The Wellsian method has shaped most science fiction since. Hugo Gernsback reprinted the best of Wells in Amazing Stories, the original science fiction magazine launched in 1926. John W. Campbell edited Astounding, which in time became Analog, with the same respect for at least an illusion of scientific probability. He also used Wells' recipe for the fiction in Unknown, his magazine of fantasy. Ben Bova, his editorial successor, is renovating the same tradition, and Analog still leads the field in circulation. Even though most science fiction may be produced and read for sheer entertainment, there have always been a handful of writers who shared Wells' command of the scientific method and his concern about the fate of man. Aldous Huxley and Arthur C. Clarke and Isaac Asimov and Robert A. Heinlein are examples. Their sometimes serious futurology has kept life in the popular myth that science fiction does foresee the wonders and the terrors of the future. Not that the bulk of published science fiction has ever owed any great debt to science. Wells himself was often more concerned with illusion than reality, as witness his own Invisible Man. But open defiance of the Wellsian convention is a rather recent thing. The slogan of revolt was "The New Wave," shouted a few years ago by Judith Merrill and J.G. Ballard. The rebellion sprang from an ignorance of science and a terror of technology. Slanted against the idea of progress in all the works of private enterprise, New Wave fiction magnified all the ugliness around us, of war and racism, of filth and crime, and drugs and pollution. Its forecast futures were nightmares of overpopulation, mechanized oppression, and universal frustration, its gloating pessimism only thinly garnished with new stylistic devices too often borrowed from the literary experimenters of Joyce's generation, all this raucously merchandised as the wave of the future. It's old now. Though it did wash up occasional bits of power and beauty, it failed to move most readers. Such able writers as Chip Delaney and Harlan Ellison and Brian Aldiss, who once seemed to be swimming with it, have now gone their own brilliant and individual ways. Subsiding, it has, I think, left us all enriched with a sharpened awareness of language and a quickened interest in literary experiment, but still split with the old division from which it sprang, a quarrel now grown wider and more savage than ever, with the culture of science often breaking into retreat before the rearmed leaders of tradition. I wonder how far science fiction itself has been a cause of this crisis of faith in our science and ourselves. How far only a symptom. At least since Swift, it has been debating our nature and our future. Several of Wells' great early novels were deliberately written as later voyages of Gulliver, borrowing Swift's black pessimism to criticize our smug belief in progress. Though it may seem ironic, I suspect that Wells and his anti-utopian airs helped ignite the panic mistrust of technology that is now stifling our space programs, choking off funds for all research, even stalling efforts to cope with the energy crisis. A glance at its critical history is enough to show that science fiction has never been noticed so much for purely literary values as for the dangerous inventions that keep escaping off its pages into reality. Before World War II, it was commonly regarded as crude pulp stuff, beneath criticism. My own early searches for scholarly discussions of pseudo-scientific fiction generally failed. There were a few bright bits, Wells' prefaces to his own scientific romances, Haggard's comments on his writing methods, Coleridge's famous saying about that willing suspension of disbelief for the moment which constitutes poetic faith. But even those precious bits were left from an older generation. The atomic bombs and the V-2 rockets not only vindicated the prophetic power of science fiction in the minds of the faithful, but also awoke an uneasy public interest in whatever more dangerous device might be the next to escape. A small boom was born from that apprehension. Fans began setting up their own little firms to reprint the old pulp stories in book form. When Fantasy Press and Gnome Press and Arkham House and the others had established a market, the large publishers followed. Dressed now in hard covers, science fiction began getting its first serious critical attention since the world lost its first great faith in H.G. Wells. One early book was Of Worlds Beyond, 1947, a symposium on writing science fiction edited by Lloyd Arthur Eschbach, with essays by Campbell, Heinlein, Van Vogt, De Camp, and other old hands. J.O. Bailey's Pilgrims Through Space and Time, published the same year, was a more significant critical beginning. Perhaps the first major academic study, it traces early use of a theme of travel in time and space, with emphasis on fiction written in the period 1870 to 1915. Recently reprinted, it is a rich mine of bibliographical and plot information about rare early titles, evidence that science fiction, under whatever name, was already a very sturdy infant even before the arrival of Verne and Wells. Before the end of that post-war boomlet, two more major books came out. L. Sprague de Camp's Science Fiction Handbook, 1953, was slanted for the writer, and the market tips are now long out of date. De Camp is a scholar, however, who both knows and writes science fiction, and the book is still useful for his historical and biographical and critical comment. Modern Science Fiction, an anthology of essays edited the same year by Reginald Bretnor, became a standard critical text. But the bubble was already bursting. Of some 30-odd magazines, only half a dozen survived. Though Basil Davenport's brief Inquiry into Science Fiction came from Longmans Green as late as 1955, the major publishers were warily turning science fiction back to the fans. Damon Knight's In Search of Wonder, 1956, was published by Advent, a small firm set up by a group of Chicago fans. Knight's achievement, to paraphrase Anthony Boucher's introduction, was simply to take science fiction seriously as a field of literature, to apply ordinary critical standards, and to make the result meaningful. Exposing chuckleheads and cosmic jerry-builders, dissecting half-bad writers, he brought a sharp mind and a new sense of value into the field. The book was reissued in 1967, with new essays added. Meanwhile, in 1964, Advent had also published The Issue at Hand by William Athling, Athling, who writes fine fiction as James Blish. Equals in wit and insight and contempt for chuckleheads, Knight and Blish have produced what is still perhaps the best science fiction criticism at hand. Most of the other Advent titles have been more fannish than critical. Among them are Alva Rogers' Requiem for Astounding, 1964, Ron Ellick, Ellik, and Bill Evans' The Universes of E. Smith, 1966, and Harry Warner's All Our Yesterdays, 1969. But the science fiction novel, 1959, introduced by Basil Davenport, collects critical essays by Robert Heinlein, C.M. Kornbluth, Alfred Bester, and Robert Bloch. Alexei Panshin's Heinlein in Dimension, 1968, is notable as the first full-length study of Heinlein, who can still be defended as the foremost American science fiction writer. Academic researchers were meanwhile following up Bailey's explorations of earlier science fiction. Marjorie Hope Nicholson's Voyages to the Moon, 1948, is a study of imaginary moon trips in books published through the years 1493 to 1784. Roger Lancelin Green carries his survey of such old dreams out to other planets and down to the 20th century in Into Other Worlds, Spaceflight from Luchin to Lewis, 1958, brightening his findings with lively summaries of many novels now forgotten. In 1960, the domain of science fiction was recharted for the literary community by the popular British novelist Kingsley Amis. His New Maps of Hell reflects enthusiasm for the satire and contemporary social comment that he finds in such writers as Frederick Poul, but he shows little concern for the futurological probing that I think gives science fiction its basic appeal. The brightest achievement of science fiction criticism seems to have been the restoration of H.G. Wells, a just debt paid, I think, to the chief inventor of the genre. Once immensely respected, Wells had been misunderstood by a whole generation of critics who considered him a hack journalist or a crass materialist or a hollow-headed utopian, or more commonly ignored him altogether. His son, Anthony West, began the rediscovery with an article in 1957 that pointed out the dark philosophic pessimism beneath the life and wit and rich invention of Wells' great fiction. Bernard Bergonzi, Bergonzi, followed in 1961 with the the early H.G. Wells, a detailed study of the scientific romances that emphasizes their ambivalence and skepticism. My own dissertation, interpreting this early fiction as Swiftian criticism of the idea of progress, was finished in 1964 and more recently rewritten for book publication. Mark Hilligus in The Future as Nightmare, H.G. Wells and the Anti-Utopians, 1967, traces the influence of Wells' early work on Evgeny Zamyatin's We, on Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, and George Orwell's 1984, on down to the contemporary science fiction, documenting the use of Wells' own ideas and images to attack the utopianism of his later career. This later Wells, the world planner, the world educator, the would-be world saver, is the subject of W. Warren Wager's H.G. Wells and the World State, a study that shows Wells to have been somewhat wiser than his critics. The Wells papers are now at the University of Illinois, and a stream of books has come from scholars there, on Wells and George Gissing, Gissing, Wells and Henry James, Wells and Arnold Bennett. Lovett Dickson's H.G. Wells, His Turbulent Life and Times, 1969, continues the story of his private life, which Wells himself had begun so ably in his own Experiment in Autobiography. Although no complete life and works has yet appeared, Wells' research is still in progress. Recent studies have appeared in Russia and France. When Professor Darko Suvin, Suvin, gathered an international group at McGill University in 1971 for a symposium on H.G. Wells and modern science fiction, critics came from Europe and Japan. Such critical activities have been encouraged by a new climate of respect for science fiction, more pervasive and enduring than the post-war flash of interest, but probably rising from similar concerns, with new ecological alarms now added to the old fears of war and space and the atom. Since the major publishers are turning friendly again, more people are entering the critical arena. One popular authority is Sam Moskowitz, an old-time fan and collector who was editor of Gernsback's last short-lived science fiction magazine in 1953. In Explorers of the Infinite, 1963, and Seekers of Tomorrow, 1966, Moskowitz profiles the creators of science fiction. His lives of the writers are interesting, but his efforts at criticism seldom go beyond the game of tracing story origins through seeming similarities of plot. His more recent volumes, Science Fiction by Gaslight, 1968, and Under the Moons of Mars, 1970, are useful histories and anthologies of science fiction in the popular magazines 1891 to 1911 and 1912 to 1920. Richard A. Lupoff's Lupoff, Edgar Rice Burroughs' Master of Adventure, 1965, revised and enlarged for the paperback edition, 1968, is a scholarly and entertaining study of the most popular science fiction writer of all. Donald A. Wollheim's The Universe Makers, 1971, deserves mention as an inside view of contemporary science fiction by a man who helped to shape the genre. As a longtime editor for Ace Books, and now as an important paperback publisher himself, Wollheim has doubtless bought and printed more science fiction than anybody else. His book is intensely personal and very readable, marred, I think, by his limited knowledge of other literature and by occasional unfairness to some of his rival editors, but still fascinating for its view of science fiction as a sort of faith in man and his science, and particularly for its sketch of man's imagined future in space, of the rise and fall of the coming galactic empire that has been the background of so much space opera. The new academic approval of science fiction is already swelling the flow of scholarly comment, some of it excellent, some seemingly born from the logic of publish or perish. Into the Unknown, 1970, by Robert Philmus, Philmus, is a survey of the evolution of science fiction from Francis Godwin to H.G. Wells, erudite but slightly dry. Robert C. Elliott's The Shape of Utopia, 1970, traces the idea of the ambiguous good place or no place from the golden age of the ancients to the nightmares of today. David C. Goldsmith's Kurt Vonnegut, Fantasist of Fire and Ice, is a useful booklet in a promising new critical series from Bowling Green University Press. Robert Silverberg's Mirror of Infinity, 1970, spans the period from Wells to Harlan Ellison with fine stories selected and discussed by a baker's dozen of current critics. In A Spectrum of Worlds, 1972, Thomas Clarison has chosen another set of stories ranging from Ambrose Bierce to Silverberg, introducing and annotating them in a way that relates science fiction to the main traditions of modern literature. Clarison's S.F. The Other Side of Realism, 1971, is a thick anthology of mostly recent critical essays, some of them excellent. His Science Fiction Criticism, an Annotated Checklist, 1972, classifies and describes some 800 items of widely varied value. Another listing, more than 100 items, many not noted by Clarison, is Advent's S.F. Bibliographies, 1972, by Robert Briney and Edward Wood. With such exceptions as Jules Verne, science fiction used to be pretty much a British-American phenomenon, with America offering the richest markets, and England many of the more literate writers. But now, with its swelling popularity in every industrial country, the criticism has become an international conversation. Though cut off from us by censorship, Russian science fiction seems to share our debt to Wells. Isaac Asimov has edited Soviet Science Fiction and More Soviet Science Fiction, 1962, collections that reveal no hint of any new wave. In a more scholarly work, Other Worlds, Other Seas, 1970, Darko Subin discusses and anthologizes socialist science fiction from Poland, Romania, Czechoslovakia, and Bulgaria, as well as from the USSR. His Marxist dialectic may offer a narrow standard of value, but the stories are often brilliant. But all this scholarship has had very little to do, I suspect, with making a place for science fiction in American high schools and colleges. Most of the credit for this new wave of recognition, as for the post-war wavelet, must be due to fear, to the contagious fear of the future that has brought our old faith in science to a crisis. All the dilemmas of accelerating change are suddenly too near to be ignored any longer. We see ourselves trapped in a frightening paradox. Terrifying as technology may seem, our own survival is bound up with it. Hence, science fiction in the classroom. Pro or con, it can speak about our world predicament with far more force than the statistical predictions of the computer futurologists. Though it does offer other and maybe higher values, this relevance is what most college courses stress. The readings for my own are selected to review this ever-new debate about the nature and stature and future of man. With Swift and Wells and Huxley and Ellison challenging the optimism in Asimov and Clarke and Heinlein. As some sort of referee in this conflict, what credentials should the critic show? First of all, I think, an awareness of other literature, along with some knowledge of the traditions of criticism and humanism, and an ear for language. Sam Moskowitz does poorly on this first test, as Blish points out. Knowing only science fiction, he has a limited view of even that. Beyond this general cultural background, the critic should also understand the conventions of science fiction. This implies a sensitivity to social change and a grasp of the scientific method. Here we must disqualify most of the well-known mainstream critics. Northrop Frye and Leslie Fiedler are the only ones I have seen at science fiction gatherings. Amos, in New Maps of Hell, seems widely read in the genre, yet so little aware of real change that he tends to reduce science fiction to disguised satire on the present. Finally, the critic should not belong entirely to either of Snow's two cultures. He must see the limits of progress that Wells explored so tellingly, and the genuine danger that unguided technology might desolate our planet. But he must also perceive that same technology as the essential instrument of our own survival, must learn to discount the indiscriminate attacks upon it that have recently become an automatic reflex of Snow's traditional academics. This last point disqualifies the new wave critics, and also, I think, the naive Marxists who are equally at war with technology and capitalism. The motivation seems to be a sort of romantic individualism in revolt against all social control. The common error is the failure to see that the continued benefits of a technological civilization are going to require an increasingly fine division of labor and an increasingly firm social discipline. The critical platform of the party-line Marxist, whose one criterion of literary excellence is simply correctness, is narrow enough to suggest that the ironic outcome of all these romantic thrusts for absolute individual independence may be only to hasten the new wave nightmare of total slavery to a mechanized state. This crucial problem of the age of science can't be solved by mere emotion, but I think our whole world culture can be endangered by it. Personally, I keep reconsidering where I stand. Hilligus identifies my best fiction as anti-utopian, but I am still optimist enough to feel cheered by Edwin Land's faith that we can solve any problem we can state. In a novel, Bright New Universe, I tried to write a utopian reply to Huxley's Brave New World, only to discover that the need to get dramatic conflict into the story had led me to make the traditional opponents to progress so powerful that the actual establishment of the better world required an unlikely intervention from outside the Earth. I suspect that the popularity of the nightmare school of science fiction is at least partly due to the fact that dramas of universal disaster are far more exciting than plans for universal happiness. Compare the attention value of a city burning and a city growing. More and more I agree with Stuart Chase that technology is worth at least 2 cheers. For all our ecological apprehensions, the majority of mankind still seems to feel that technological progress is worth whatever it may cost. We won't willingly give up antibiotics, or electricity, or even the ominous power of the atom. If critics had to face the tests outlined above, not all would pass. But science fiction is many things to many people. Nowadays, that it is often speculative fantasy with no science at all. The total flow of comment has become vast and various enough to carry every sort of interest. The general magazines and journals print frequent articles, often better informed and less satiric than they used to be. The fiction magazines, Galaxy and If, and Fantasy and Science Fiction, run critical columns by such perceptive people as Joanna Russ and Theodore Sturgeon and Lester Del Rey. With Ted White as editor, Amazing and Fantastic have found space for criticism, most notably for an ambitious series by Alexei and Cory Panshin. Analog's P. Schuyler Miller has become the dean of science fiction reviewers. the notes in his monthly column genially descriptive rather than critical. Extrapolation, edited by Thomas Clarison at the College of Worcester, is the oldest academic journal, launched in the late 1950s as the newsletter of the MLA Seminar on Science Fiction. Science Fiction Studies is coming now from the Department of English at Indiana University, Terre Haute. In England, Foundation is the journal of the Science Fiction Foundation. Elsewhere, criticism has become multilingual. Helicon, for example, is an impressive Hungarian journal that recently devoted a whole issue to science fiction, with a list of contributors that includes Darko Suvin, who is a Yugoslav Marxist, the Polish novelist Stanislaw Lem, the Soviet Wellesian Julius Kargelitsky, and other critics from other nations, including the Americans Frederick Poul and Donald Wollheim. Everywhere, the fan magazines offer the most copious source of science fiction criticism, seldom very scholarly, but now and then excellent. The Atheling Blish essays in The Issue at Hand appeared originally in Skyhook, Axe, Warhoon, and Zero. These fan magazines are commonly one-man labors of love, brief of life, erratic in intention, and frustrating to the collector. Not always interested in formal criticism or general literature, the writers usually do know science fiction. Recent useful comment has appeared in Algol, A-L-G-O-L, Riverside Quarterly, Speculation, SF Commentator, and assorted others. The Alien Critic is the individual voice of Richard Geis, G-E-I-S. Locus features timely news. Luna is chiefly a bibliographic record of current fiction and comment. Takumi Shibano's Uchujin is the organ of Japanese fandom. Yugo Malaguti's M-A-L-A-G-U-T-I Nova SF is a beautifully printed Italian review that carries critical essays and such fanish features as letters to the editor, along with translations of classic science fiction. The international reach of fandom and fan criticism is more striking, perhaps, in a recent issue of SF Commentary. Published in Australia, it features contributions from the United States, Canada, England, France, Austria, and Poland. The French student enjoys Bradbury, Simak, Ballard, and Ellison. The Pole is Stanislaw Lem, author of Solaris. The Austrian is Franz Rottensteiner, a caustic Marxist, scornful of most Western science fiction. Turning now from the critics to the teachers of science fiction, we find their points of view equally diverse. Though most commonly harbored in departments of English, they are also in history, religion, social studies, communications, humanities, history of science, chemistry, physics, design, theater and speech, popular culture, and honors, at every level from junior high to graduate school. Course titles show emphasis variously on social criticism, on the shape of the future, on science itself, on utopian thought, on literary fantasy, on science fiction as a vehicle for religion and philosophy. John Campbell, a strong partisan of the culture of science, was distressed when he saw a preliminary breakdown of the required reading lists. He was featuring hard science fiction in analog, and he felt sure the readers preferred it, because his magazine was selling about as many copies as all three of his chief competitors, which were devoted mostly to soft science fiction or fantasy. Bewildered by the lack of hard science fiction on the required lists, except for a few books by Wells, Hal Clement, and Asimov, he asked why the colleges were, quote, teaching non-science fiction courses labeled science fiction, end quote. When I suggested that perhaps most of the teachers belonged to Snow's traditional culture, he seemed to agree. quote, "I think the basic separation of the two cultures is somewhat like the late, unlamented, angry debates over science versus religion, based on the two different kinds of truth, with the academics insisting angrily that the only true truths are the truths of human realization, of human consensus." End quote. He added, with Campbellian irony, quote, "The scientific facts are no more than opinions anyway, and scientists are arrogant, nasty fellows claiming a special authority with no more reason than anybody else for their opinions. And their opinions are unpleasant, unkind, inhumane, and arbitrary things such as, 'You can't get something for nothing,' and 'Things always run downhill,' and other arbitrary impediments they put in the way of fine and noble ideas." End quote. Impossible to classify as the courses may be, I think most of them might be placed somewhere on a broad spectrum that ranges from futurology to fantasy. At the pole of futurology, the emphasis is on technological and sociological extrapolations in the real world. At the pole of fantasy, on symbolic myth or transcendence, or stylistic value, or sometimes pure escape. Campbell preferred stories that probe alternative futures in somewhat the same way that good historical fiction reconstructs the probable past. But the defenders of fantasy point out that mythic fiction can make even profounder statements about our human predicament. Courses in the non-fictional future have been growing as fast as science fiction. Yet, according to Professor Dennis Livingston of Case Western Reserve, quote, "There is not much overlap between the futurists and the SF people. Some people now engaged in forecasting for fun and profit do have SF backgrounds." Joe Martino, Don Fabian, Harry Stein. While some SF writers are called on from time to lend their talents to exploratory projects. Asimov, Anderson, Poul. End quote. Livingston sees himself as a middleman between the two disciplines. Classroom methods vary as widely as the cultural slants. In Livingston's Utopian course, teams of students studied present-day radical groups that claimed to have a handle on the future. In a course on religious dimensions of science fiction, Andrew J. Burgess, also at Case, had students working out ways to communicate religious concepts to the insect inhabitants of a planet in the constellation Scorpio. Richard Dockstader, Doxtator, has brought Ray Bradbury and other writers to his class at Wisconsin State by conference telephone. Arlen Ray Zander at East Texas State has bridged the cultural gap by combining a physicist, a psychologist, and 2 English professors into a teaching team. James Gunn at Kansas is not only teaching, but also filming a science fiction course available for rental from the Audiovisual Center at Lawrence. The science fiction virus reached the high schools a few years ago, and it is spreading fast there. Teachers often report multi-section courses with several hundred students enrolled. Special high school texts are already appearing, such as Harry Harrison's Science Fiction Reader and Sprague and Catherine DeCamp's 3,000 Years of Fantasy and Science Fiction. The trickle of college texts that began with Silverberg's Mirror of Infinity and Allen's SF The Future is swelling toward a paperback flood that includes Harrison's The Light Fantastic, Clarison's Spectrum of Worlds, Ofshe's OFSHE Sociology of the Possible, McNelly and Stover's Above the Human Landscape. More are out or on the way. Most of these are quality paperbacks priced at $5 or $6. Though they seem to be selling well, reading lists now show that most instructors still use the low-cost newsstand paperbacks that come from Ace, Avon, Award, Ballantine, Bantam, Berkeley, DAW, Dell, Fantasy House, Lancer, Paperback Library, Popular, and Signet. The total output is currently about one a day, including reissues. Average print printings are 50 to 100,000 copies, but the wasteful newsstand distribution system destroys perhaps half the copies unsold, and often makes particular titles hard for college bookstores to obtain. This abundance may baffle the individual critic, but there are two efforts at organized criticism: the Hugo Awards at the fan conventions and the Nebulas from the Science Fiction Writers of America. Both are under fire because too few voters read all the stories and too many awards are won by high-pressure campaigns. The magazines are suffering from poor distribution and paperback competition, but they are still a major source of new science fiction, especially of shorts and novelettes. Half a dozen competing anthologists currently offer the collected Best of the Year. The newest rivals of the magazines are the periodic books. Among them, Fred Poul's Star series was followed by Damon Knight's Orbit, Chip Delaney's Quark, Q-U-A-R-K, Robert Silverberg's New Dimensions, Robert Hoskins' Infinity, Terry Carr's Universe, and Harry Harrison's Nova. Roger Elwood alone is editing scores of new paperbacks. Harlan Ellison's huge Dangerous Visions anthologies have encouraged experimental writing. Translations of able new foreign writers are beginning to appear. Although all this may overwhelm the critic, it offers riches for the teacher. Tabulating 80 lists of required texts, I found nearly 300 books named at least once. The top 12 were Asimov's I, Robot, Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles, Heinlein's The Moon is a Harsh Mistress and Stranger in a Strange Land, Herbert's Dune, Huxley's Brave New World, Le Guin's The Left Hand of Darkness, Miller's A Canticle for Leibowitz, Poul and Kornbluth's The Space Merchants, Silverberg's Science Fiction Hall of Fame, Volume 1, Wells' The Time Machine, and The War of the Worlds. Heinlein and Wells emerge as the most taught writers here, with 2 titles each. But there is no unanimity. No title appears on more than one list out of 3. Glancing at the science fiction student, James Gunn reports a survey of more than 150 members of his class at Kansas. Only 39 were already fans, and only 42, quote, wanted to know the history and the literary value of science fiction, end quote. 106 enrolled simply, quote, because the course sounded interesting, end quote. When they checked a list of writers they already knew, Ray Bradbury came in first, followed in order by Heinlein, Asimov, Clark, Vonnegut, and Ellison. Speculating about why students take to science fiction, Gunn suggests, quote, the prevailing alienation which leads young people to seek a literature of alternatives, the affluence, until the recent recession, of the young, and the availability of good juvenile science fiction, end quote. For teacher and critic alike, the major puzzle is not this sudden academic acceptance of science fiction, but rather its earlier rejection. It wasn't always in the doghouse. Its first appeal is wonder, and the amazing tale has always been popular. Critics from Aristotle and Longinus to Tasso and Edmund Burke recognized wonder as a literary value. Verne found no special ghetto waiting for his imaginary voyages, nor Wells for his scientific romances. By the 1920s, however, when Gernsback was inventing such new labels as scientifiction and science fiction for the stuff in his pulp magazines, critics and book publishers had no use at all for their Marvel tale. The causes for this fall of wonder seem complex and not very clear. The rationalism of a scientific age was hostile to the irrational, which Aristotle has seen as the chief sense of wonder. And science fiction, if not quite irrational, does test the limits of reason. The tradition of the modern novel is no friend of science fiction. Don Quixote, perhaps the first great novel, was begun as a satire on the wonder romance. The novel soon became the genre of the rising middle class, respecting reason more than feeling, too much absorbed with money and morality to care about the marvelous. The history-minded critic can trace the cultural split we have seen in current science fiction back at least to the Renaissance, when modern science was born. Once upon a time, so the story goes, man lived at the center of a simple world, one created for his own comfort, and maybe to test his fitness for heaven. Materially, by today's measures, he was disadvantaged. Spiritually, he wore the image of God. Shakespeare and John Donne were among the last literate inhabitants of that good world before satanic science divided it into a sphere of knowledge and a sphere of faith. The two spheres are Snow's two cultures, still at war. Taking an even longer perspective, we might suggest that the culture of science is simply a current phase of the utopian tradition that begins perhaps with Plato's Republic. The idea that reasonable men can create an ideal society here on earth. The tradition is Greek. It reflects the self-confidence of Homer's Odysseus. The anti-utopian tradition appears even older. Its roots are Egyptian and Hebraic, I think. Its mythic anti-hero is Adam. Homer's symbol for reason is the glorious Athena, the comrade and helper of epic man. The Hebrew symbol is the snake, the betrayer. In the pattern of the culture that built the stone pyramids, the Hebrew tradition makes society dominant, visiting divine wrath on any impious individual who tries to disturb it. The Greek tradition allows more individual freedom, a more hopeful view of change. H.G. Wells, I think, was torn between these two traditions, with the Hebraic dominant in his great early fiction and the Greek in his later campaign for a modern utopia. Such immense generalizations are very coarse nets, I know. They let most of the truth run through. History was never simple. No two people have experienced the impact of our fragmented culture in quite the same way, and nobody is likely to agree entirely with any statement about it. Yet I think it does make some sort of sense to say that Asimov and Clarke and Heinlein and a good many others are spokesmen for the Greek tradition in those optimistic moments when they choose to show men solving problems to make things better. I think it makes sense to call the new wave writers the sons of Adam, along with all the earlier anti-utopians who show man tripping over his own intelligence, and even the producers of the science horror films in which arrogant scientists came to grief for seeking what man was not meant to know. Whatever it may say about our roles as masters or victims of the machine, the wonder story is still a living voice. If it was once nearly stifled by rationalistic science and realistic fiction, it is louder now. The mainstream novel has begun to stammer. Its middle-class concerns of money and sex have lost most of their old obsessive appeal, at least on the campus. Maybe not yet dead, realistic fiction is less alive than it used to be. As a model for writer and critic, science is also losing its old charisma. Though the individual scientist may try to be as strictly rational as ever, his world seems far less so. Each new insight leads to new and unexpected bafflements. The atom is split into swarms of new enigmas. The great telescopes discover more quasars than answers. The scientist has grasped the keys to a technological utopia, but also to inferno. Faced with new dilemmas of his own invention, he finds his best computers not yet so wise as Homer's Athena. His expanding universe is, it seems, at least irrational enough to admit a renewed sense of wonder. The panic fear of a technological crisis, however, has no doubt done more to get science fiction into college than any appeal to wonder. The Greeks among us are still busy building wooden horses, and the sons of Adam are alarmed by the new threats to their ancient ramparts. Pro or con, science fiction offers at least a vivid language for reporting the impending battle. At the best, it can hope to fuse the insights of new science and truths of old tradition into a better way of looking at our evolving world. Jack Williamson. Jack Williamson was born in 1908 in Bisbee, Arizona Territory, to pioneering parents who moved first to Sonora, then to Pecos, Texas, and finally in 1915 by covered wagon to the Sand Hill homestead in eastern New Mexico, where he grew up. The big event of his youth was the discovery of Hugo Gernsback's Amazing Stories, which promised an escape from dust storms and drought into more exciting worlds of the imagination. He entered college the year his first story sold, but dropped out before graduation because the courses had little to do with science fiction. For many years he was a freelance writer. As an Army Air Force's weather forecaster, he reached the Northern Solomons in 1945. Upon his return to New Mexico, he married and settled in Portales. During the science fiction boomlet of the early 1950s, he created a comic strip, Beyond Mars, which ran for 3 years in the New York Sunday News. Returning to college, he received the B.A. and M.A. from Eastern New Mexico University in 1957. A teacher there since 1960, he is now a professor of English. He received his Ph.D. from the University of Colorado in 1964 with a dissertation, which has now become a book, on the early science fiction of H.G. Wells. H.G. Wells, Critic of Progress. Writing more or less steadily since 1926, he has published 2.5 million words of magazine science fiction and nearly 30 books, several in collaboration. His teaching fields include the modern novel, literary criticism, and science fiction. He has recently been speaking and writing to promote science fiction as an academic subject. The following are books by Jack Williamson. The Legend of Space, 1947, fantasy. Darker Than You Think, 1948, fantasy. The Humanoids, 1949, Simon & Schuster. The Green Girl, 1950, Avon. The Cometeers and One Against the Legion, 1950, fantasy. C.T. S.E.E.T.E.E. Ship, 1951, Gnome. Dragon's Island, 1951, Simon & Schuster. The Legion of Time and After World's End, 1952, fantasy. Undersea Quest, 1954, Gnome, with Frederick Poul. Dome Around America, 1955, Ace. Star Bridge, 1955, Gnome, with James Gunn. Undersea Fleet, 1955, Gnome, with Frederick Poul. Undersea City, Gnome, with Frederick Poul. The Trial of Terra, 1962, Ace. Golden Blood, 1964, Lancer. The Reefs of Space, 1964, Valentine, with Frederick Poul. Star Child, 1965, Valentine, with Frederick Poul. The Reign of Wizardry, 1965, Lancer. Bright New Universe, 1967, Ace. The Pandora Effect, 1969, Ace. Rogue Star, 1969, Valentine, with Frederick Poul. People Machines, 1971, Ace. The Moon Children, 1972, Putnam. H.G. Wells' Critic of Progress, 1973, Mirage. The Power of Blackness, Putnam, in Progress. Doomship, Ballantyne, in Progress, with Frederick Poul. A Critical Sampler, Amos, Kingsley, New Maps of Hell, A Survey of Science Fiction. New York, Harcourt Brace, 1960, by a mainstream novelist who emphasized elements of satire and contemporary social comment. Atheling, William Jr., James Blish, The Issue at Hand, Chicago, Advent, 1964, intelligent and outspoken essays by a veteran writer. Atheling, William Jr., More Issues at Hand, Chicago, Advent, 1972, recent Blish, still wittily abrasive, probably the best criticism at hand. Bailey, J.O., Pilgrims Through Space and Time, Trends and Patterns in Scientific and Utopian Fiction. New York, Argus Books, 1947. Reprinted with new foreword by Thomas D. Clarison, Westport, Connecticut, Greenwood Press, 1972. Important study of the emergence of science fiction. Emphasis on the period 1870 to 1915. Bergonzi, Bernard, The Early H.G. Wells, A Study of the Scientific Romances. Manchester, Manchester University Press, 1961. The Standard Study of Wells' Early and Great Science Fiction. Bretnor, Reginald, editor, Modern Science Fiction, Its Meaning and Its Future, New York, Coward McCann, 1953. A symposium by leading writers, editors, and critics of its time, this has been a standard reference work. Briney, Robert, and Edward Wood, SF Bibliographies, an annotated bibliography of bibliographical works on science fiction and fantasy fiction. Chicago, Advent Publishers, 1972. A valuable listing of 107 items. Clarison, Thomas D., editor. SF, The Other Side of Realism. Essays on Modern Fantasy and Science Fiction. Bowling Green, Ohio. Bowling Green University Popular Press, 1971. A diversity of essays, mostly recent, sometimes excellent. Clarison, Thomas D., Science Fiction Criticism, an annotated checklist. Kent, Ohio, Kent State University Press, 1972. Lists some 800 items of widely varied critical value. Clarison, Thomas D., editor, A Spectrum of Worlds, Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1972. 14 stories from Ambrose Bierce to Robert Silverberg, introduced and annotated to relate science fiction to the main traditions of modern literature. Davenport, Basil, Inquiry into Science Fiction, New York, Longmans, Green, 1955, A Brief Appreciation. Davenport, Basil, editor, The Science Fiction Novel, Imagination and Social Criticism, Chicago, Advent, 1964. 4 lectures on science fiction as social criticism by Robert A. Heinlein, C.M. Kornbluth, Alfred Bester, and Robert Bloch. DeCamp, L. Sprague, Science Fiction Handbook, The Writing of Imaginative Fiction, New York, Hermitage House, 1953, an important book of its time, still a useful reference. Eliot, Robert C., The Shape of Utopia, Studies in a Literary Genre, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1970. The idea of utopia traced from golden myth to nightmare. Eschbach, Lloyd Arthur, Of Worlds Beyond, The Science of Science Fiction Writing, Chicago, Advent, 1964, reprint of a 1947 symposium. Franklin H. Bruce, Future Perfect, American Science Fiction of the 19th Century, New York, Oxford University Press, 1966, an anthology of early American science fiction with comment by a Marxist scholar. Green, Roger Lancelin, Into Other Worlds, Spaceflight in Fiction from Lushan to Lewis, New York, Abelard Schumann, 1958, a scholarly but readable survey of spaceflight in literature with summaries of rare early novels. Hilligus, Mark R., The Future as Nightmare, H.G. Wells and the Anti-Utopians, New York, Oxford University Press, 1967, emphasizes the influence of the early Wells on Zamyatin, Huxley, Orwell, and more recent science fiction. Hilligus, Mark R., editor, Shadows of Imagination, The Fantasies of C.S. Lewis, J.R.R. Tolkien, and Charles Williams, Carbondale, Southern Illinois University Press, 1969, Essays on Three Creators of Modern Fantasy. Knight, Damon, In Search of Wonder, Chicago, Advent, 1956, enlarged second edition, 1967, collected essays by a science fiction veteran, intelligent, sometimes devastating. Lundwall, Sam J., Science Fiction, What It's All About, New York, Ace Books, 1971, a Swedish fan's view of the genre. Lupoff, Richard A., Edgar Rice Burroughs, Master of Adventure, New York, Canaveral Press, 1965, revised and enlarged edition, New York, Ace Books, 1968, an entertaining and scholarly study of the most popular science fiction writer of all. Manuel Frank E., editor, Utopias and Utopian Thought, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1966, articles by scholars looking at the idea of utopia from a dozen varied points of view. Moskowitz, Sam, Explorers of the Infinite, Shapers of Science Fiction, New York, World, 1963, useful information on early writers marred by critical myopia and too many errors of fact. Moskowitz, Sam, Seekers of Tomorrow, Masters of Modern Science Fiction, New York, World, 1966, about more recent writers. Nicholson, Marjorie Hope, Voyages to the Moon, New York, Macmillan, 1960, reprint of a 1948 survey of the moon voyage as a literary theme before the 19th century. Panshin, Alexei, Heinlein in Dimension, Chicago, Advent, 1968, a readable and useful, but maybe not quite adequate study of the foremost American science fiction writer. Filmus, Robert M., Into the Unknown, The Evolution of Science Fiction from Francis Goodwin to H.G. Wells, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1970, highbrow scholarship, sound but sometimes dull. Silverberg, Robert, editor, The Mirror of Infinity, A Critic's Anthology of Science Fiction, New York, Harper & Row, 1970, with a dozen fine stories, each introduced by a different critic. This book surveys science fiction from Wells to Ellison. Suvan, Darko, Other Worlds, Other Seas, Science Fiction Stories from Socialist Countries, New York, Random House, 1970. Suvan, a Marxist critic now at McGill University, introduces and edits selected science fiction from 5 socialist nations. Walheim, Donald A., The Universe Makers, Science Fiction Today, New York, Harper & Row, 1971. A valuable inside view of science fiction by a veteran editor and publisher who has helped form the genre. End of Science Fiction Today and Tomorrow, edited by Reginald Bretnor. Copyright 1974 by Harper & Row. Narrated by Eva Reedy. Monitored by Ann Davis. Reviewed by Sarah Scales, George McCracken, and Robert E. Moore, in the studios of Dallas Taping for the Blind, Dallas, Texas, for the Library of Congress, Washington, D.C., September 1975, for special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522 and with the kind permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Harper & Row.
End of book.